In the simulation, Bai Moyu finally lays out the ancient truth. The Nine Mystic Realm used to be a major heavenly realm where immortals were everywhere. He says the disaster began when the immortal clan ambushed the Nine Mystic Realm and triggered a war so huge it shattered the continent itself. Bai Moyu bitterly explains that the battle damaged the heavenly Tao, which crippled future generations even though the Nine Mystic Realm's top fighters were still strong enough to keep resisting. Then his calm breaks, and he angrily reveals that the immortal clan moved the immortal realm over the Nine Mystic Realm and used its heavenly Tao to suppress the damaged one. After cooling down, Bai Moyu says the war still has not ended, and the Nine Mystic Realm is surviving only because its peak experts are still holding the enemy back. He says his own mission is to hide his identity, search for gifted people, and send the best of them to that endless battlefield. To prove it, Bai Moyu asks Jiang Yifeng whether he knows Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya. When Jiang Yifeng admits he has heard of them, Bai Moyu proudly claims that both famous seniors were cultivated by him. That only makes Jiang Yifeng more confused, because those two came from the sealed southern regions and should never have had contact with the outside world. Bai Moyu reads that reaction immediately and says his sect could not enter the southern regions, but it could still send inheritances through the formation. He says Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya rose because he secretly sent them those legacies, and without that help they could never have become strong enough to break the southern region's formation. Jiang Yifeng blurts out the real shock point. Was the southern region's formation actually created by ancestors of the celestial verdant sect? Bai Moyu sighs and explains that it was not built as a prison at all, but as a protective formation meant to shelter the southern regions and help its people grow stronger. But the ancestor who set it up was assassinated by the immortal realm before passing on the control method, so the protective formation was twisted into a seal. He adds that the formation is so powerful ordinary immortals cannot enter, which is why they usually strike the southern regions from outside with heavenly thunder instead. That detail matches Jiang Yifeng's earlier simulations, and he realizes most attacks on the southern regions really did come from outside the barrier. Even so, one problem still nags him, so he directly asks why the immortal realm's true powerhouses do not simply destroy the southern regions outright. Bai Moyu laughs and reminds him that the Nine Mystic Realm still has matching top experts, so any direct move on the southern regions could be answered elsewhere in the war. That clears up part of it, but Jiang Yifeng still remembers Shin Wutian's story about the immortal arrival sect and the four fierce beasts, and it still does not feel like simple protection. Sensing the remaining doubt, Bai Moyu says that once Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya broke the southern region's formation, the immortal realm wanted to erase the region until 9 mystic experts rushed in and forced a negotiation. He says that compromise created the immortal arrival sect to suppress cultivation in the south, so no new talents would rise and upset the invasion plan. At the same time, the 9 mystic side captured 4 fierce beasts to plug the broken gaps, and both sides agreed not to interfere with each other's part of that arrangement. Bai Moyu admits he does not know the exact purpose behind that arrangement, and lowers his voice to one grim guess: poison cultivation. He suspects the southern regions was left under crushing pressure to force out a single monster among geniuses, a so-called king of poison. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng sits alone and turns Bai Moyu's explanation over in his mind, but the logic still refuses to fit together. He cannot accept that every person who reaches the immortal realm in the southern regions would somehow become a perfect poison weapon worth millions of years of scheming. That leaves him torn between two bad answers: either Bai Moyu lied to him, or Bai Moyu himself only knows part of the truth. In the end, he decides Bai Moyu's story cannot be trusted completely, though the 3 maps tied to the formation cracks still seem reliable. The simulation continues, and Jiang Yifeng hides his doubts instead of pressing further because exposing what he knows from past simulations would be far too dangerous. From that point on, a quiet seed of distrust settles in Jiang Yifeng's heart. Bai Moyu adds one more explanation, saying tribulation lightning still exists here because this place split off from the continent early and kept the old heavenly rules. He contrasts that with the southern regions, where the rules changed along with the war outside, which is why tribulation crossing there does not call down heavenly tribulation. Jiang Yifeng still doubts him, but he keeps his tone courteous and thanks Bai Moyu anyway. Half a day later, Bai Moyu suddenly announces that Jiang Yifeng must return to the southern regions. Before Jiang Yifeng can protest, Bai Moyu says he is about to store his memories underground, and someone who knows this much cannot be allowed to stay. Jiang Yifeng tries to respond, but Bai Moyu does not even give him that chance, and seals him in place with a wave of his hand. Right in front of him, Bai Moyu strips away most of his cultivation and memories and seals them into the underground bronze gate. Once that is done, Bai Moyu simply takes the restrained Jiang Yifeng and rushes south at terrifying speed. Unable to move, Jiang Yifeng fumes inside because he finally escaped the southern regions, only to be forced back into the place he most wanted to avoid. A day later they reach the sea border, and ahead of them Jiang Yifeng sees the glowing shield of the southern region's formation with a crack already torn into it. At the barrier, Bai Moyu taps the formation several times as if forcing open a narrow window. He even hands Jiang Yifeng a storage ring and tells him to use the resources inside to bribe the mystic turtle. Then Bai Moyu releases the restraint just long enough to throw Jiang Yifeng straight through the crack and back into the southern regions. The instant he lands inside, Jiang Yifeng refuses to accept it, and rushes back toward the crack, determined to force his way out again. But from outside the barrier, Bai Moyu shouts that he can only hold off the formation spirit for a moment, and tells Jiang Yifeng to leave now. That warning forces Jiang Yifeng to abandon the idea for now, but it also deepens the contradiction in everything Bai Moyu has said. He remembers the mystic turtle once saying people from the southern regions could not leave through this passage, and now Bai Moyu has said the same thing even after personally forcing him through it. The more he thinks about it, the more Bai Moyu's words and actions seem wildly inconsistent, as if he pushed Jiang Yifeng back into danger while still expecting to be believed. He even wonders whether Bai Moyu sealed away some key memories, but that idea does not fully explain why the old man still remembered to send him back. Meanwhile, Bai Moyu returns to the Celestial Verdant Sect's underground bronze gate after sending Jiang Yifeng away. There, a female voice suddenly calls him out and demands to know why he lied to Jiang Yifeng. The accuser is Bai Ruoxue, and even while she is immobilized, Bai Moyu only smiles and answers with a slippery denial. When did he ever lie to Jiang Yifeng? In Bai Moyu's hidden meeting with Bai Ruoxue, he bluntly says the Nine Mystic Realm was not invaded through that crack by chance, because the sealing formation was built by Celestial Verdant Sect and arranged by him personally. Bai Ruoxue no longer accepts his words so easily, because sealed memories are already stirring inside her, and she is not the same sheltered woman he handled before. The truth is that Bai Moyu had sealed Bai Ruoxue's memories himself before, and he brought her here now to restore them for a moment, and seal them again after she started acting strangely over Jiang Yifeng's question about the eastern regions. Trying to prove his point, Bai Moyu reminds her that Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya both walked the cultivation path with Celestial Verdant Sect techniques. Bai Ruoxue fires back that those techniques were not taught by him at all, but taken from manuals their senior brother left behind. The mention of that beloved disciple cracks Bai Moyu's calm, and he quietly regrets that if the senior brother had listened to him back then, he would not have ended so badly. He tells Bai Ruoxue once again not to go south to look for that senior brother, but this time she refuses to let the warning pass. Instead of backing down, Bai Ruoxue demands to know why he lied to Jiang Yifeng in the first place. Bai Moyu finally answers with the real burden he has been hiding. The great powers of the Nine Mystic Realm have already betrayed their world and are colluding with great powers from the Immortal Realm to seize fragments of Heavenly Tao. He says he sent several Heavenly Tao fragments on Jiang Yifeng, and believed Jiang Yifeng might be the chosen one, so he fed him hope on purpose instead of crushing him with the full truth. For one brief moment, Bai Ruoxue brightens and asks if her father is finally going to act. Bai Moyu quietly shuts that hope down, and says they should wait and see first. That answer breaks Bai Ruoxue all over again, and she cries that he is one of the few great powers who could still change the fate of the Nine Mystic Realm. She begs him to stop hiding with the survivors and asks how long they can keep living by sealing themselves away from the world. Bai Moyu gives no answer at all, and with one wave of his hand he strips Bai Ruoxue's restored memories and cultivation away again. This time he goes further and seals even the coordinates of the southern regions in her mind, making sure she cannot head south again. Looking at the unconscious Bai Ruoxue, Bai Moyu can only mutter that one lone tree cannot hold up an entire forest. Then Bai Moyu thinks of Jiang Yifeng and laughs to himself, deciding that suspicion changes nothing as long as Jiang Yifeng keeps struggling to cultivate. His real hope is brutally practical. If Jiang Yifeng can survive the great powers' killing schemes, then maybe this chosen variable can still carry the Nine Mystic Realm forward. Watching all this through the simulator, Jiang Yifeng is stunned by the sudden reversal and realizes Bai Moyu was not a simple villain at all. He quickly reframes Bai Moyu's earlier cruelty, and realizes the man was throwing him back into danger on purpose, like someone raising a poison to use later. The more Jiang Yifeng thinks, the uglier and smarter the scheme looks. If he survives, he will need Bai Moyu's help. If he dies, Bai Moyu loses nothing. Jiang Yifeng concludes that Bai Moyu was using an open strategy from the start, one that still works even after being seen through. Another detail bothers him just as much, because this simulation suddenly showed events he never personally witnessed, as if something wanted him to know Bai Moyu's side. He briefly wonders if the simulator itself might be the shattered heavenly Tao guiding him toward Bai Moyu, but the idea feels too weak and too risky to fully believe. Even without that answer, Jiang Yifeng firmly marks Bai Moyu as a key figure and keeps reading the simulation. Inside the simulation, 2 days pass with Jiang Yifeng lingering near the crack ceiling formation, still tempted to slip through and return to the eastern regions. Believing Bai Moyu should be gone by now, he finally walks toward the crack to test his chance. Before he can get close, the mystic turtle rises from the endless sea and warns him in human speech to stay back if he wants to live. Jiang Yifeng is startled, but after everything that has happened he no longer knows who can be trusted and does not fully buy the turtle's warning. The mystic turtle snorts, and coldly tells him to go die if he really wants to test it. Since it is only a simulation, Jiang Yifeng decides the risk is worth it, and keeps moving, determined to find out whether the formation or the turtle has been lying to him. Reading this in reality, Jiang Yifeng suddenly stops and realizes the attempt should be impossible now, because a formation set by Bai Moyu would definitely block him after everything he learned. To keep the simulation from ending in a wasteful death, he decides he should step in with a deep simulation before the on-screen version pushes farther. But one last glance at the panel gives him a chill, because the turtle's warning still makes no sense if he entered the southern regions from outside this time. He realizes the key contradiction at once. How did the mystic turtle know he was someone who should not be allowed to leave the southern regions? That contradiction opens a new possibility in his mind, and he starts suspecting the turtle may have been lying about the formation spirit all along. Then the real breakthrough hits him and he blurts out the theory that the mystic turtle and Baimoyu are working together. Once he follows that line, the turtle's earlier helpful behavior suddenly fits, because a poison cultivator would not kill useful talent, only trap it where it can keep hardening. He also starts doubting the formation spirit story itself, because with his current formation knowledge, the damaged ancient seal should not still have unrepaired gaps after all these years. If a true formation spirit had survived for millions of years, it should have repaired those cracks long ago instead of leaving them open forever. That makes the answer feel obvious to him now, and he decides the real wall at the endless sea was the mystic turtle all along. He keeps building the case and realizes Baimoyu could not openly tamper with the sealing formation without exposing himself, so he needed outside force instead. And at the endless sea, there is only one outside force that fits, so Jiang Yifeng fully locks in his conclusion that the turtle and Baimoyu are on the same side. Feeling sharper than ever, he decides not to interrupt just yet, and watches to see how the mystic turtle will act when the bluff fails. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng walks straight for the crack anyway, forcing the turtle to stop pretending. The mystic turtle finally makes its move and seizes him with a powerful pull before he can reach the barrier. Without wasting another word, the turtle throws Jiang Yifeng far north and warns that if he comes near the endless sea again, he will die. The simulated Jiang Yifeng can only leave in confusion, still not understanding why the turtle suddenly changed its way of dealing with him. Now satisfied that he has seen enough, the real Jiang Yifeng finally activates a one-day deep simulation to send information back into the run. He enters the simulation world, finds a quiet cave, and spends that full day in retreat preparing his message and plan. When the deep simulation ends, Jiang Yifeng returns to reality pleased with himself, and quietly admires the move he just pulled off. Back inside the ongoing simulation, the on-screen Jiang Yifeng wakes in a cave instead of the wilderness, and immediately realizes something strange has happened. He searches the cave and quickly finds a notebook full of writing, which tells him at once that his real self forced a deep simulation here for a reason. As he reads, his pupils contract in shock because the notes reveal that the simulator showed events beyond his own line of sight, and the real Jiang Yifeng sent this warning across the simulation gap. After finishing the notebook, the simulated Jiang Yifeng grins and gives the void a thumbs up, fully understanding that his other self just saved him with a perfectly timed message. After learning the endless sea route is hopeless, Jiang Yifeng turns towards Spine Mountain anyway, gambling that its formation might still be holding long enough for him to leave the southern regions with the survivors. In the 57th year, he sees from afar that Spine Mountain has not been wiped out yet, and that brief sign of life gives him hope. But the closer Jiang Yifeng gets, the worse it feels, because his improved senses can hear the underground heavenly thunder raging beneath the mountain, ready to burst out at any moment. He rushes straight to the formation, already knowing Lu Wuya's old barrier is almost finished. Inside, the sight is grim, the survivors are gaunt, the dead have become skeletons, and the living are still forcing themselves to absorb thunder just to keep the whole place from collapsing. Jiang Fushan is clearly overjoyed to see his son alive, but he barely dares to move, because the thunder he is holding would kill someone else if he let go. Old Li rushes to explain the years of disaster, but Jiang Yifeng already sees the real problem. Anyone who stops absorbing thunder will bring the formation down before they can escape. Old Li tells him the crisis snowballed after outside heavenly thunder started striking the formation again, killing people one by one and forcing the survivors to shoulder even more lightning. When Old Li looks at him like a last hope, Jiang Yifeng quickly judges that the formation itself cannot be saved, but the people still might be. For a moment Jiang Yifeng weighs the selfish choice of escaping alone against the riskier choice of staying to save everyone. He decides to stay, because hiding alone only buys a few more doomed years, and the immortal arrival sect may already be hunting him anyway. He also sees the upside. If these people survive, they can help him cross the desert of death later, and the Eye of Insight shows his father has already reached the 9th level of Tribulation Crossing. Jiang Yifeng even has a grim extra reason to stay. This underground thunder is perfect for tempering his martial Dao body. So Jiang Yifeng lays out a blunt rescue plan. He will absorb enough thunder to stop an instant collapse. Then Old Li, his father, and the other Tribulation Crossing experts will carry the weaker cultivators out. He immediately pushes aside a dozen collapsing body integration cultivators and takes their lightning onto himself. Dozens of thunderbolts slam into him at once, and to his own surprise, they barely feel like anything. That confidence jumps even higher when he takes over the burden from nearby Great Ascension cultivators too, and their dead-tired despair instantly turns into gratitude. Realizing even that feels more like a massage than a threat, Jiang Yifeng boldly shouts for anyone who cannot hold on to send all their thunder to him. Everyone is stunned by the claim, but when time passes and Jiang Yifeng still looks relaxed, the doubters finally start redirecting their lightning to him. Before long, thunder covers him so completely that his figure is almost swallowed, yet his martial Dao body still handles it with ease. Then Old Li suddenly dumps his own 7th layer tribulation thunder onto Jiang Yifeng, and the hit is so abrupt that Jiang Yifeng smokes, convulses, and spits blood on the spot. Jiang Yifeng is furious because he had only meant that offer for the weaker cultivators, while Oldly had simply reached his limit and grabbed the chance to breathe. But the scare passes when Jiang Yifeng's divine body starts repairing the damage almost immediately, finally letting Oldly exhale in relief. For the next month, most of Spine Mountain rests and turns while only Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan keep continuously consuming the underground thunder. Once the others recover, they insist on taking part again, because everyone believes the formation can still be repaired if they keep sharing the burden. Jiang Yifeng lets them keep that hopeful misunderstanding on purpose, because if they knew the formation was beyond saving, they might flee and leave him trapped alone with the thunder. With some pressure off his shoulders, he finally adds something new and sets up a separate inverted thunder conduction formation just for himself to speed up the real drain on the underground thunder. From that point on, Spine Mountain enters a brutal long grind of thunder consumption, and Jiang Yifeng uses the endless punishment to steadily push his martial Dao higher. By the 79th year, that training forces his martial Dao all the way to the second layer of Semi-Saint, though each new step comes slower than the last. Even after the underground thunder is worn down enough for a safe evacuation, Jiang Yifeng still delays the retreat because he wants to squeeze out more martial Dao progress first. In the 80th year, Late Bloomer finally triggers and doubles his cultivation speed. That boost shows fast, and by the 89th year Jiang Yifeng has already climbed to the third layer of Semi-Saint. Late Bloomer grows stronger again in the 90th year, and by the 99th he is already pressing against the fifth layer at the peak of the fourth. When the 100th year arrives, Late Bloomer rises to triple speed, and Jiang Yifeng finally breaks into the fifth layer of Semi-Saint. That is where he stops, because he knows the next heavenly thunder could descend at any time, and this formation will never survive another strike. So Jiang Yifeng finally tells everyone the truth and orders the Tribulation Crossing experts to carry the weaker cultivators out of the formation center immediately. The news throws the group into panic for a moment, but they soon accept reality and fall in behind Jiang Yifeng's instructions. Under his command, everyone retreats from the center at top speed, and Jiang Yifeng withdraws with them instead of staying behind. Only minutes after they clear the area, the entire Spine Mountain formation detonates, and the mountain turns into a blinding ocean of thunder. Staring at the thunder-swallowed mountain, everyone instinctively looks to Jiang Yifeng, because somewhere along the way he has become the backbone of Spine Mountain. Jiang Yifeng quickly settles the group down, and decides they will recover to full strength first, then force their way through the Desert of Death. He does consider the Valley of Flames, but the demonic phoenix there is even worse than the demonic dragon, so he chooses the easier enemy first. 3 months later, everyone is restored, and the whole group marches toward the Desert of Death in high spirits. On the way, they cut down scattered immortal slaves with ease, and no 9th-level Tribulation Crossing enemy appears to stop them. As soon as they enter the Desert of Death, the demonic dragon rises out to block their path exactly as Jiang Yifeng expected. Jiang Yifeng exchanges a look with Jiang Fushan and steps forward with him, ready to fight the dragon side by side this time. Jiang Yifeng is confident because his divine Dao lets him fuse martial and immortal power, and with Killing Intent, Thunder Law, and the Silent Destruction Fist, he can already threaten a normal 9th-level foe. His father is just as dangerous, already at peak Tribulation Crossing with a thunder-tempered body and a trace of the Law of Thunder. With that lineup, Jiang Yifeng is not just planning to win. He wants to kill the demonic dragon, eat its flesh, and use its blood to grow stronger. While father and son move on the dragon, the others hold off demonic pythons, and Oldly slips deeper into the desert to search for the formation rift below. That hidden rift is Jiang Yifeng's backup plan, because if anything goes wrong here, it is their only way out of the southern regions. When they finally reach the demonic dragon, Jiang Yifeng sizes up that huge body and immediately starts wondering how long the meet would last. Jiang Fushan does not wait another second and roars fight before charging in first with his usual hot temper. Jiang Yifeng grumbles that old people are too passionate these days, but he rushes in right behind his father for the 2-on-1 fight he likes best. Their teamwork clicks almost instantly, and father and son quickly seize the upper hand against the demonic dragon. Jiang Fushan suddenly looks at his son with grim disbelief when he realizes Jiang Yifeng keeps targeting the dragon's most sensitive weak spot. Jiang Yifeng feels zero shame about it and even flashes his father a thumbs up, proud of their perfect no-practice coordination. Then the demonic dragon roars and turns to flee, forcing the two of them into pursuit across the desert. Demonic pythons throw themselves in the way to cover the dragon's escape, but the father-son pair still pushes through the interference. The demonic dragon retreats into its lair, and Jiang Yifeng sneers that hiding inside will not save it before he and Jiang Fushan charge in after it. One glance is enough. Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan charge straight into the dragon's lair together. Inside, they catch the demonic dragon devouring dragon eggs, a brutal sight that leaves Jiang Yifeng briefly disgusted and confused. His disdain vanishes fast when the dragon's scales start turning gold, and its body visibly swells with rising power. Jiang Yifeng watches in alarm as the demonic dragon surges from the 9th level of Tribulation Crossing to peak Tribulation Crossing and keeps climbing. He suddenly pieces it together. Those eggs were probably not the demonic dragons, but pure dragon eggs that can trigger bloodline evolution. That hit stings even more because Jiang Yifeng remembers eating these eggs in earlier simulations, and they never gave off this kind of absurd power. He curses himself for not eating the eggs first, but there is no time to dwell on it now. He shouts fight and charges before the enhancement finishes, openly refusing to give the demonic dragon any fair chance. Jiang Fushan immediately follows, and father and son throw themselves back into the fight. This time they cannot suppress it, because the dragon's cultivation and body have both jumped to a much tougher level. As the battle drags on, the demonic dragon keeps getting stronger and edges closer and closer to the immortal realm. A full day later, the dragon is still alive, covered in injuries but now radiating a far more dangerous presence than before. Then the demonic dragon roars, and immortal tribulation clouds gather overhead, making Jiang Yifeng's heart drop on the spot. Jiang Yifeng realizes they failed to kill it in time, and if they stay inside that tribulation, the heavenly wrath will hit them too. He immediately calls for retreat, and decides dragon meat is no longer worth gambling everyone's lives on. But Jiang Fushan suddenly laughs and charges straight into the tribulation instead, aiming at the demonic dragon again. Jiang Yifeng is stunned sick by the sight, because charging into an immortal tribulation looks completely insane. Then Jiang Fushan secretly sends him a message: find the formation rift fast, and he will stall the dragon's breakthrough for as long as he can. Only then does Jiang Yifeng understand his father's plan. If the demonic dragon becomes immortal before they escape, everyone here dies. So he gives Jiang Fushan one last look and runs for the desert floor, betting everything on finding the exit in time. As he runs, Jiang Yifeng's fear is not just the dragon. He remembers that every immortal breakthrough in the southern regions has drawn terrifying outside intervention before. The dragon may have delayed this breakthrough for a reason, but Jiang Yifeng refuses to bet their lives on a guess like that. An hour later the tribulation is still raging, and the sounds of fighting from inside tell Jiang Yifeng that his father is somehow still holding on. He reunites with Oldly, and the two of them start tearing through the yellow sands together to find the buried formation rift. Then a second patch of tribulation clouds starts forming in the sky, and Jiang Yifeng instantly feels that something is terribly wrong. His dread is right. The new tribulation is not for the dragon at all. It is Jiang Fushan's own immortal breakthrough. Oldly is thrilled, thinking an immortal Jiang Fushan can solve everything, but Jiang Yifeng's heart only sinks further. To Jiang Yifeng, 2 immortal tribulations in the southern regions mean the countdown to disaster has become absolute. He stops watching the battle completely and orders Oldly to dig faster, because once the tribulations end, escape may be impossible. 2 hours later, they finally uncover a crack in the light shield at the bottom of the desert, and Jiang Yifeng exhales in relief for the first time. Jiang Yifeng immediately shouts for his father to come and leave the southern regions through the rift. But Jiang Fushan only looks back, shakes his head, and says that today he finally understands who he is, and that he cannot leave. Before Jiang Yifeng can stop him, Jiang Fushan uses his power to throw his son and the other Spine Mountain cultivators into the formation rift himself. Jiang Fushan stays behind alone in the southern regions, while the others are forced through the exit. After crossing the rift, Jiang Yifeng and the others arrive in the Dragon Tomb, and the place feels like stepping into a different world. Everyone else goes on high alert, but Jiang Yifeng stands there stunned, still trapped on his father's last words about finally understanding who he is. He can only guess that Jiang Fushan has some deeper identity, or truth he never knew, and the thought leaves his mind in chaos. After a long moment, Jiang Yifeng forces himself to stop thinking about it, because this new place is clearly not safe either. That caution pays off immediately when several weaker Spine Mountain cultivators are twisted by the surrounding resentment, and suddenly attack their own people. Jiang Yifeng reacts fast, knocks the affected cultivators unconscious, and keeps the whole group from collapsing into panic. With the unconscious carried along, Jiang Yifeng leads the survivors deeper into the Dragon Tomb, moving forward through danger with no time to rest. Inside the Dragon Tomb, Jiang Yifeng keeps cutting down tribulation crossing dragon souls, and after dozens of brutal fights in half a day, he is still pushing forward. Then the void starts shaking with layers of dragon roars, and the mournful sound makes Jiang Yifeng brace for a much bigger attack. But the dragon souls do not charge him at all. They howl toward the sky and vanish one after another, leaving Jiang Yifeng staring in total confusion. As the last dragon souls disappear, the whole small world gives way and the Dragon Tomb space violently collapses. In one brief flash of outside light, Jiang Yifeng sees a giant hand pinning a demonic dragon and extracting something from it before the vision is cut off. The next instant, the collapse becomes a void storm that sweeps everyone away. In less than a minute, every other cultivator from Spine Mountain dies in the storm, leaving only Jiang Yifeng and Oldly still struggling. 2 minutes later, even Oldly is ripped apart by the void storm right in front of Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng lasts one more day, but in the end he also dies in the void storm at the age of 120. Back in reality, the simulation ends so suddenly that Jiang Yifeng just stares at the result, stunned by how he died right after escaping the southern regions. He quickly pieces together the clues and realizes the Dragon Tomb was probably a small world, and its collapse was tied to that giant hand extracting something from the demonic dragon. He cannot prove the answer yet, so he drops the mystery for now and turns to the reward screen instead. Since he already mastered the beginner law of thunder before, Jiang Yifeng skips it and chooses Tao Tai Divine Body together with Divine Tao Cultivation. 2 minutes later, the rewards settle into his body, and the jump in cultivation gives him a fresh sense of security. This time he does not get cocky, because the simulation made one thing painfully clear: until he reaches the level of a true great power, he is still just struggling to survive. He looks back over the whole simulation and feels how wildly it swung, from robbing the immortal arrival sect to fleeing across regions and dying in the Dragon Tomb's collapse. Among all those twists, the southern region's coordinate map stands out to him as a major gain, because he suspects the Dragon Tomb may be one of the barriers between great regions. He also revisits Baimoyu's ceiling formation and suspects it was tied to poison cultivation, but the real target is still murky. Another ugly truth clicks into place for him too: the mystic turtle likely lied about a formation spirit, and was working with Baimoyu all along. The most dangerous conclusion is the biggest one: Baimoyu was not alone, and other great powers had already betrayed the 9 mystic realm to seize fragments of the heavenly Tao. After sorting through so much information, Jiang Yifeng gets a headache, gives up on thinking any further, and drops straight into sleep. When he wakes the next day and steps outside, his eyes go straight to the unfinished defensive formation around the Jiang family mansion. He had planned to finish an 8th grade formation, reveal his strength, and rob the immortal arrival sect for valuable resources, but now he hesitates. What stops him is a new worry: if Baimoyu and those hidden great powers care about heavenly Tao fragments, exposing himself too much might draw their eyes to him. Then he catches himself overthinking, because all his earlier chaos in the southern regions never drew those people out unless immortality was involved. He concludes that those hidden powers probably only react when someone is crossing into immortality, so he goes back to work on the array. But midway through, he suddenly realizes a complex combined 8th grade formation is too slow and not worth the effort if he can improve his formation Tao through simulation instead. So he changes course on the spot and strips the project down into a plain, ordinary 8th grade defensive formation that he can finish quickly. Half a day later, he finishes the simplified array and leaves it unactivated, already treating it as a temporary stopgap. He knows this formation still cannot stop tribulation crossing experts, which only confirms that showing off too much right now would be pointless trouble. After that, he slips back into an easy routine and spends his days in the pleasure house listening to music while the calm lasts. A week passes, and back in his room Jiang Yifeng finally decides it is time to start the next simulation. He spends the higher cost for an orange draw, betting on something much stronger this time. The result is an orange talent called Pil Dao Saint Hand, giving him exceptional alchemy aptitude, plus a one-time talent named Eye of the Heavens. For a moment he wonders if this should change his whole plan, but he quickly decides alchemy can wait because it is not what he needs most right now. The simulator also offers talents from his pool, but Jiang Yifeng refuses both Thunderfire True Spiritual Root and Absolute Rationality. He especially does not want Absolute Rationality this time, because he has a bigger idea and does not want his emotions flattened before he tests it. As the 26th simulation starts, Jiang Yifeng immediately reveals his real plan and orders a 50-year deep simulation. He makes that choice because he has finally admitted a weakness in himself. He is too cautious, too unwilling to fight unless victory already looks safe. So this deep simulation is his way of forcing himself to change, to gain experience, knowledge, and the courage a true cultivator needs. The deep simulation begins, and his consciousness drops into a world that looks exactly like reality except for one missing detail. He can no longer feel the simulator itself. After a brief pause, he writes a letter to his family, and leaves Green Hills City without wasting time. His grand start immediately turns awkward when he gets outside the city and realizes he does not even know which direction is south. Not caring about pride, he asks for directions and uses an old farmer's help to get moving the right way. Once he starts flying south at full speed, the trip stays smooth only until he passes 2 cities and suddenly gets intercepted. Facing the black-robed man, Jiang Yifeng immediately uses Eye of Insight and sees exactly who stopped him: Chu Xian, a 3rd-level tribulation crossing elder of the Immortal Arrival sect. Jiang Yifeng confirms the man chasing him is from the Immortal Arrival sect, and despite knowing his strength on paper, he still tenses up before his first truly real fight. Reading Jiang Yifeng's nerves as weakness, the Immortal Arrival sect cultivator sneers at him as a coward and casually fires off a palm strike. Jiang Yifeng forces down the instinct to run and awkwardly throws the Silent Destruction Fist, driving primordial energy through his body for real combat at last. The 2 attacks collide, and Chu Xian's palm shadow shatters on contact while Jiang Yifeng's fist force keeps driving forward. Only now does the dark-robed cultivator realize he misjudged everything, and he frantically throws out another full-power palm strike to save himself. It still cannot stop him, and Jiang Yifeng's Silent Destruction Fist tears through the cultivator and blows him into blood mist. Staring at his own fist, Jiang Yifeng is briefly dazed by the gore, then thrilled by the clean victory and the rush of finally winning a real battle himself. He keeps moving south, and after several more clashes with Immortal Arrival sect enemies, his fear fades and real combat starts feeling natural. A few days later he reaches the Endless Sea, because combat experience was only a side gain and this coast was his real destination all along. As he approaches the water, Towering waves rise and the mountain-sized mystic turtle emerges to block the way. Jiang Yifeng sticks to his prepared pitch, calling the turtle a fellow trap soul of the southern regions and asking for a chance to study the seal formation on the island. The mystic turtle does not make things difficult for him, and Jiang Yifeng finally sets foot on the small island in the endless sea. Inside the island, Jiang Yifeng focuses on the real goal of this deep simulation, pushing his formation Dao as far as possible so he can protect his family, and maybe even crack the southern region seal. 10 years pass, and Jiang Yifeng reaches the level of a 9th grade formation master after long isolated study. But when he examines the sealing formation again, he can only make out a tiny portion of it, and the gap between him and its creator feels almost crushing. He can only sigh and admit that if Bai Moyu ever taught him directly, his progress would explode, but that possibility still feels out of reach. Realizing he will not reach Immortal Formation Master in this run, Jiang Yifeng leaves the endless sea and heads back north. After returning to Green Hills City, he meets his father briefly and leaves behind a storage ring packed with spirit stones, only saying the reason will become clear in a few years. Then Jiang Yifeng heads west to the Forest of 10,000 Swords and walks straight into the killing intent filling the forest. The outer killing intent surges at him immediately, but his existing minor mastery lets him push through the outskirts without much trouble. Deeper inside, the pressure climbs until Jiang Yifeng finally stops at his limit, bloodshot-eyed and dangerously close to losing control. Even so, he smiles when he spots the distant white tiger corpse, because reaching that site proves he finally made it into the forest's true depths. Jiang Yifeng realizes this was only possible because his cultivation is stronger now, and he settles in to temper both his killing intent and his will. 14 years pass in the forest before another figure finally appears, and the newcomer is Wu Yudao. One look at Jiang Yifeng's absurd progress convinces Wu Yudao that he must be some great expert's reincarnation too. So instead of approaching, Wu Yudao cups his hands from afar, identifies himself as the White Tiger, and directly asks which powerful being Jiang Yifeng has reincarnated from. Jiang Yifeng is stunned by the question and honestly explains that his speed came from talent and luck, then tries to ask Wu Yudao for help escaping the southern regions. Wu Yudao flatly refuses to believe that story, snorts that Jiang Yifeng must think him a fool, and backs away instead of helping. Watching him leave, Jiang Yifeng can only sigh at the failed plan and accept that, once again, he will have to rely on himself. He stays and keeps training for another 10 years until his killing intent finally rises from minor mastery to major mastery. That breakthrough makes him hopeful enough to dream about crossing the forest and escaping the southern regions through the west. But the fantasy dies fast when he manages only a dozen more steps before the deeper killing intent crushes his advance again. Realizing this route still will not open in this simulation, Jiang Yifeng leaves the Forest of 10,000 Swords and changes plans again. This time he starts wandering the southern regions without a fixed destination, using the deep simulation to map the land before he makes real moves outside the simulation. By the 37th year, that wandering brings him to Spine Mountain, where he reunites with his father again. Jiang Yifeng sees that the spirit stones worked, because Jiang Fushan is already at the peak of the 8th tribulation and clearly close to his next breakthrough. After staying a few days, Jiang Yifeng warns his father that Senior Lu Wuya's formation at Spine Mountain has problems, and tells him, an old Li, to prepare early. He could stay and patch the formation for another round of Heavenly Thunder, but he refuses to spend this deep simulation on repairs and chooses to press on toward the Desert of Death instead. Jiang Yifeng decides to head for the Desert of Death early because he no longer wants to gamble on the Dragon Tomb collapsing again and trapping him in another void storm. Since his current strength can handle the demonic dragon, he spends the next 3 years crossing nearly every inhabited part of the southern regions and memorizing the whole map. By the 41st year of the deep simulation, Jiang Yifeng knows the underground Heavenly Thunder at Spine Mountain is about to erupt, so he turns back immediately. He arrives just in time to see Lu Wuya's formation collapse and green Heavenly Thunder blast out from beneath Spine Mountain. Because Jiang Yifeng warned them in advance, Old Li and the others are ready and Spine Mountain suffers no casualties. After the reunion, Jiang Yifeng boldly proposes breaking through the Desert of Death, but the whole crowd waits for Jiang Fushan to decide. Jiang Fushan does not oppose him, and with that one silent approval, the entire plan is set in motion. After months of preparation, the group enters the Desert of Death at peak condition and moves toward the dragon's territory. Instead of rushing the demonic dragon with his father, Jiang Yifeng slips into the lair alone and heads straight for the southwest corner. He punches through the hidden spot and exposes the dragon egg he came for. The sight of the egg instantly makes him hungry, but after a quick calculation he decides it is more useful to take it away and cook it later. When the egg slides into his storage ring without resistance, Jiang Yifeng confirms it has not hatched yet and calmly pockets tomorrow's meal. Only after securing the egg does Jiang Yifeng join Jiang Fushan to fight the demonic dragon in earnest. At first they can only suppress it a little, and Jiang Yifeng is forced to admit he had badly overestimated how much he contributed in the earlier simulation. They keep grinding through the fight for 3 days, and Jiang Yifeng's combat instincts finally catch up to his raw strength. By the end of the 3rd day, father and son completely pin the demonic dragon down and push it to the brink of death. Sensing it is finished, the demonic dragon desperately flees back toward its lair, exactly as Jiang Yifeng expected. Half a day later, with the dragon barely alive, Old Li sends word that he has finally found a crack in the formation. That news gives Jiang Yifeng the confidence to throw everything he has into one final punch, even knowing it will leave him helpless. The reason is almost absurdly simple. After all this, he absolutely wants to eat dragon meat. His overloaded silent destruction fist slams into the demonic dragon, and the moment the punch leaves his arm, Jiang Yifeng goes limp in midair. Jiang Fushan catches his falling son before he can crash into the desert below. The demonic dragon lets out one last miserable cry, drops to the sand, twitches a few times, and dies. With their master dead, the other demonic pythons scatter, and for the first time the entire desert battlefield goes quiet. Everyone stares at Jiang Yifeng in disbelief, because the monster they feared most did not fall to Jiang Fushan in the end but to him. Jiang Yifeng ignores the all completely and immediately starts thinking about the best ways to cook the dragon. Too tired to do it himself, he asks Jiang Fushan to butcher the carcass and pack the meat away for him. By twilight, the danger is gone and the Spine Mountain group settles around bonfires in the Desert of Death, finally able to relax. Jiang Yifeng generously has dragon meat shared out to everyone, while he keeps a mountain of roasted meat for himself and devours it without shame. As the meat settles, his exhaustion vanishes and the Taotai divine body starts turning the dragon flesh directly into martial Dao growth. 3 months pass with Jiang Yifeng barely moving from his spot, eating dragon meat almost non-stop. By the time he stops, a several thousand-foot demonic dragon has been reduced to a single leg, and his martial Dao has jumped from 5th level semi-saint to 8th level semi-saint. Once the gains slow down near the dragon's own level, Jiang Yifeng decides he has had enough of dragon meat for now. Then he remembers the dragon egg in his storage ring and immediately brightens at the thought of changing flavors. Half an hour later, the steamed dragon egg is ready, and Jiang Yifeng happily judges it better than the dragon meat. The egg does not boost his cultivation the way he hoped, but for one alarming moment he feels his blood flash gold inside his body. Terrified that Dragon Clan bloodline might be assimilating him, Jiang Yifeng hurriedly checks himself from head to toe. When he finds only normal red blood and no visible change, he finally lets out a relieved breath and decides he is still human. He dusts himself off, walks back to the waiting group, and apologizes for making everyone stay behind so long. Old Li actually found the formation crack 2 months earlier, but nobody wanted to leave without Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan leading the way. With no more reason to delay, Jiang Yifeng calls everyone forward and leads the group to the crack beneath the desert. One after another, the people of Spine Mountain pass through the crack and leave the southern regions behind. At the very end, Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan step forward together to cross last. Then Jiang Yifeng watches in horror as Jiang Fushan's body starts to blur and dissipate instead of passing through the exit. Jiang Fushan looks confused at first, then seems to hear or understand something, and his face turns strangely calm. Before vanishing completely, Jiang Fushan smiles at his son and leaves him only one line, "Fenger, keep going." The sudden loss hits Jiang Yifeng hard, and for a moment he stands there dazed with wet eyes, forcing himself to remember this is only a simulation. Once he steadies himself, Jiang Yifeng realizes something is off, because this time there was no giant hand from the immortal realm forcing his father back. He cannot solve it, but he is sure now that some hidden force is preventing Jiang Fushan from leaving the southern regions at all. With that question burning in the back of his mind, Jiang Yifeng finally steps into the crack alone. The instant he enters the dragon tomb's side, his heart drops as he recognizes the violent spatial chaos ahead as a void storm. He spins around and tries to run back through the crack, but he is already inside the storm and it is far too late. Swept helplessly through the storm, Jiang Yifeng realizes he may be waiting here for death or for the storm itself to end first. Even so, he refuses to waste a moment and starts using the void storm itself to temper his body while he thinks through why the dragon tomb collapsed again without any outside expert interfering. While being shredded by the void storm in the collapsing dragon tomb, Jiang Yifeng finally pieces it together. The space breaks only when both the demonic dragon dies and the dragon egg is gone. That answer steadies him a little, because even if this simulation is ending in disaster, he now knows what mistake to avoid next time. 3 more days pass in the storm, and Jiang Yifeng is pushed to the edge of death with almost nothing left to lose. In one last gamble, he uses the Taotai divine body to devour a huge chunk of the void storm itself. The backlash is instant and brutal, tearing his body apart so badly that only his nascent soul escapes. At the very end, random enlightenment suddenly triggers, and Jiang Yifeng catches a tiny glimpse of the law of wind. But that breakthrough comes too late, and the void storm shreds even his nascent soul. At the instant of his death, a giant eye opens above the case and throws countless powerful beings across multiple realms into alarm. Jiang Yifeng's consciousness appears above the eye, and he realizes his one-time talent eye of the heavens has activated after death. He quickly tests the power and finds he cannot move the eye itself, but he can control where it looks, which is enough for what he wants. So Jiang Yifeng spends his final 3 days sweeping that terrible gaze across the world, trying to see the real state of the 9 mystic realm, the immortal realm, and beyond. When the deep simulation ends, the system offers rewards including Pilled Dao Saint Hand, Divine Dao Cultivation, Formation Mastery, Demonic Dragon Meat, killing intent mastery, and beginner law of wind. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng barely looks at the rewards at first, because what he saw through the eye of the heavens is still hitting him hard. He confirms that Bai Moyu was right. The 9 mystic realm is fractured, and outside the southern regions the war with the immortal realm is still raging. He also learns that the dragon tomb opens toward the northern regions, but that side has already become a dead wasteland without a single visible person. To the west beyond the forest of 10,000 swords, some people of the 9 mystic realm are still desperately holding the line. To the east beyond the Valley of Flames, he confirms an even harsher truth. The eastern regions are gone, severed into what is now more like the Great Wilderness south of the southern regions. That outer Great Wilderness is relatively safer than the other fronts, but even there the fighting has not truly stopped. The farther he looks, the worse it gets, because the immortal realm is not invading one world but many, turning realm after realm into blood-soaked battlefields. Jiang Yifeng cannot measure the true limits of the immortal realm's strength, but what he saw is already enough to crush any illusion that this enemy is small. For a moment he thinks that if many invaded realms united, they might finally become a force strong enough to resist the immortal realm. Then he remembers Bai Moyu's warning that even the 9 mystic realms' own powerhouses betrayed it, and that bitter thought kills his optimism on the spot. He stops chasing big theories after that and returns to the one conclusion he trusts most: only his own strength can carry him. Looking over the reward list, he realizes the deep simulation already gave him the formation mastery, killing intent, and wind law, so the real choices are talent, cultivation, or demonic dragon meat. He had purposely left some demonic dragon meat uneaten in the simulation to test whether it would be worth exchanging in reality, but the price turns out to be absurd. So Jiang Yifeng makes the practical call and chooses Pil Dao Saint Hand together with Divine Dao Cultivation. The system confirms the exchange, and a surge of power flows through him as his cultivation rises again. When the enhancement settles, he is a little disappointed that his martial Dao only climbs 3 minor realms, even if the deeper gains are elsewhere. Still, he quickly admits the real value of this deep simulation was not raw cultivation, but sharper laws, formation skill, a full map of the southern regions, and real battle experience. What matters most to him is the change in his mindset, because after decades inside deep simulation, he no longer thinks only about running when a fight starts. Then he checks his panel and notices a new line that almost offends him on sight. His combat experience is only rated 5 stars out of 10. After all those battles and even killing a demonic dragon, Jiang Yifeng wants to argue with the simulator, then grudgingly lets it go. Once he finishes sorting through everything, the mental exhaustion finally catches him and he drops onto the bed asleep almost instantly. He sleeps for 2 full days, and when he wakes on the 3rd, his body is rested but his old habits from deep simulation are still stuck in place. The moment he steps outside, he casually uses his cultivation to lift into the air, forgetting for one careless second that this is real life, not a simulation. Little Peach and the other servants immediately drop to their knees and blurt out that the young master has become an immortal. Jiang Yifeng slaps his forehead and inwardly curses his own mistake, because showing his cultivation in reality could drag danger onto both himself and the Jiang family. He quickly reminds himself that simulations let him act recklessly, but reality does not, especially when the immortal realm's higher powers might still be watching somewhere he cannot see. For one dark second he even considers silencing the servants, then stops himself because these are his own trusted people and the risk is probably too small to matter. So he turns it into a playful warning instead, telling them to keep his secret unless they want the young master to be in danger. He leaves the matter there, gives up on flying, and heads out on foot to relax at Spring Blossom Pavilion after being cooped up for so long. But when he reaches Spring Blossom Pavilion, the place is closed for renovations, and his small plan for an easy day dies on the spot. He returns home empty-handed, only to stop cold at his own courtyard when a heavy smell of blood hits him. Jiang Yifeng instantly turns alert, not for his own safety but because any fight inside the Jiang family estate could hurt innocent people. His divine sense finds no hidden cultivator, which only makes the scene inside feel stranger. What he does find is far worse than he expected. Little Peach is huddled in a corner with bloody scissors beside the corpses of 2 servants. Before Jiang Yifeng can confront her, Little Peach stares toward his room, crying as she whispers a final goodbye to her young master. Then she lifts the scissors to her own neck. But before she can die, Jiang Yifeng fires a burst of spiritual energy from afar and knocks the weapon from her hands. Jiang Yifeng rushes over to Little Peach and finds her shaken after the servants' deaths. Through tears, Little Peach admits the servants kept talking about how her young master could fly, so she killed them. What really shocks Jiang Yifeng is her next confession. She almost killed herself too, because she was afraid she might blurt out his secret someday. Jiang Yifeng realizes this whole mess came from Little Peach taking his warning far too literally, and he can only feel amused and exasperated. Instead of blaming her, he gently pats her head and tells her he trusts her. Jiang Yifeng calls Jiang Dafu to quietly remove and bury the servants' bodies, and the old butler does not ask questions. After the cleanup, Jiang Yifeng brings Little Peach into his room and starts considering something bigger than punishment. He decides to teach Little Peach cultivation, partly because today proved she is ruthless enough to survive a dangerous world. Jiang Yifeng asks if she is truly willing to cultivate, already convinced from her spiritual aura that she has the talent for it. Little Peach eagerly agrees, delighted that her young master is willing to teach her. Jiang Yifeng does not rush it, and instead warns her about the dangers of cultivation and the threat of the immortal arrival sect. Even after hearing all that, Little Peach still chooses this path, because in her heart she wants to become strong enough to help him. Satisfied, Jiang Yifeng teaches her the devouring spirit art, leaves her spirit stone resources, and hands over his spare breath concealing talisman. With Little Peach settled, Jiang Yifeng turns his attention to the Jiang Mansion itself and starts upgrading its defenses. He is no longer satisfied with the old 8th grade formation and begins building a stronger 9th grade defensive array in case his identity is exposed. He briefly considers teaching his father Jiang Fushan to cultivate too, but gives up on the idea because his father's hidden secrets make that too risky. 7 days pass, and although the new formation is still unfinished, Jiang Yifeng stops because the next simulation matters more right now. Back in his room, Jiang Yifeng activates the simulator and spends a huge amount of origin value on a probabilistic orange talent draw. The simulator gives him an orange talent called Mortal Domain, a dangerous ability that drags both him and his enemy down to the level of mortals. The simulator casually lists a string of realms above Tribulation Crossing, and the sheer scale of the immortal world leaves Jiang Yifeng genuinely unsettled. Thinking of the mystic turtle being forced to guard a seal despite its immense power, Jiang Yifeng feels crushing pressure from the unseen experts above him and vows to stay hidden. Then the simulator gives him a one-time talent called Come Here, which can forcibly drag a named target to his side. When the simulator asks what talent to carry into the run, Jiang Yifeng chooses absolute rationality again because he wants his colder self to judge this new power. Simulation 27 begins, and under absolute rationality he instantly remembers he is inside a simulation and starts analyzing instead of acting. His rational self first studies Come Here and briefly considers using his father to lure down immortal experts, and then dragging Bai Moyu in to take the blow. He rejects that plan almost immediately, because Bai Moyu has seen the heavenly Tao fragments on him before, which means this control talent might fail completely. Even if it worked, he decides using Bai Moyu that way would still be a useless lose-lose move that solves nothing for him. So he decides Come Here is too valuable to waste casually, and should be saved for a truly critical moment. He next evaluates Mortal Domain, and concludes that an orange talent still cannot threaten the top powers of the immortal realm. He even uses Bai Moyu as a benchmark again, and reasons that if orange talents were truly dangerous, Bai Moyu would never have treated him so casually in past simulations. That line of thought pushes him to a harsher conclusion. The immortal powerhouses hunting this world are probably above even Great Principal Golden Immortal. For a moment he wonders whether all these talents are just broken fragments of the 9 mystic realms' heavenly Tao, and whether that is why they can never match those monsters. Then he catches himself overthinking and realizes the simulator's real value is not its talents, but the endless chances it gives him to test paths and grow stronger. With that settled, rational Jiang Yifeng turns back to the past and starts combing through every old simulation for clues his normal self missed. In reality, the watching Jiang Yifeng smugly thinks there is no way he overlooked anything and waits to see absolute rationality embarrass itself. But after a long review, his rational self quietly concludes that he really did miss crucial threads hiding in plain sight. He starts listing the blind spots one by one, beginning with where Jiang Fushan's immortal inheritance came from and who that red-clothed woman crossing tribulation really was. He keeps going, wondering why the demonic dragon had a path to immortality but never took it, and whether the other beast guardians were trapped by similar hidden problems. He also realizes he never truly asked what the immortal realm experts extracted from that dragon, or whether the founder of Heavenly Profound Temple could really have died so simply. By the end, he even questions Bai Roshua's real reason for coming to the southern regions, and with a sigh admits that without absolute rationality he saw many clues but never truly grasped them. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng stares at the simulator's clues with a dark face and realizes he may have missed far more than he wanted to admit. Too stubborn to say he overlooked anything, he mutters that he had already thought of those problems and just never said them out loud. Even while insisting he already knew, Jiang Yifeng still grabs pen and paper and starts copying down every issue the simulator exposed. When he finishes, he smirks at his own notes, like he has just proven a point to nobody but himself. Then the simulator keeps going, and Jiang Yifeng sees his simulated self write more, look up at the sky, and hit 3 separate lines of words that the simulator hides as censored symbols. That repeated censorship finally makes him uneasy, and he starts wondering whether his other self discovered something the simulator does not want him to hear. He remembers that his absolute rationality self also looked up at the sky before warning him, so Jiang Yifeng decides the only way to know is to enter a deep simulation himself. To test the idea without overcommitting, he starts a 1-day deep simulation first. This time the simulator hangs for a full minute before finally responding, which only makes the whole thing feel more suspicious. Once the deduction message finally appears, Jiang Yifeng's consciousness drops into the deep simulation with absolute rationality active again. With that perfectly calm state of mind, he immediately knows entering in person was the right move. He walks straight to the paper left by his earlier simulated self and finds extra lines that the normal text simulation never showed him. Those hidden notes question whether his talent is a fragment of the 9 mystic realms' heavenly Tao and whether the simulator is stealing from that heavenly Tao or working with it. The notes go further, pointing out that the simulator's recent talent rewards have become abnormally strong, as if something is urgently pushing him to grow faster. They even raise the ugly possibilities that the simulator may have self-awareness, that someone could be controlling it, and that Jiang Yifeng himself might just be a puppet or pawn. At the bottom, the warning ends with repeated alert lines, making it clear this was the real message his other self wanted him to see. Even after reading all of that, absolute rationality keeps him ice calm, and he starts sorting which suspicions actually make sense. He reasons that if the simulator truly wanted to hide everything, it could have stopped him from entering the deep simulation in the first place. So for now he concludes the simulator may have a consciousness or a controller, but either way it seems bound by fixed rules it cannot freely break. That thought eases him a little, because if the simulator has rules, then he is not completely helpless against it, even if its real urgency still needs more thought. What still matters most to him is the simulator's urgency, because that suggests some bigger threat is pressing both of them at the same time. Once he decides he and the simulator are at least temporarily on the same side, Jiang Yifeng abruptly shifts gears and decides to take advantage of this chance instead of fleeing from it. He tries to push the opportunity further by asking the simulator to extend the deep simulation from 1 day all the way to 50 years. But the simulator gives him nothing back at all, and the silence makes him wonder whether this is a rule limit or a deliberate refusal. After weighing it, he leans toward the idea that this is probably just a rule he cannot bypass from inside the simulation. Since 1 day is too short to investigate much more, he ends the deep simulation and returns to reality. Back in the real world, the sheer number of risks tied to the simulator finally hits him, and this time the fear is real. He connects the dots and realizes the simulator's recent flood of powerful talents may mean a larger danger is closing in on both him and the simulator itself. With a headache building, he rubs his forehead and forces himself to calm down before making any more moves. In the end, Jiang Yifeng decides not to dive back in right away and chooses to digest what he just learned first. When he keeps reading the simulation afterward, he sees that his simulated self had already left a blunt note for him on the page. Read. That simulated self realizes the real Jiang Yifeng already entered the deep simulation, so he stops worrying about the warning and leaves the final choices to his real self. Inside the simulation, he decides the possible danger from the simulator is not the immediate problem, because right now he has no power to resist it anyway. The truly urgent threat is still the immortal realm, because if anyone in the southern regions ascends, the fallout will drag Jiang Yifeng into disaster whether he wants it or not. Even stopping Jiang Fushan would not solve everything, because the mysterious lady in red could still ascend and he still does not even know who she is. So his simulated self settles on one practical answer: use the simulator as hard as possible, grow faster, and learn everything he can about the southern regions and the immortal realm. The simulator responds with an absurd little thumbs up, and seeing that shameless approval leaves the real Jiang Yifeng completely speechless. But the more he thinks about it, the more he accepts the logic. If he cannot survive the immortal realm crisis, worrying about a possible future trap from the simulator changes nothing. He also remembers that without the simulator he would have died long ago at Yangzuo's hands, so whatever its hidden agenda is, it already gave him a future he never had. That thought lifts his mood fast, and he decides that for now this is still a winning deal no matter what waits later. The simulation moves on, and his other self comes up with several escape plans for the southern regions and ways to avoid heavenly thunder, but leaves the final choice open until the situation is clearer. On the 4th day, he goes to Jiang Fushan and teaches his father the devouring spirit art along with the basics of cultivation. He ends that lesson with one crucial warning: no matter what happens, Jiang Fushan must not cross tribulation and become immortal. His reason is brutally practical. He knows his father will obey, so keeping Jiang Fushan from ascending gives him one reliable backup for the future. On the 5th day, Jiang Yifeng leaves Green Hills City and heads back to the heavenly profound temple ruins in the Evergreen Mountain Range. This time he is not waiting for Bai Ruoxue at all, because he wants to prove the temple was never something she created from nothing. Now that he has reached Tribulation Crossing himself, he knows Bai Ruoxue's old casual gestures should not have been enough to produce a detailed temple out of thin air. He concludes the heavenly profound temple must have already existed underground, and Bai Ruoxue merely pulled it out into view. Because the place was tied to the powerful Bai Moyu, Jiang Yifeng becomes even more convinced the temple is hiding secrets worth finding, so he starts digging in earnest and turns the ruins upside down for half a year. Even after tearing through the ruins 3 feet deep, he still finds nothing, and for the first time his confidence in that theory wavers. He quickly rejects that doubt, though, because Bai Ruoxue's sealed strength and his own eye of insight both say she should not have been able to build that kind of structure herself. That only makes the mystery worse, because a hidden temple that even he cannot detect as a 9th grade formation master must have been concealed by someone terrifyingly strong. He starts suspecting the hand behind it belongs to Bai Ruoxue's senior brother, which makes him even more certain there is a real secret buried here. After that, Jiang Yifeng stops digging blindly and changes tactics, settling near the ruins while acting casual and wandering the area instead. 2 full years pass like that until one day, while cultivating, he suddenly senses someone rushing toward him through the mountains. The timing tells him exactly who it is, and Jiang Yifeng realizes Bai Ruoxue has finally arrived. Instead of moving first, he quietly stays where he is and waits for Bai Ruoxue to come to him. Bai Ruoxue descends at the ruins and spots him from a distance, instantly turning wary. Jiang Yifeng answers that vigilance with a prepared trap, activating a formation talisman and greeting her with a cool line, "I've been waiting for you." Jiang Yifeng springs his trap first, activating a huge 9th grade formation that seals off nearly 100 kilometers and boxes Bai Ruoxue in with him. Bai Ruoxue immediately sees through the setup, and coldly warns that a weakened formation this large will never hold her for long. Jiang Yifeng flatly agrees it cannot trap her forever, but that answer only makes Bai Ruoxue more wary because it means the formation was never the real kill move. His real goal is simple: keep Bai Ruoxue from fleeing for a moment, close the distance she could escape with better movement and formation skill, and force the answer out of her. The fight ends almost as soon as it starts, because Jiang Yifeng's martial Dao and immortal Dao together overwhelm her without suspense. A moment later, Bai Ruoxue is on the ground half dead and under his control, while Jiang Yifeng drops all pretense and starts interrogating her about the heavenly profound temple. Instead of guarding some great secret, Bai Ruoxue looks almost annoyed that she got beaten for this and casually agrees to summon the temple for him. Using a jade token as the key, Bai Ruoxue gestures at the ruins and slowly calls the hidden heavenly profound temple out into the open. Jiang Yifeng watches the summon with narrowed eyes and is unsettled when the temple appears with only a faint tremor in space, no array ripple and no surge of spiritual energy at all. Not liking what he cannot understand, Jiang Yifeng grabs Bai Ruoxue by the throat and demands to know why a hidden temple can appear without any formation fluctuation. Bai Ruoxue explains that the heavenly profound temple was never hidden by a normal formation at all, but tucked inside a Sumeru space that the jade token can unlock. As she elaborates, Jiang Yifeng realizes a Sumeru space can hide an entire place inside something tiny, which explains why he could never locate the temple before even after searching the ruins. That answer only raises the stakes, because Jiang Yifeng now suspects Bai Ruoxue's senior brother was far stronger than the stories around him ever suggested. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Yifeng keeps hold of Bai Ruoxue and leads her straight into the heavenly profound temple to see what is actually inside. Inside, the temple is shockingly bare, with no statues, relics, or offerings at all, only a single sword waiting at the center. Jiang Yifeng steps closer and reads the engraved words on the hilt, and the line sounds like a vow forged for a battle with no retreat. The moment he finishes reading, the sword answers with a hum, and Jiang Yifeng instantly recognizes that this is no ordinary weapon. Bai Ruoxue drops to her knees beside the blade, gently strokes it, and greets Heavenly Profound like an old companion she has not seen in a long time. Watching the sword respond to her, Jiang Yifeng immediately starts eyeing it as the perfect weapon for the sword of killing intent hidden in the war god art. Bai Ruoxue catches that greedy look at once and warns him not to try it, because Heavenly Profound has its own will and even immortals die if they try to force the sword. Right after saying that, Bai Ruoxue's face twists in pain and she collapses into sudden agony, as if something inside her memories has been triggered. Jiang Yifeng instantly remembers a past simulation where Bai Ruoxue suddenly lost her memory, and for a tense moment, he cannot tell why the same thing seems to be happening again. He quickly rules out the most obvious cause, because this time he never pushed into her sealed memories and only asked about the temple she came here to open herself. Before he can solve it, white light spills out of Heavenly Profound and wraps around Bai Ruoxue like a protective cocoon. The pain fades, Bai Ruoxue falls asleep, and a phantom man rises from the sword to stroke her hair with the familiarity of someone who has protected her for a very long time. The spirit softly tells Bai Ruoxue to sleep, and Jiang Yifeng's first guess is sword spirit, but he refuses to trust a convenient answer without proof. To be sure, Jiang Yifeng activates the Eye of Insight on the phantom, gambling that what he could not read from the sword itself might still be visible on the figure that emerged from it. This time the talent works, and the answer hits hard. The phantom is the unrecognized sword spirit of Heavenly Profound, Bai Ruoxue's senior brother, and a fragmented great principal golden immortal. That reveal overturns everything, because if Bai Ruoxue's senior brother is still at a fragmented great principal golden immortal level as a sword spirit, his true peak was far beyond what Jiang Yifeng had prepared for. Jiang Yifeng also realizes he may have walked into a counter trap, because Bai Ruoxue had brought him here far too smoothly if she knew her senior brother was sleeping inside the sword. He keeps piecing it together and finally understands that Bai Ruoxue's warning about not taking the sword was probably not just advice, but the secret trigger that woke Guiqing up. The mistake lands hard on him, and Jiang Yifeng admits to himself that he got careless because old simulation results made him believe nothing in the southern regions could exceed the tribulation level. After laying Bai Ruoxue gently aside, the phantom spirit finally turns on Jiang Yifeng with open killing intent, and the room goes from mystery to execution ground in an instant. Knowing he is outmatched, Jiang Yifeng tries words first and hurriedly asks if there has been some misunderstanding between them. The spirit shuts that down at once, saying Shuer already used the secret language to wake him, which confirms Jiang Yifeng's worst suspicion. Then the phantom merges back into Heavenly Profound, and the sword erupts with such terrifying power that the very sky outside changes color. Jiang Yifeng sees that aura and drops all other ideas, because even before the attack lands he knows there is no way he can win this fight head-on. With no better option, he bets everything on his strongest trump card and activates Mortal Realm, even though he was never sure it would work on a fragmented Great Principal Golden Immortal. The gamble works immediately. Heavenly Profound drops to the floor like dead iron, the phantom is forced back out, and all the terrifying cultivation he radiated disappears at once. Jiang Yifeng finally exhales in relief, but the price is immediate too, because Mortal Realm strips even him down to an ordinary mortal body with no martial Dao, immortal Dao, or divine Dao left to use. Inside the Heavenly Profound Temple, Jiang Yifeng keeps Mortal Realm active and realizes the field is crushing more than cultivation. The Heavenly Profound Sword has turned into plain iron, and Guiqing is starting to fade away. Jiang Yifeng quickly guesses the problem. In a place reduced to mortals, a sword spirit should not be able to exist at all, so Guiqing is being forced out and erased as a soul. Instead of panicking, Guiqing laughs and names Jiang Yifeng's terrifying talent for what it is in the cultivation world: extinguish law. The next second Guiqing's face turns hard, and he starts throwing out hand seals even while his spirit body is collapsing. Ghostly fire rises from Guiqing's fading body, and Jiang Yifeng immediately understands this is a soul-burning technique desperate enough to be dangerous. That attack creates a worse question for Jiang Yifeng. If Mortal Realm can still be bypassed by soul techniques, then this trump card has a deadly flaw. He can only hope Guiqing is breaking the suppression through sheer former strength, because if soul arts naturally slip through extinguish law, Jiang Yifeng knows he could die to the next expert who has them. After finishing the seals, Guiqing gives Jiang Yifeng a stark choice: either they die together, or Bai Ruoxue is released. Jiang Yifeng almost wants to laugh, because Guiqing has finally left him room to talk before blowing everything up. Keeping his face cold, Jiang Yifeng starts his bluff by sneering that men who hide and cling to life have no right to threaten him in the name of justice. In his head, Jiang Yifeng pieces together the chain of clues and bets everything on one read. Guiqing is a stubborn righteous man obsessed with the fate of the 9 mystic realm. He pushes harder and accuses Bai Ruoxue's side of hiding in the southern regions in peace while the 9 mystic realm bleeds elsewhere. Then he twists the knife by saying he only beat Bai Ruoxue because her retreat disgusted him, and that leaving her alive was already mercy. Jiang Yifeng turns back on Guiqing himself and calls him worse: a powerful sword spirit hiding in a forgotten corner instead of cutting down immortal realm enemies. He finishes the performance with full force, declaring that if Guiqing wants mutual destruction then fine, because Jiang Yifeng fears nothing. The bluff lands so well that Guiqing is left stunned, his anger interrupted by doubt. Guiqing starts blaming the wrong person less and himself more, admitting inwardly that Bai Ruoxue was dragged into hiding by Bai Moyu and that outsiders would never know the full story. His thoughts cut deeper when he realizes he may have spent too many years waiting for a perfect master instead of helping the war by choosing someone sooner. At last the soul-burning fire dies down, and Guiqing lowers his head and apologizes to Jiang Yifeng. After a long hesitation, Guiqing even offers what Jiang Yifeng wanted all along. He wants the Heavenly Profound Sword to recognize Jiang Yifeng as its master. Guiqing explains his change of heart plainly. Extinguished law is rare, Jiang Yifeng's age and cultivation are impressive, and the 9 mystic realm cannot afford endless waiting anymore. Jiang Yifeng is delighted inside, because Guiqing has completely fallen for the act and handed over the divine sword on his own. Once Guiqing brings it up himself, Jiang Yifeng accepts without hesitation and completes the bond with the Heavenly Profound Sword. The bond is with the sword itself, not directly with Guiqing, because the sword's spirit is still only one part of the divine blade. As soon as the bond is complete, Guiqing disappears from sight and drops into a deep sleep instead of staying awake at Jiang Yifeng's side. Before fading out, Guiqing leaves one last explanation: he is only a remnant now, and from here on his recovery depends entirely on Jiang Yifeng growing stronger. Jiang Yifeng still has plenty of questions, but Guiqing falls asleep before answering any of them, leaving him mildly frustrated. Then another thought hits him. Guiqing may have pushed this bond partly to save his own life, but Jiang Yifeng decides that does not matter because the Heavenly Profound Sword is his now. He quickly tests the weapon and is struck by its absurd power, because even without sword techniques, a casual swing hits as hard as his full-force silent destruction fist. That simple test teaches Jiang Yifeng just how much a top-tier weapon can change a fight. After searching the empty Heavenly Profound Temple and finding nothing else worth taking, he turns his attention back to the still unconscious Bai Ruoxue. Instead of leaving immediately, Jiang Yifeng sits down nearby and waits for Bai Ruoxue to wake up, because he still wants one useful thing from her. Half a day later, Bai Ruoxue wakes up and immediately stares at Jiang Yifeng in alarm, unable to understand why he is still alive or where the Heavenly Profound Sword went. Jiang Yifeng notices right away that Bai Ruoxue still remembers everything, but he no longer cares about digging information out of her unreliable memories. The only thing he asks for is the Jade Token and the method to use it, the key to opening the Sumeru space and summoning the Heavenly Profound Temple again. Bai Ruoxue thinks the request is strange since the temple has already been summoned once, but she does not argue and hands everything over obediently. She also tells him the method is simple, just pour spiritual energy into the token, and that is all Jiang Yifeng wanted. With the token secured, Jiang Yifeng leaves by Ruoxue behind without another word. He had briefly considered killing her, but not because of mercy does he stop. He decides Bai Ruoxue is more valuable alive. His real plan is simple and ruthless. If Bai Ruoxue wants revenge, she will have to return to the eastern regions, recover her true power, and eventually drag stronger forces into the southern regions. To Jiang Yifeng, sparing Bai Ruoxue could be more useful than killing her, because she and Bai Moyu might become new variables in the southern regions. Because this is only a simulation, Jiang Yifeng is perfectly willing to treat her as a test piece if it means gathering more information for the real world. He also expects to leave the southern regions before any revenge arrives, making Bai Ruoxue's future move someone else's problem anyway. From the Evergreen Mountain range, Jiang Yifeng heads straight for Spine Mountain with a new objective. His sudden arrival at Spine Mountain puts Oldly and the others on edge at once. That tension does not last long, because Jiang Yifeng crushes Oldly in 2 moves and makes it clear he has the upper hand. Once they are forced to listen, Jiang Yifeng explains his purpose clearly. He wants to take the people of Spine Mountain out of the southern regions. Oldly does not believe him at first, still treating Jiang Yifeng as a threat rather than a savior. So Jiang Yifeng makes the choice for them by secretly wrecking the protective formation left by Senior Lu Wuya and triggering it ahead of time. With their shelter broken and the formation prematurely activated, the people of Spine Mountain have no real choice left but to agree to leave the southern regions with Jiang Yifeng. A few days later, Jiang Yifeng leads thousands of Spine Mountain cultivators back toward Green Hill City and personally wipes out every immortal slave that dares appear on the road. He only stays in Green Hill City for 2 days before suddenly ordering a full evacuation, taking Jiang Fushan, Little Peach, and a large group of Jiang family mortals with him. Jiang Fushan clearly does not understand the rush, but he still trusts his son enough not to argue. Once the Jiang family is ready, the strong cultivators of Spine Mountain become unwilling escorts, each carrying mortals as the whole group flies east. More than half a month later, the exhausted procession finally reaches the Valley of Flames, slowed down by the mortals who cannot endure high-speed travel. Everyone turns to Jiang Yifeng, because the cultivators know they cannot cross the Phoenix Fire on their own and want to see whether his confidence was real. Instead of moving right away, Jiang Yifeng quietly scans the crowd with his eyes and very deliberately skips over Jiang Fushan and Little Peach. Then he looks at the valley and silently activates Mortal Domain. The Spine Mountain cultivators panic when their cultivation vanishes in an instant, while Jiang Fushan and Little Peach are the only obvious exceptions still showing spiritual energy. Jiang Yifeng already tested Mortal Domain during his 2 days in Green Hill City, so he knows it locks onto whoever he has seen and strips cultivation the instant someone attacks him. The trapped cultivators quickly realize this has to be Jiang Yifeng's work, because neither Jiang Fushan nor Little Peach was strong enough to pull off something this absurd on their own. Jiang Yifeng just smiles and tells them to look, forcing their attention toward the Valley of Flames. With the domain suppressing even the guardian beast, the phoenix flames gutter out across the entire valley in less than a minute. In the center, the once terrifying phoenix can only hop helplessly like an ordinary bird after losing its cultivation. The Spine Mountain cultivators are shaken, but their relief curdles fast when they realize crossing the valley may cost them their own power. Jiang Yifeng has Little Peach bring out a basin full of black pills and calmly claims these can restore everyone's cultivation. Most of the cultivators brighten at that promise, but a smaller group immediately senses a trap. Jiang Yifeng does not hide the catch at all and bluntly tells them the pills will restore cultivation, while putting their lives under his control. That answer turns the whole crowd hostile, and the resentment in their eyes is impossible to miss. A hot-blooded group refuses the pills and tries to leave on foot as mortals, but Jiang Yifeng immediately signals Little Peach to kill them on the spot. Jiang Yifeng answers that defiance with a casual order, and Little Peach kills the refusers on the spot until the ground is soaked in blood. After that bloody warning, most of Spine Mountain swallows the black pills. Only once they submit does Jiang Yifeng lift Mortal Domain, and the survivors feel their cultivation return at once. They no longer dare hate him openly, because they think the poison in those pills has already put their lives in his hands. The ugly truth is that Jiang Yifeng fed them nothing but black mud pills and is leaning entirely on fear and the shock of Mortal Domain. He knows the trick works because powerless cultivators cannot inspect the pills, and once their strength returns, they will assume the poison is simply too advanced for them to detect. He is willing to risk being exposed anyway, because his real plan is huge, dangerous, and needs a lot of manpower, while the Jiang family mortals remain his backup if things go wrong. Even after subduing Spine Mountain, Jiang Yifeng keeps Mortal Domain active and orders the now powerless group to kill the helpless phoenix. Once the demonic phoenix is butchered, Jiang Yifeng stores all its flesh and blood in his storage ring without wasting a scrap. He still refuses to drop Mortal Domain while the group heads deeper into the valley, so another cultivator has to carry him as he chooses safety over pride. A previous escape route is not enough for him to trust the place, because back then the Calamity Physique had already twisted everything beyond normal. After several more days, the group finally finds a crack in the formation and crosses out of the southern regions. Once they arrive outside, Jiang Yifeng notices Jiang Fushan is gone, and the disappearance confirms his father is hiding far more than he ever says. The Jiang family mortals panic as soon as they realize Jiang Fushan vanished, because to them he was the steady backbone of the whole clan. Jiang Yifeng smooths it over with kind lies and quickly settles the frightened clan before panic can spread further. That calm breaks at once when Old Li and a few Spine Mountain men suddenly launch an ambush against Jiang Yifeng. The instant they attack, Mortal Domain strips them back to ordinary mortals, and their desperate rebellion collapses in one ugly beat. Jiang Yifeng only gives Little Peach one short order, and she cuts Old Li's group down on the spot. Jiang Yifeng understands exactly why they tried it. Once they were safely outside the southern regions, killing the man controlling their lives became the obvious first move. In fact, keeping Mortal Domain active this long was partly bait, because he needed to fish out anyone who would never submit. Only after Old Li's faction is dead does Jiang Yifeng finally release Mortal Domain and take back his own cultivation. He chooses a hidden foothold in the great wilderness and settles everyone there, locking the whole group down while the years begin to pass. In the 4th year of the simulation, Jiang Yifeng orders the cultivators to stay put and focus on cultivation, while Little Peach drills the Jiang family mortals in basic combat. In the 5th year, Jiang Yifeng tries to recreate guns from his previous life's knowledge, but some unseen rule in this world blocks the idea from working. He does manage to make crude explosive packs, though the dense land and space here weaken the blast so much that they only matter on direct contact. Even weak explosives are still a path forward, so Jiang Yifeng puts Little Peach in charge of mass-producing them with the mortals. In the 6th year, Jiang Yifeng digs through alchemy books and pill formulas taken from Spine Mountain and decides it is time to learn pill Dao for real. He knows fake poison cannot scare these people forever, so he sets his sights on refining real control pills instead. For a moment he considers calling his real self into deep simulation to speed things up, but he ultimately refuses to burn precious origin value on it. In reality, that choice suits him fine, because deep simulation is mentally exhausting and he would rather save resources before the simulator upgrades. After a year of self-study, Jiang Yifeng reaches 2nd grade alchemist and finally sees just how terrifying Pill Dao's Saint Hand really is. The next year, random enlightenment suddenly triggers while he is refining pills, and his mind races for half a month at 10 times the usual speed. That short burst is enough to push him from 2nd grade to 3rd grade alchemist. By then he can already make poison pills that control Foundation establishment cultivators, but he knows that level is still nowhere near enough. He keeps grinding for years, and by the 10th year Jiang Yifeng has climbed all the way to 5th grade alchemist. He finally comes out of seclusion with a large stock of real poison pills and forces every Spine Mountain cultivator below spirit transformation to take them. This time the threat is real, because those lower level lives are now genuinely in his hands. He only stops refining because too many years passed without a single fake poison outbreak, and the smarter ones had already started noticing the original lie and slipping away. So Jiang Yifeng secures the low-level majority first and lets the stronger ones run if they must, because for his dangerous long game, sheer numbers still matter most. In the 11th year, Jiang Yifeng sent out the people who had truly swallowed his poison pills to scout the surrounding area for nearby sects, while he stayed behind in seclusion. A year later, Little Peach hurried in with good news. She had broken through to core formation. Jiang Yifeng barely reacted at first, and only gave her a casual bit of praise. But when Little Peach added that she had formed a 10th-grade golden core, his interest snapped awake. That result stunned him, because among the people he knew, only his secretive father Jiang Fushan had cultivated even faster. Then another problem hit him. Little Peach had been cultivating at his base the whole time, so why had her 10th-grade breakthrough caused no visible heavenly phenomenon at all? He clearly remembered that his own and Jiang Fushan's 10th-grade breakthroughs had caused major disturbances before, so he started wondering whether those signs only appeared in the southern regions. To test that doubt, Jiang Yifeng asked Little Peach whether anything strange had happened during her breakthrough. After thinking it over, Little Peach said she had originally aimed for a 9th-grade golden core. She said that in the middle of the breakthrough, she seemed to fall into a dream where the sky changed color and all kinds of strange signs appeared. When she woke up, the dream was over, and she had already completed core formation with a 10th-grade golden core. That answer made Jiang Yifeng murmur to himself that the phenomenon had happened in a dream, and suddenly he looked like he had connected the dots. With a faint smile, he only said that things were getting interesting, leaving Little Peach even more confused. He still refused to explain himself, gave Little Peach some cultivation pills as a reward, and sent her away. Once she was gone, Jiang Yifeng decided the mystery could not be properly investigated in this simulation and returned to cultivation, though the look in his lowered eyes suggested he had ideas he was keeping to himself. Back in reality, the real Jiang Yifeng leaned in eagerly at that word interesting, hoping his absolutely rational simulated self had finally solved something for him. Instead, the simulation just moved on, and Jiang Yifeng slammed the table in frustration because he hated being left with half an answer. After calming down, he stubbornly started retracing the logic himself, convinced his own brain could figure out what the simulated version had meant. He locked onto one line in particular. His simulated self clearly did not think this was a coincidence. His first guess was simple but unsettling. Both Jiang Fushan and Little Peach were absurdly gifted 10th grade talents, and both happened to be right beside him. Then he thought of an even bigger possibility. If Little Peach could reach a 10th grade golden core without public signs, she might be the mysterious lady in red who later crossed tribulation and became an immortal. The more he followed that thread, the more it fit, because open breakthrough phenomena should have exposed her to pursuit by the immortal arrival sect and rescue from people like Oldly. If Little Peach's phenomena were hidden inside a dream instead, then the missing signs and the lady in red mystery both made sense at once. Feeling vindicated, Jiang Yifeng muttered smugly that he was no worse than his simulated self and kept reading. In the 13th year, some of Jiang Yifeng's scouts finally came back from outside with bad news. Many had died, and some others had defected to a sect called Qingyang sect. Jiang Yifeng looked at the returnees with a half-smile, already guessing that they had tried to join Qingyang sect too and only came back because they had been rejected. He was not surprised by the traitors either, because he had already sensed that the poison pills inside some of them had been neutralized. Even so, the mission had worked, because the rejected scouts still brought back the information he wanted about Qingyang sect. They said Qingyang sect was only a third-rate sect on the surface, with its strongest known figure at the 8th layer of Tribulation crossing, and that was enough for Jiang Yifeng to start planning an attack. A month later, he led the Spine Mountain cultivators and the mortals from the Jiang family base toward Qingyang sect. The mortals were not just baggage carriers either, because each one marched with a crossbow and several heavy packs filled with hidden supplies. After reaching a position near Qingyang sect, Jiang Yifeng did not rush in and instead set up concealment and defensive formations to hide the people he brought. Once the hidden position was ready, he went alone to provoke the sect into attacking him. Qingyang sect answered the challenge and sent people after him, but Jiang Yifeng fought just enough to keep them angry while drawing them back toward his trap. When the pursuers reached the hidden formation zone, Jiang Yifeng scanned them, activated Mortal Domain, and shouted for his people to strike. Little Peach immediately led Jiang Yifeng's hidden force out of the formation, and they rushed the now mortal enemies to capture them alive. Jiang Yifeng only executed the Qingyang sect alchemists, and the experts above nascent soul who could not be controlled, then forced poison pills down the throats of the rest. He repeated the same ambush 3 times, and with every round the number of people under his control grew larger. Before long, the combined force of Spine Mountain people and captured Qingyang sect members swelled past 10,000. By then Qingyang sect finally smelled the trap and stopped chasing him no matter how much he provoked them. With the bait no longer working, Jiang Yifeng switched plans and launched a direct assault on the sect. Watching this in reality, Jiang Yifeng was baffled that his absolutely rational self had chosen such a brutal move instead of quietly cultivating. The battle turned costly, because even with Mortal Domain active, Jiang Yifeng's side still took heavy losses. The weakness was obvious. Once Mortal Domain narrowed his vision, enemies outside his notice could avoid being dragged down and attack the weaker people behind him. Most of the hidden experts still chose to attack Jiang Yifeng himself, and instantly became mortals the moment they entered his range. But one old fox aimed past him and wiped out thousands of Jiang Yifeng's people with a single strike before Jiang Yifeng could pull him into the domain too. When the last Qingyang sect high-level members appeared, Jiang Yifeng checked them with Eye of Insight and found they were only peak 9th layer Tribulation crossing cultivators. That made him suspicious, because for a sect in the Great Wilderness, this level of hidden strength felt strangely low. No deeper card ever appeared, and the sect's remaining resistance was crushed or captured. Instead of killing the surrendered higher-ups right away, Jiang Yifeng interrogated them to learn what Qingyang sect was really hiding. Their answer explained everything. Anyone above the immortal realm had already been conscripted to the battlefield, which was why Qingyang sect's remaining foundation stopped at Tribulation Crossing. They added that this was not unique to Qingyang sect, because every 100 years someone from the Great Wilderness battlefield came to inspect the region and take away all cultivators above the immortal realm. That matched what Jiang Yifeng had once glimpsed with Eye of the Heavens, confirming that there really was a distant Great Wilderness battlefield somewhere out there. He had originally come to the Great Wilderness hoping its quieter front would let him approach weaker immortal realm forces and maybe join their side for safety and information. In that plan, crushing local sects like Qingyang sect was supposed to serve as a token of allegiance. But now he realized the battlefield was too isolated for anyone in the immortal realm to even notice it. Even so, he did not regret the attack, because taking Qingyang sect and controlling its people still served his other goals. Once he had the information he wanted, Jiang Yifeng executed every Qingyang sect higher-up who could not be controlled and left the sect grounds running with blood. Afterward, he laid down a 9th grade trapping formation and sealed both the Qingyang sect captives and the Spine Mountain cultivators inside it, because he did not fully trust any of them. He put Little Peach in charge of the enclosure and told her to keep everyone alive and fed for the time being. The reason was simple. After opening Qingyang sect's treasury and seeing the resources inside, Jiang Yifeng decided the next stretch would be his own development phase. As for the mortals, the battle had shown their limits. Homemade explosives were dangerous but clumsy, and without them the mortals were too inexperienced to stand against even suppressed cultivators. So Jiang Yifeng handed the surviving mortals over to Little Peach as well and told her to start teaching them cultivation, since they were the most loyal people he had left. In year 14, Jiang Yifeng shuts himself inside Qingyang's sect and drops pilled Dao for now, pouring everything into immortal Dao cultivation. With Qingyang's sect's treasury feeding him and the Taotai divine body digesting everything fast, his immortal Dao suddenly starts climbing at a speed he has not felt in a long time. By year 16 he reaches the second layer of tribulation, and over the next decade he keeps breaking through until he stands at the seventh layer by year 29. That run finally slows when Qingyang's sect's useful treasury resources are almost emptied out, leaving mostly basic spirit stones behind. When Jiang Yifeng leaves seclusion in year 30, he finds Little Peach has already reached the first level of body integration realm, and even he has to admit her talent is absurdly enviable. He only admires it for a moment though, because in the simulation Little Peach growing stronger just means she can help him more. In year 31, Jiang Yifeng leads his controlled captives out again, this time targeting Xingyue's sect after finding a power map of the Great Wilderness in Xingyang's sect's library. He uses the same old trick as before, crushing Xingyue's sect by forcing the enemy into the mortal state first and letting his captives overwhelm them safely. After the sect falls, Jiang Yifeng checks the treasury, confirms it is full, and locks the captives up again so they cannot scout or slip away. Before going back into seclusion, he gives Little Peach a share of the resources and tells her to cultivate hard but come to him before she tries to become an immortal. Little Peach does not understand the reason, but in her eyes everything came from her young master, so she simply nods and obeys. Back in seclusion, Jiang Yifeng pushes his immortal Dao from the 8th layer in year 34 to the 9th in year 39, and by year 43 he reaches the peak of Tribulation Crossing. He still cannot step into the immortal realm, because his martial Dao is lagging behind at the 8th layer of Semi-Saint. So he switches targets again and devours stored martial treasures until his martial Dao finally reaches peak Semi-Saint in year 60. Now both paths are on the verge of breaking through, yet Jiang Yifeng still refuses to trigger immortality and instead keeps sharpening the War God body and Sword of Killing intent from the War God art. In year 70, Little Peach returns and tells him she has reached the peak of Tribulation Crossing and is ready to cross into immortality. Jiang Yifeng is openly delighted, because this is exactly the moment he has been waiting for, and he immediately tells her to go ahead. A day later, Little Peach succeeds and becomes a mortal immortal without any trouble afterward. That smooth success finally eases Jiang Yifeng's fear that some unseen power might be targeting people from the southern regions the moment they try to become immortals. The truth is ugly but practical. He raised Little Peach fast and held her at the threshold because he wanted a pathfinder before risking himself. Convinced the road is clear, Jiang Yifeng finally starts releasing his cultivation to summon his own immortal tribulation. But as the breakthrough starts, his martial Dao primordial energy and immortal Dao spiritual energy do not just interact, they begin merging into something completely new. Strands of golden chaotic energy are born inside him, and at the same time a cold deadly warning crawls up his spine. As the tribulation clouds thicken, the warning only gets worse until Jiang Yifeng feels with absolute certainty that if he keeps going, he will die. After a frantic inner struggle, he chooses caution over gambling and whispers, "Mortal domain." The moment he turns himself mortal, the heavens lose their target. The tribulation clouds begin to scatter, and the fused energies inside him split apart again. When the danger finally ebbs, Jiang Yifeng stops chasing the answer and decides this failed breakthrough is not fear, just proof that this simulation is not the time to bet his life yet. In year 71, he changes course again and throws himself back into Pill Dao, planning to squeeze value out of all the ordinary herbs left from the sect treasuries. He knows exactly why this matters now. Pills are too useful, whether for strengthening himself or controlling other people. His alchemy rank surges fast, reaching 6th grade in year 73, 7th in year 76, and 8th in year 79. Then the next wall appears, because all the high-grade herbs are gone and 8th grade is as far as his remaining materials can take him. So he repeats the same ruthless pattern once more and loots another sect just to restock his alchemy practice. In year 80 he goes back into alchemy seclusion, and that same year turning 100 finally triggers Late Bloomer, doubling his cultivation efficiency. The boost helps, and by year 82 he reaches 9th grade alchemy, then keeps grinding higher instead of stopping. By year 85 he reaches the peak of 9th grade and can already make semi-finished immortal pills, but the last step into immortal grade alchemy still will not open. Even after turning 110 in year 90 and getting another Late Bloomer boost, he is still stuck at the peak of 9th grade alchemy. He still refuses to quit, trusting heaven rewards diligence to break the wall eventually if he keeps working long enough. In year 100 he turns 120, Late Bloomer activates again with triple cultivation speed, and Jiang Yifeng keeps pushing toward immortal grade alchemy. By year 108, he can feel it at last. An immortal pill is about to be born in the furnace before him. A full day later, the furnace hum deepens and a 7-colored auspicious cloud appears overhead to welcome the birth of the pill. But before that auspicious sign can settle, a blood cloud suddenly drops from the sky and dives straight toward the alchemy room. Jiang Yifeng does not flinch at all and keeps his attention on the furnace fire, waiting for the pill to finish forming. Minutes later the furnace explodes, and a blood-red immortal pill shoots out. The pill shows no lightning tribulation, but it is alive enough to try escaping, and Jiang Yifeng snatches it out of the air before anything goes wrong. Holding the blood-red immortal pill, he finally smiles, because its timing fits perfectly with the next move he has been planning. As soon as the pill is finished, Jiang Yifeng kills all the old captives and destroys their bodies to erase every loose end. Then he leaves with Little Peach, making sure only the two of them still know he was the one behind the slaughter of those sect members. He knows divination might still expose him someday, but he bets these third-rate sects will never be able to afford that kind of expert. In year 109, the two of them hide themselves on a small remote mountain and settle into fresh seclusion. In year 110, an old man suddenly appears at their hidden retreat carrying an array disc, and Jiang Yifeng immediately probes him with Eye of Insight. The result names him Xiao Siyuan, a Supreme Unity Golden Immortal and Logistics Coordinator for the Great Wilderness Battlefield in the Nine Mystic Realm. Jiang Yifeng realizes the person he had been waiting for has finally arrived, because he already guessed the battlefield must have a way to track down every immortal in the region. He had even expected worse than a polite visit, assuming battlefield personnel would eventually seize any immortal who refused to cooperate. Xiao Siyuan ignores Jiang Yifeng completely and looks straight at Little Peach, telling her that since she has entered the immortal realm, she must go with him to the Great Wilderness Battlefield. He does not care whether she comes from a sect or is a rogue cultivator, and he does not bother asking her background at all. Little Peach does not answer him right away, and even though her cultivation now surpasses Jiang Yifeng's, she still turns to look at him for the decision. Only now does Xiao Siyuan finally look at Jiang Yifeng, and Jiang Yifeng calmly says he wants to go to the Great Wilderness Battlefield too. After sensing Jiang Yifeng is already at peak 9th level Tribulation Crossing, Xiao Siyuan does not refuse him outright. Even so, Xiao Siyuan still asks Little Peach whether she wants to bring Jiang Yifeng along, making it clear he barely counts Jiang Yifeng in the decision. Little Peach immediately agrees, because if Jiang Yifeng wants to go, she wants to stay with him. Xiao Siyuan warns Jiang Yifeng that on the battlefield even peak Tribulation Crossing cannot hide in the rear, and if he dies, no one will take responsibility. That warning rattles Little Peach, and she quietly wishes Jiang Yifeng would stay behind. Jiang Yifeng refuses to back down, so Little Peach can only agree and silently decides she will protect him no matter what. After some preparations, Xiao Siyuan takes Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach away, but not straight to the front. For days, Xiao Siyuan keeps traveling across the Great Wilderness and adds 1 or 2 more companions at each stop. Jiang Yifeng quietly sizes up the newly recruited mortal immortals, and his Eye of Insight tells him these so-called recent breakthroughs are actually all extremely old. The youngest recruit Jiang Yifeng checks is still over 2,000 years old, yet the others treat him like the greatest chosen the Great Wilderness has produced in nearly 10,000 years. That comparison makes Jiang Yifeng realize he is already a genius among geniuses, while people like his father and Little Peach are closer to monsters than ordinary chosen. 3 months pass, and Xiao Siyuan's collection team has grown to more than 30 people. Looking at his immortal seeking formation disc, Xiao Siyuan sighs that every cycle brings back fewer people than before. He stops searching and starts leading the whole group back. After several more teleportations, they arrive outside an ancient ruined palace covered in old bloodstains. While the others excitedly discuss the place, Jiang Yifeng quietly marks another teleport location on his own map. He has been memorizing every hidden teleport route on the way, because without advanced knowledge these arrays would be nearly impossible to find. Xiao Siyuan notices exactly what Jiang Yifeng is doing, but he lets it happen because he thinks escape is just a foolish fantasy. To Xiao Siyuan, the battlefield has only 2 exits, victory or death, and logistics people like him are the rare exception. After a short stop, the group teleports again, and this jump takes noticeably longer than the others. When Jiang Yifeng reappears, the first thing that hits him is the thick smell of blood. He looks up and sees a blood-soaked land under a sun so red it feels like the sky itself has joined the war. Rows of military camps spread out nearby, confirming the group has finally reached the real front line. Before Jiang Yifeng can take it all in, a war horn suddenly blasts through the camp. Soldiers immediately fly out from the camps, form ranks in the air, and rush toward battle with brutal efficiency. Using the Eye of Insight, Jiang Yifeng sees that these so-called regular soldiers are all mortal immortals, with many even higher than that. That sight shocks him a little, because outside this place a mortal immortal would be an ancestor-level figure, but here they are just foot soldiers. Now he fully understands Xiao Siyuan's warning. On this battlefield, someone at peak Tribulation Crossing really does look like a dead man walking. Half a month passes on the Great Wilderness Battlefield, and Jiang Yifeng still has not been sent on any official mission. During that time, he learns the battlefield rule that whenever a camp's horn sounds, that camp must go fight. Outside of those forced calls, the battlefield is strangely loose, because these are cultivators, not a mortal army under constant drill. Some people chase military merit by taking small side missions to strike immortal realm positions. Others choose the safer path and hide away to cultivate whenever they are not forced into battle. No matter which path they pick, everyone here is really chasing the same thing, staying alive. After figuring out the rules, Jiang Yifeng decides to start with a small mission so he can test the battlefield without diving straight into the worst of it. But because he is only at peak Tribulation Crossing, no normal team is willing to take him. Since these missions cannot be done solo, Jiang Yifeng ends up taking a 5-person assignment with only Little Peach joining him. It only works because Little Peach has recently broken through to the Earth Immortal Realm, giving their tiny team enough weight to pass. With the mission map in hand, the two of them leave the camp and head for the target. 3 days later, they reach the destination and Jiang Yifeng immediately activates Mortal Domain. With the enemies dragged down, Little Peach cleanly kills 4 mortal immortals before they can turn the fight around. Jiang Yifeng deliberately leaves the last mortal immortal alive and tells Little Peach to stand back and watch. Then Jiang Yifeng drops Mortal Domain, because he wants to test himself against the real mortal immortal while still only in Tribulation Crossing. Coming to the battlefield was never just about survival for him. He wants real combat experience before the even greater crisis he senses in his future immortal tribulation. His goal is bold but not reckless: learn to fight immortals as immortal, while keeping Little Peach nearby in case the test goes wrong. The moment his cultivation returns, the Immortal Realm cultivator tries to flee instead of fight. Little Peach instantly slaps him back and warns that running means death, but beating Jiang Yifeng could still let him live. Clinging to that tiny hope, the enemy roars and charges straight at Jiang Yifeng. A full day passes, and their duel is still going, because Jiang Yifeng turns out to be far tougher than the mortal immortal expected. The enemy had thought a peak tribulation crossing cultivator would be easy prey, but Jiang Yifeng's calm decisions keep ruining every opening. Jiang Yifeng uses the law of wind to stay mobile and slips in counterattacks with the law of thunder, the true meaning of the killing Dao, and the silent destruction fist. Even when he cannot fully dodge a wide attack, he avoids the killing blow and tanks the rest with his unusually tough body. To the Immortal Realm fighter, it feels insane, because Jiang Yifeng already carries pieces of what should make mortal immortals superior in the first place. By now Jiang Yifeng gets the answer he wanted. His overall combat strength is not actually below an ordinary mortal immortal, and may even be slightly higher. Once he understands that much, Jiang Yifeng stops holding back and softly calls for the Heavenly Profound Sword. The sword has never tasted blood since he obtained it, and the moment it appears, Jiang Yifeng feels an intense killing intent aimed only at the Immortal Clan enemy. Jiang Yifeng realizes this hatred likely comes from Guiqing, because even sleeping inside the sword's spirit, Guiqing still carries old enmity toward the Immortal Realm. Under that killing intent, the Immortal Realm mortal immortal's face changes completely, because he can feel that staying here means death. He turns and runs at once, deciding the sword is even scarier than Little Peach's earlier threat. Jiang Yifeng only chuckles, strokes the blade, and uses a still unfamiliar sword move fueled by the true meaning of the killing Dao. As his killing intent merges into the technique, the Heavenly Profound Sword turns from snow white to blood red. A blood-colored sword she tears after the fleeing enemy and pierces straight through him. The mortal immortal from the Immortal Realm explodes into a pool of blood, leaving nothing behind. Looking at the sword afterward, Jiang Yifeng realizes he can be far bolder against the Immortal Clan than he thought. He had expected the Heavenly Profound Sword to strengthen him, but not to act like a brutal counter-weapon that does massive extra damage to Immortal Realm enemies. After cleaning up the battlefield, Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach return toward the 9 Mystic Realm camp with fresh military merit. Jiang Yifeng hands all of the military merit to Little Peach so she can exchange it for resources and push her realm up faster. He even gives her the rest of his own resources, and though she resists at first, he insists until she accepts. That only makes Little Peach train harder, because now she feels even more strongly that she cannot fail him and must become strong enough to protect him. While Little Peach goes into seclusion, Jiang Yifeng keeps drilling his combat techniques and working on his laws by himself. By the 120th year, he is standing alone in the camp training ground feeling genuinely helpless about how little he has progressed. 10 years of effort have barely pushed the War God body and the killing intent sword technique to entry level. His law comprehension is even worse, because without outside resources he cannot properly use the Tao Tai divine body to speed it up. Even with late bloomer and heaven rewards diligence helping him, the gains feel almost invisible. That is when a grim thought hits him. Maybe leaving the southern regions was actually a mistake. Back there, he at least had good resource points for killing intent, thunder law, and even fire law cultivation, but out here his growth is crawling. The moment that thought appears, Jiang Yifeng frowns hard and starts to suspect this cannot be another coincidence. While reading the simulation, Jiang Yifeng sees a chilling possibility. The hidden resource points in the southern regions may have been prepared for him all along. That idea leads to something worse, because in all his simulations, he was the only one who ever used those resources. He realizes that if someone really arranged those opportunities for him, then that person may also know about the simulator itself. Jiang Yifeng's thoughts spiral from there, wondering whether some powerful figure is being guided by the simulator, or whether an even higher hand is directing both of them. After struggling with it for a long time, he can only laugh bitterly and admit the truth to himself. He was already a piece on the board, he just noticed too late. The simulation keeps pushing the idea further, suggesting that the southern region scheme may have included him from the very beginning. He even starts questioning Bai Moyu's old words about powerful beings fighting over heavenly Dao fragments, wondering if that information was aimed at him on purpose. Another doubt follows right behind it, because if those immortal powers only wanted to seize heavenly Dao fragments, then the whole great wilderness battlefield makes less and less sense. To him, it would be far simpler for those higher powers to crush the 9 Mystic Realm directly, or reshape more regions the way they did in the southern regions. That makes Bai Moyu's supposed self-talk feel suspicious too, and Jiang Yifeng starts to fear that even the simulator's hints may have been feeding him a false picture. Once he accepts that possibility, the real danger becomes obvious. If powerful beings know about the simulator, then they may have been watching his growth the whole time. He can only hope that such a watcher is more likely an ally than an enemy, because an outright enemy probably would not have left him so much time to develop. Even so, he refuses to trust that hope, and lands on the only conclusion that matters to him now. He has to get stronger, fast. Whether the hidden hand is ally or enemy, he knows strength is the only thing that can keep him useful, protected, or alive long enough to resist. In the simulation, he looks up and finally accepts the fight, muttering that he has been inside the game from the start, and can only survive by struggling harder. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng understands that those words were really aimed at him. He is not shocked by the idea of being used, because he made peace with that risk a long time ago as long as he could stay alive. What really bothers him is something much simpler and much more personal. Can he still hide and live the quiet life he actually wants? Then his eyes suddenly light up, because he realizes the simulation's warning may only apply inside the simulation, not in reality. That one distinction pulls him back from despair, and his mood instantly improves as he decides he can still keep a low profile in the real world. Satisfied with that answer, he keeps reading, and the simulation jumps back to the great wilderness battlefield. In the simulation, he stops cultivating by the usual safe routine and walks alone out of the 9 Mystic Realm military camp. Almost nobody does this, because the land outside the camp is a real hunting ground where Immortal Realm forces kill 9 Mystic Realm cultivators on sight. Jiang Yifeng goes out anyway because he wants the Immortal clan to come after him, not for merit, but for brutal combat training. He targets life and death fights on purpose, because his killing intent sword art and war god body only grow when he is pushed to the edge. He already knows safe methods will not work, since Mortal Domain and Little Peach's protection remove the real danger those techniques need. So once he decides the usual path is too slow, Jiang Yifeng embraces the risk and chooses battle as his only way forward. Over the next year, small Immortal Clan squads find him twice, and both times they underestimate a mere peak tribulation crossing cultivator. Jiang Yifeng kills both squads without even drawing the heavenly profound sword, because easy wins would not help his body training. The pattern continues year after year, with more squads appearing as he pushes farther from the camp and deeper into danger. By then, his days have turned into a harsh cycle of fighting, collapsing, recovering, and walking straight back into another battle. He takes plenty of real injuries too, because he keeps fighting stronger enemies and multiple opponents at once instead of relying on his safest trump cards. After years of this, Jiang Yifeng finally masters the basics of the war god body in year 125. Only then does he grasp what makes the technique terrifying. It does almost nothing in calm training, but in a real fight it makes him stronger the more battered he becomes. The closer he gets to death, the harder the war god body drives him forward, turning desperate damage into a savage comeback boost. That discovery makes him think of Wu Yu Dao again, because a technique this violent and effective fits the White Tiger's battle style almost too well. He even starts to suspect the war god body may be a secret White Tiger clan art rather than something Wu Yu Dao could have possessed on his own. Still, he does not dig deeper, because whatever secrets the White Tiger line carries, they are not his immediate problem on this battlefield. Years pass again, and by year 138 his long hunt finally draws the kind of opponent he was waiting for, an Immortal Clan squad led by an Earth Immortal. The Earth Immortal makes the same mistake as the others and casually sends Mortal Immortals to handle him first. Jiang Yifeng kills those subordinates outright, forcing the Earth Immortal to step in personally. He does not run, because after decades of battle he knows ordinary Mortal Immortals are no longer enough to test him. But he also knows an Earth Immortal is different, so this time he immediately draws the Heavenly Profound Sword. The opening strike catches the Earth Immortal off guard and wounds him, proving the sword's bonus damage against the Immortal Clan is still decisive. That advantage does not last, because the Earth Immortal quickly adapts and the realm gap starts crushing Jiang Yifeng in return. Jiang Yifeng's injuries pile up fast, but that is exactly when the war god body begins to show its real value. Instead of fading, he gets stronger as the fight gets uglier, and the Earth Immortal is visibly shaken by that brutal reversal. Realizing he may lose control of the fight, the Earth Immortal shamelessly throws a reinforcement talisman into the sky. Jiang Yifeng recognizes it at once, because he has seen the Immortal Clan use that signal before and knows exactly what it means. In his earlier battles he could always stop that signal in time, but against an Earth Immortal he is just a step too slow. Once the talisman detonates, Jiang Yifeng immediately decides he has to retreat, because he cannot kill this enemy quickly enough before stronger help arrives. To him, this is no longer the kind of near-death struggle that sharpens skill, but the kind that turns into pointless suicide. The problem is that retreat is not easy either, because the Earth Immortal sticks to him tightly and refuses to let him break away. A full day of fighting drags by like that, and when the reinforcements finally arrive, the battlefield instantly becomes a death trap. More than a dozen Earth Immortals appear, along with a Heaven Immortal, and Jiang Yifeng knows he cannot face that force head-on. So he plays his biggest battlefield trump card and unleashes Mortal Domain on everyone at once. The Immortal clan is startled for a moment, then realizes Jiang Yifeng has reduced himself to Immortal too, and their fear turns into vicious confidence. Outnumbered as an ordinary mortal, Jiang Yifeng is beaten terribly and driven right to the edge of death. Even in that state, he stays calm and weighs whether to burn another one-time talent to survive. He decides against using Come At Me here, because wasting that card now feels worse than gambling on a sharper opening. Instead, he fixes his attention on the Heaven Immortal and waits for the exact moment that enemy commits to a killing strike. The Heaven Immortal drives a weapon into Jiang Yifeng's body, certain the fight is already over. But the instant that weapon is pulled back out, Jiang Yifeng silently cancels Mortal Domain. His cultivation returns in a flash, stunning the entire Immortal clan line before they can react. Jiang Yifeng seizes that single opening and drives his sword straight through the Heaven Immortal's forehead. Jiang Yifeng's surprise strike lands perfectly and shatters the Immortal clan Heaven Immortal's primordial spirit on the spot. The dying Heaven Immortal tries to blow himself up and drag Jiang Yifeng down with him. But Jiang Yifeng was already waiting for that move, and he activates Mortal Domain before the explosion can happen, stripping everyone nearby back to mortal level. With no cultivation left and no way to explode, the Heaven Immortal can only glare at Jiang Yifeng one last time before dying silently. Jiang Yifeng had planned for more than a self-destruct too, because once that one strike was done, the other Immortal clan experts could have swarmed him. He knew making everyone mortal was his only real way to stay alive, because even without cultivation, his Imu divine body still let him endure more than they could. The surviving Immortal clan members are terrified by what they just saw, and even as mortals they still do not dare rush him. Jiang Yifeng quietly admits to himself that this kind of ambush only works once, which is exactly why he spent it on the Heaven Immortal. Under normal conditions he could never kill a prepared Heaven Immortal head-on, so this victory only happened because his ambush hit before the enemy could defend himself. His miserable condition had also pushed the war god body into blood rage, turning that one sword strike far deadlier than usual. Once the standoff settles, Jiang Yifeng stops caring about the others and calmly starts recovering right in front of them. He even falls asleep in plain sight, and that fake-looking calm makes the Immortal clan even more miserable. They start suspecting every moment is a trap, so they either dare attack nor dare relax. In the end the group chooses the only option left, and runs across the great wilderness battlefield as a pack of frightened mortals. Jiang Yifeng never means to let them escape, because if the Immortal clan learns about Mortal Domain, his advantage is gone. So instead of striking right away, he keeps stalking them close enough to keep them scared and constantly alert. Days pass, and Jiang Yifeng lives surprisingly comfortably while his prey gets worn down by hunger, fear, and lack of sleep. Because they have too many mouths to feed and cannot split up without inviting an ambush, Jiang Yifeng's harassment turns into slow torture. A few days later they already look half broken, with sunken faces and thick dark circles from never eating or sleeping properly. By choosing to run at the start, they threw away their best chance, and now Jiang Yifeng is recovering while the Immortal clan group only gets weaker. Over the next 3 months, Jiang Yifeng drags nearly all of the dozen Earth Immortals to death through exhaustion alone. When only one Earth Immortal is left, Jiang Yifeng finally decides to fight him directly and use the battle as training. But that last survivor has already lost his nerve, and the moment his cultivation returns, he turns and runs instead of fighting. Jiang Yifeng cannot force a real duel, so he shuts the fight back down with Mortal Domain and kills the man anyway. After the months-long battle finally ends, Jiang Yifeng retreats into a cave to digest everything he learned. The result is solid progress. His combat experience rises sharply, and his war god body reaches minor achievement. The only thing that still refuses to move is the sword of killing intent. After thinking it through, he realizes the problem is simple. That sword art needs accumulated emotion, and absolute rationality keeps his heart too calm for it. Several years flash by, and by the 145th year of the simulation Jiang Yifeng can already kill Earth Immortal experts on his own more than once. Even with the heavenly profound sword helping him, that still means his real combat power has climbed to the level of an ordinary Earth Immortal. But his growth slows down again, because Earth Immortal fights no longer push him to that near-death edge his war god body needs. If he wants another leap forward, he has to challenge Heaven Immortal opponents next. The problem is that outside of one perfect ambush, he knows he still cannot truly fight a Heaven Immortal head-on. He sees only 2 paths left, and both are ugly: somehow strengthen his laws, or push the war god body even further. Strengthening laws looks even harder, because law comprehension should belong to immortals, and the special resources that helped him before do not exist here. He even tries feeding Immortal clan cultivators to the Taotai divine body, but this time it gives him nothing back. With no quick way forward, Jiang Yifeng returns to the 9 Mystic Realm camp and goes back to steady cultivation. By the 150th year, that steady training still has not produced any major breakthrough. In the 170th year, a mournful horn cuts through camp as an old expedition team finally returns from the Rio front lines. Jiang Yifeng recognizes them as the force he saw decades ago leaving with thousands of immortals, and now only a few dozen have survived. That homecoming shows him just how brutal the true battlefield is compared to the smaller missions he has been taking. Even so, he does not get sentimental about it, because all he wants from this battlefield is a way to grow stronger. In the 200th year, the deployment horn sounds for his camp, and this time Jiang Yifeng is actually eager to answer it. He is not chasing battlefield glory, he is chasing the higher-ups of the Nine Mystic Realm, because after all this time none of them have appeared on their own. By the 210th year, the war against the Immortal Realm has been grinding on for years, and both sides have been taking brutal losses. When the campaign finally ends, Jiang Yifeng's side wins a miserable, costly victory, and he comes out of it alive. His survival is not just luck either, because in secret he used mortal domain several times to let 9 Mystic Realm soldiers kill enemies who should have been stronger. He does it on purpose to be noticed by someone important, not by the ordinary soldiers who never realize what really happened. A few days after the army returns in triumph and the survivors collect their military merits, Jiang Yifeng still does not get the meeting he wanted. Then one night, after a month of waiting, a stranger appears out of thin air inside Jiang Yifeng's tent. The visitor says nothing at first and just studies him, but Jiang Yifeng stays perfectly calm. Jiang Yifeng immediately checks him with the eye of insight and finally sees the fish he was trying to hook. Lu Xianqing seems to sense that probing glance, and his curiosity toward Jiang Yifeng deepens instead of fading. After a long pause, Lu Xianqing asks whether the power Jiang Yifeng used on the battlefield was extinguish law. Jiang Yifeng admits it without dodging, because Guiqing had already told him cultivators would read mortal domain as extinguish law. Lu Xianqing does not chase that topic, and instead bluntly asks whether Jiang Yifeng arranged all of this to lure him here. Jiang Yifeng is not rattled by being seen through, because this meeting was the whole point from the start. So he states his real offer outright: protect me while I cross the tribulation and become an immortal, and in return I will work for you. He even adds that if needed, he can use extinguished law to help the 9 Mystic Realm win on the Great Wilderness battlefield. Lu Xianqing answers with a cold sneer, calling the proposal naive because a local victory here would only make the Immortal Realm send even stronger forces. Jiang Yifeng drops the act and bluntly asks Lu Xianqing what it would take to earn his help. He looks honest on the surface, but Jiang Yifeng is gambling on the fact that the 9 Mystic Realm's righteous side will not ignore one of its chosen. After a long look, Lu Xianqing suddenly laughs and agrees to protect Jiang Yifeng because he is a chosen of the 9 Mystic Realm. The two settle on a clear plan. 1 year from now, when Jiang Yifeng breaks through to immortality, Lu Xianqing will personally stand guard. Before leaving, Lu Xianqing warns him not to be so cunning next time and says sincerity is more likable. Jiang Yifeng does not argue, but inwardly thinks that without a little cunning, he never would have gotten this meeting at all. With the deal secured, Jiang Yifeng stops cultivating and starts preparing for the breakthrough a full year in advance. For the next few months, he writes things down every single day, preparing for the worst even with a great principal golden immortal backing him. Months later he finally stops, looks up, and tells his real-world self to enter a 2-month deep simulation. In the real world, Jiang Yifeng immediately realizes the message was meant for him and understands his simulated self is gathering emergency information. He does not hesitate, and starts a 2-month deep simulation to read everything his simulated self left behind. Once inside, he ignores everything else, grabs the thick notebook beside him, and starts cramming months of notes at full speed. 2 months pass in a blur, and when the deep simulation ends, Jiang Yifeng comes back carrying a huge load of new information. The notes give him the teleportation coordinates to the Great Wilderness battlefield, cultivation experience, and many unfamiliar pill recipes. None of it boosts his power on the spot, but it will save him time later, and he decides that is worth more than spending origin values carelessly now. He returns to the simulation flow, does nothing flashy, and simply waits for Lu Xianqing to show up at the promised time. Another 2 months pass, and instead of Lu Xianqing, Little Peach is the first one to emerge from seclusion. Jiang Yifeng had originally trained Little Peach as a backup protector, but that plan mattered less after he secured Lu Xuanqing's promise. Even so, he uses the eye of insight on her and finds that Little Peach has already reached the true immortal realm after only 100 years of seclusion. That pace would shock anyone else, but Jiang Yifeng only sees it as proof that her talent really is absurdly high. For a moment he hopes she might grow into an even more unbelievable safeguard before his tribulation, but he quickly shuts down the fantasy and sticks to reality. In the 211th year, Lu Xianqing finally arrives at Jiang Yifeng's camp and asks only one thing: "Are you ready?" Once Jiang Yifeng confirms it, Lu Xianqing immediately takes him away because a tribulation like this cannot be faced inside the camp. As they leave, Little Peach seems to sense something important and rushes after them. They reach a deserted stretch of the Great Wilderness battlefield, and Lu Xianqing gives Jiang Yifeng a quiet nod to begin. Jiang Yifeng unleashes his cultivation, pulling spiritual energy and primordial energy into motion until both start boiling and rising together. Inside him, the two energies begin merging again into golden chaotic energy, and his aura climbs fast enough to stir the sky. Tribulation clouds gather overhead, thunder starts to rumble, and the old feeling of dread suddenly returns to his chest. The warning is so strong that Jiang Yifeng briefly wonders if even Lu Xuanqing's protection still will not be enough. He still refuses to stop and decides to push forward, because this is the only way to learn whether the danger is the tribulation itself or an attack from outside. The first purple gold tribulation lightning slams down, and Jiang Yifeng instantly senses that it carries only a trace of the threat he has been waiting for. Watching from the side, Lu Xianqing turns grave when he recognizes chaotic energy inside the lightning and realizes this is chaotic tribulation lightning, not the 9 mystic realms' normal heavenly tribulation. He understands at once how bad that is. Normal immortals face blue lightning, chosen may draw stronger purple lightning, but chaotic tribulation belongs to monster-level geniuses and kills most of the people who force it down. Lu Xianqing bitterly concludes that he cannot help Jiang Yifeng against this kind of tribulation and mistakenly assumes this was the crisis Jiang Yifeng wanted protection from. Jiang Yifeng, however, knows this lightning is not the real problem, and he starts weighing how to use it to strengthen himself before the true danger appears. He rejects devouring it with the Taotai Divine Body and also passes on simply tanking it with Imu Divine Body. Instead, he chooses War God Body and charges straight into the chaotic tribulation lightning so the injuries will sharpen his combat state. Bolt after bolt comes down over the next long stretch, and Jiang Yifeng keeps smashing through them while blood marks spread across his body. Dozens of strikes later, he is badly hurt but satisfied, because the damage has pushed War God Body to its best possible buff without breaking his endurance. For the first time, he feels he has reached the absolute limit of his combat power, and thinks that even a heaven immortal would be worth facing head-on now. Even so, he does not know if raw strength will matter against what is coming, but he refuses to waste any chance to raise his odds. Another chaotic bolt falls, and just before he meets it, that heart-stopping dread surges again. He flicks a glance at Lu Xianqing and sees no movement, which makes him wonder if the source of the fear might really be the lightning after all. He clashes with the next bolt, and takes it without major new damage, but his unease still does not make sense. At the same time, the fusion inside him reaches its final stage, and Jiang Yifeng feels he only needs 5 more minutes to fully convert everything into golden chaotic energy and complete the breakthrough. That brief hope vanishes when the blood-red sky suddenly darkens as if something enormous has covered the light. A gigantic phantom appears in the sky, staring directly at Jiang Yifeng like it has found a priceless target. Jiang Yifeng's dread finally peaks, and he knows the real crisis has arrived. Lu Xianqing bitterly realizes Jiang Yifeng is trusting the wrong person, but he still steps up and tries to stop the disaster himself. With his silver spear in hand, Lu Xianqing's aura sharpens and he charges straight at the giant shadow anyway. Jiang Yifeng can only watch grimly, because his eye of insight already told him this monster is far beyond anything he can properly read. Jiang Yifeng quickly judges that Immortal 13 is at least half-step great power, maybe even Saint Realm, and that makes Lu Xianqing's attack look completely doomed. The answer comes instantly when Immortal 13 casually swats Lu Xianqing aside, exploding his body into blood mist and leaving only his escaping primordial spirit. After that casual kill, Immortal 13 does not press the attack and only keeps staring at Jiang Yifeng as if he is waiting for something. Not knowing what the giant wants, Jiang Yifeng weighs 2 bad choices: wait and die, or cut off his tribulation and force a new play with mortal domain. He finally commits to the worst backup plan he prepared long ago, because even a miserable gamble is better than waiting helplessly. Instead of targeting Bai Moyu this time, Jiang Yifeng activates Come At Me on Shen Wutian. Immortal 13 notices the spatial ripples, understands he could stop them, and still lets the summoning happen with a curious grin. A black-clad Shen Wutian appears right in front of Jiang Yifeng, close enough to be dangerous before either of them can react. Shen Wutian is briefly confused about being dragged out of his ancient ruin, but seeing Jiang Yifeng first makes him relax and lower his guard. Then Shen Wutian realizes Jiang Yifeng is cultivating the divine Tao, and his confusion flips into greedy excitement at this sudden windfall. Knowing Shen Wutian will lose himself once he leaves the relic, Jiang Yifeng points him toward the sky before that chance disappears. The moment Shen Wutian sees Immortal 13, his face goes pale and the old external control starts swallowing his mind again. Before that control fully takes over, Shen Wutian lunges for Jiang Yifeng exactly as Jiang Yifeng hoped he would. Jiang Yifeng smiles and swallows the blood-colored immortal pill he prepared for this exact moment, a forbidden safeguard for his soul after devouring. That crude but ruthless pill can keep his primordial spirit alive for 3 days if it is devoured, turning even failure into a chance to learn something. His real plan is brutal but simple: force Man and Shen Wutian to clash with the giant who wants him, and use the chaos to expose the truth. Jiang Yifeng stares up at Immortal 13 and waits to see how this hidden schemer will respond. Immortal 13 finally snaps and orders Shen Wutian to stop, because he now sees this madman is about to ruin everything he wanted from Jiang Yifeng. Shen Wutian refuses to listen, because devouring Jiang Yifeng and breaking through is his only shot at escaping the Immortal Realm's control. Immortal 13 realizes too late that Jiang Yifeng's chaotic tribulation and heavenly Tao fragments were the real prize, and Shen Wutian is about to wreck that harvest. He also knows that if he fights Shen Wutian seriously, even the tribulation itself will be forced to retreat, and Jiang Yifeng's chance will collapse anyway. Even so, Immortal 13 has no choice but to attack, and Shen Wutian takes the hit just long enough to reach Jiang Yifeng. With one palm, Shen Wutian tears through Jiang Yifeng's qi, grabs his nascent soul, and swallows it whole. Jiang Yifeng's aura crashes the instant his nascent soul is lost, but he stays alive because his true primordial spirit is still protected in the sea of consciousness. Because Jiang Yifeng suddenly changes so drastically, the chaotic tribulation lightning loses its target and starts to disperse. Jiang Yifeng stays cold and keeps watching, but Immortal 13 is furious because Shen Wutian just ruined the perfect chance to strip away those heavenly Dao fragments. Instead of chasing Shen Wutian, Immortal 13 grabs Jiang Yifeng first, afraid the heavenly Dao fragments will dissipate before he can extract them. Shen Wutian is half dead from the strike, but he laughs anyway because devouring Jiang Yifeng's nascent soul is already pushing his cultivation upward. Held in Immortal 13's grip with a hand on his forehead, Jiang Yifeng is one moment away from losing the heavenly Dao fragments too. Then a desperate voice cuts in as Little Peach finally calls out to Jiang Yifeng. She had been nearby the whole time, ignored because a mere true immortal looked beneath notice to monsters like Immortal 13 and Shen Wutian. Little Peach starts walking through the air one step at a time, and every step blasts her cultivation up by an entire realm. By the time she reaches Immortal 13, Little Peach has climbed all the way from True Immortal to Saint Realm. Jiang Yifeng is left stunned, because whatever he expected from Little Peach, it was not this. Little Peach attacks at once and smashes Immortal 13 so hard that a Saint Realm powerhouse spits blood in one hit. Terrified after that one-sided blow, Immortal 13 abandons the heavenly Dao fragments and flees at once while Little Peach remains in the sky. Shen Wutian crouches off to the side trembling, too scared to even breathe loudly in front of Little Peach now. But after driving Immortal 13 away, Little Peach's expression changes, and something is clearly wrong with her too. She walks to Jiang Yifeng, gently touches his face, and looks at him like she is remembering something she never gets to say. Before Jiang Yifeng can ask why, Little Peach's body breaks apart into drifting sand and disappears. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands that her impossible outburst was a suicidal move, and now, even after being saved, he is still not safe. That next danger is the one Jiang Yifeng brought here himself, because Shen Wutian is still alive. Shen Wutian steps back and feeling chosen by heaven, because Immortal 13 is gone, Little Peach is dead, and nothing seems left to stop him. In the end, Shen Wutian devours Jiang Yifeng completely and leaves nothing behind. But the blood-colored forbidden pill does exactly what Jiang Yifeng built it for, keeping his primordial spirit alive inside the devouring for 3 more days. For 3 extra days, Jiang Yifeng stays conscious inside that nightmare and starts questioning whether his worst-case plan actually doomed him. With absolute rationality turning back on itself, he realizes that if he had not dragged Shen Wutian over, Little Peach might have saved him outright. But that answer only shows how little information he had, because there was no way for him to predict Little Peach's final eruption. 3 days later, the blood-red protection finally breaks, Shen Wutian finishes devouring Jiang Yifeng's primordial spirit, and Jiang Yifeng dies at 231. Back from a brutal simulation, Jiang Yifeng stares at a reward list packed with absurdly valuable options and struggles to come back to his senses. The simulator offers to keep absolute rationality, and Jiang Yifeng rejects it on the spot because he wants that dangerous talent nowhere near real life. Once the bad talent is gone, his greed kicks in hard because this time almost every reward looks worth taking. He locks Mortal Domain in as a must-have, convinced it will keep Southern Region formations from trapping him again. His second pick is harder, and he weighs Divine Dao Cultivation against Immortal Grade Alchemist and the hard-earned War God Body. He finally leans toward Divine Dao Cultivation because its note mentions a half-divine body, and his instincts tell him that part matters most. Even so, he hesitates and asks whether extracting this cultivation will trigger an immortal tribulation right now, which could kill him instantly. The simulator smugly suggests spending another huge fee to cover anomalies, and Jiang Yifeng immediately smells a scam. He refuses to be milked for more and decisively chooses Mortal Domain and Divine Dao Cultivation anyway. Mortal Domain settles in quietly, but the moment Divine Dao Cultivation is extracted, a violent transformation starts inside his body. Minutes later, his martial Dao climbs to Half Saint Peak, his immortal Dao reaches Tribulation Crossing Peak, and much of both energies condense into unfamiliar golden chaotic energy. He can feel the upgrade is massive, but neither the chaotic energy nor the so-called half-divine body makes sense to him yet. This time the simulator explains that his half-divine body is really an ancient god body cultivated only halfway. It also reveals that true divine Dao only begins when martial Dao and immortal Dao fully fuse, all energy becomes chaotic energy, and the ancient god body is completed. Until that point, every divine Dao cultivator is technically unranked, which means Jiang Yifeng realizes he has only touched the surface of this path. That answer only makes divine Dao feel more outrageous to him, because even this incomplete state had already let him kill above his level in the simulation. He asks one more question about divine Dao realms, expecting something grander than what he gets. The simulator bluntly lists 1-star ancient god through supreme god, and Jiang Yifeng can only stare at how absurdly simple the naming is. With the reward settled, he reviews the whole simulation and decides the real lesson is to stop chasing every clue and put more weight on strength. Remembering that all his careful planning under absolute rationality still got him killed, Jiang Yifeng decides to worry less and go with the flow for now. He cannot truly relax while danger is still out there, but he does decide future simulations should spend less effort on digging up secrets and more on getting stronger. Once that mindset settles, his mood improves fast, and he throws himself into fortifying the Jiang family mansion instead. Even though he already feels unbeatable in the southern regions, he still spends 6 days building a full 9th grade defensive formation because he refuses to gamble with his family's safety. When the last layer locks into place, he looks over the finished formation with open satisfaction and declares the mansion safe for now. After securing the estate, he finds Jiang Fushan and hands his father the formation core that controls the whole defense. He has already gone further than that, secretly passing an immortal Dao inheritance to his father so Jiang Fushan can start cultivating in real life. To hide that new cultivation, Jiang Yifeng also crafts a breath-concealing formation disc for his father, since formations are his specialty and talismans are not. He tells Jiang Fushan to warn him before reaching core formation, because that breakthrough might draw dangerous attention. Jiang Yifeng is still confident enough to think that by the time his father reaches that stage, he may already be strong enough to handle whatever the upper realms send. After that, he goes to see Little Peach again, partly because he likes her company and partly because now he knows just how far her future potential can go. His daily visits quickly make Little Peach feel flattered and a little baffled, while Jiang Yifeng acts far too innocent about why he keeps showing up. By the 7th day his simulation charges have refreshed, but he still does not start immediately because he has already slipped out of the mansion on another mission. His reason is blunt: origin values are running low, so he heads out to raise money by hitting several immortal arrival sect branches he memorized from the simulation map. The fundraising goes smoothly, and branch after branch loses its vaults, private hoards, and the lives of every immortal slave inside. Since the simulator will not take corpses, he burns the dead and scatters their ashes, ending the raid with a strangely tidy sense of righteousness. Half a month later he finally returns to the Jiang family mansion and realizes with horror that all 3 simulation slots have already filled up. He bolts into his room muttering that he is late, because every second he delays now pushes the next refresh back even further. Without wasting another breath, he starts his 28th simulation. For the talent draw, he pays for the higher orange chance this time, clearly happy that the immortal arrival sect has just financed it for him. The draw lands on inevitable enlightenment, and Jiang Yifeng is immediately pleased by an orange talent that guarantees a storable enlightenment chance every 3 years. Right after that, he also gets a one-time talent called Time Reversal, which can rewind the past of one target below Saint Realm. He likes both rewards and decides there is no need to force a plan yet, because talents like these are best used when the right chance appears. When the simulator offers talent pool carryover, he flatly refuses absolute rationality again, still unwilling to let that troublesome thing back into his head. With that decision made, Jiang Yifeng lets the simulation fully begin. The new simulation starts with Jiang Yifeng immediately locking down the Jiang family mansion behind a defensive formation. With his home secured, he sweeps across the southern regions and starts robbing immortal arrival sect members instead of waiting for them to move first. By the first year, he has wiped out most of the sect's branches, and the remaining immortal slaves panic and hide in the Great Abyssal Kingdom. The sect's puppet leadership sends word to Shinwutian for help, but nothing comes back. Jiang Yifeng was never trying to exterminate the whole sect anyway, because pushing too far might drag Shinwutian, or even immortal powers into the southern regions. In the second year, he hands most of the cultivation resources to Little Peach and pushes her to rise as fast as possible. He keeps those resources away from Jiang Fushan because his father breaking into immortality would immediately attract dangerous attention and still leave him trapped in the south. Little Peach is the better gamble, because Jiang Yifeng can take her out of the southern regions and let her break through elsewhere. Even if he hates admitting it, Jiang Yifeng is clearly betting on Little Peach to become strong first and cover him when his own breakthrough comes. Little Peach accepts the task with surprising earnestness and promises to train hard. After setting that plan in motion, Jiang Yifeng heads straight for the Desert of Death. He makes no effort to hide, and a giant unnamed demonic dragon bursts out of the desert to confront him. Jiang Yifeng expected an easy kill, but without his later simulation advantages, this fight is rougher than he thought. He no longer has the war god body, the heavenly profound sword, or a perfected silent destruction fist, so this version of him is still only a beginner on the divine Dao path. Even so, 3 brutal punches are enough to beat the demonic dragon to death. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng pauses at the simulator's idea of a weak performance, because killing a peak tribulation crossing dragon in 3 punches still sounds absurdly strong. Then he remembers how monstrous his later simulation self became, and by that standard this version really is much weaker. Inside the simulation, he eyes the dragon corpse like a tempting feast, but forces himself to stay practical. He dismembers the corpse, loots the dragon's lair, and takes the dragon egg along with the rest of the spoils. A month later, he returns home just long enough to dump the dragon meat on Little Peach as more fuel for her training. He keeps the dragon egg for himself, because he suspects it may matter later if he needs to deal with the dragon tomb again. His next stop is the Valley of Flames, where he originally planned to hunt the demonic phoenix for Little Peach too. But once he sees the massive phoenix fire, He changes his mind and wonders if he can use it to comprehend a law instead. Using the Taotai divine body, he devours a wisp of phoenix flame and actually grasps a tiny trace of law power from it. The problem is that the law he touches does not feel like simple fire at all. He starts guessing between nirvana and life, because that law carries a strange feeling of rebirth and vitality. Jiang Yifeng decides the law is worth learning either way, but he hesitates over whether this is worth spending deep simulation effort on right now. In reality, he refuses the bait, because long deep simulations are exhausting and this weak phoenix flame may not even be enough to get real progress. He would rather save that mental energy for a more important target later, especially when it comes time to study killing intent. So in the simulation, he leaves the Valley of Flames untouched and decides to come back later when inevitable enlightenment has built up more value. Hidden in the valley, the demonic phoenix is so scared of him that his departure feels like a narrow escape. After that, Jiang Yifeng returns to Green Hill City and finally stays put. He throws himself into training the Silent Destruction Fist, because unlike laws or memories, battle techniques cannot be stolen cleanly from a deep simulation. 3 months pass before Jiang Yifeng suddenly senses trouble and stops his training with a frown. He mutters that they still have not given up, then flies straight toward the Great Abyssal Kingdom branch. There, he finds Shinwuyo leading a mass of immortal slaves in an all-out attempt to break the confinement formation. Jiang Yifeng had trapped them instead of killing them because dead immortal slaves might alert higher powers, while free ones could slaughter civilians for blood sacrifice. Seeing them still trying to claw their way out, he decides the old prison was not nearly cruel enough. So he spends half a year right in front of them stacking dozens of new 9th-grade confinement formations over the branch. When the absurd fortress is finally finished, Jiang Yifeng admires the layered prison with smug satisfaction and even mocks the trap sect to keep trying. He even flashes the trap sect a cheerful little keep it up before leaving them to despair. After leaving the branch, Jiang Yifeng judges that Bai Ruoxue should be nearing the heavenly profound temple ruins, so he starts planning around her arrival. He changes course for the Evergreen Mountain Range because even an incomplete Heavenly Profound Sword would still be a huge boost inside the simulation. More than a month later, Bai Ruoxue arrives at the ruins and uses her jade token to raise the hidden Heavenly Profound Temple. Jiang Yifeng has been hiding nearby the whole time, and with his current strength Bai Ruoxue never notices him. This time he does not want to fight with Bai Ruoxue at all, so he simply rushes past her and grabs the Heavenly Profound Sword first. The sword resists him a little, but Guiqing is still asleep inside it, so Jiang Yifeng can force control and run. Bai Ruoxue chases him immediately, but his higher cultivation and wind law make him too fast for her to catch. A few days later, Jiang Yifeng reaches Green Hills City safely and knows he has shaken her off for good. Back in the mansion, he starts testing lines from the previous simulation, trying to guess the hidden phrase that awakens the sword's spirit Guiqing. His first remembered line gets no response, and the room stays completely still. The second line fails too, and now even Jiang Yifeng starts to feel the pressure. He reaches the last sentence he remembers and realizes that if this one misses too, the method may be lost to him completely. The moment he finishes the line about the sword's destruction and the person's death, the Heavenly Profound Sword finally answers. Guiqing's spirit walks out of the sword in white light, calm this time because Bai Ruoxue was not injured in front of him. Instead of attacking, Guiqing only asks one sharp question: how did Jiang Yifeng get this sword? Jiang Yifeng lies smoothly and claims a woman in white entrusted the sword to him so he could use it against the immortal clan. Guiqing is skeptical, but after checking Jiang Yifeng's bone age and strength, he sees a 20-year-old at peak tribulation crossing who cultivates both martial Dao and divine Dao. That talent is so outrageous that Guiqing decides the details can wait and formally acknowledges him as the sword's master. Because Guiqing stays awake instead of burning out or falling asleep, Jiang Yifeng finally gets to question a real veteran of the old war. Jiang Yifeng immediately starts asking about the 9 mystic realm, the southern regions, and the immortal realm, trusting Guiqing more than almost anyone else he could question. Guiqing falls silent for a long moment, thinking deeply before he finally begins to answer. Inside the Heavenly Profound Temple, Guiqing starts from the distant past and tells Jiang Yifeng that this universe once held countless realms living side by side in peace. Guiqing says everything changed 80 million years ago, when the immortal realm suddenly attacked the myriad demon realm and the other realms coldly watched from the sidelines. That indifference ended in disaster, because the myriad demon realm was wiped out and even mighty races like dragons, phoenixes, white tigers, and basalt turtles were nearly exterminated. Only after that did the strong of every realm realize the danger. But by then the immortal realm had grown even stronger and started invading the others one after another. Guiqing says the 9 mystic realm also underestimated the threat, until 30 million years ago when the immortal realm finally turned its full force on them. By then, the immortal realm's Saint Realm experts had already outgrown the 9 mystic realms, and a brutal war dragged on for more than 10 million years. The 9 mystic realm paid a terrible price, with shattered lands and fallen saints, but Guiqing says they still did not lose and kept sending people to the front. Guiqing quietly admits he was one of those fighters too, but his body was destroyed in battle and only a thread of primordial spirit survived. Jiang Yifeng hears the self-blame in Guiqing's voice, But what really bothers him is that this whole history still does not explain why any of it matters to the southern regions or to him. Before Jiang Yifeng can interrupt, Guiqing reveals the real secret. The immortal realm invades other worlds because it found a way to devour their heavenly Tao. He says that truth split the 9 mystic realm saints in two, because some wanted to abandon their home and seize other realms instead of defending this one. The loyal faction insisted the 9 mystic realm was their birthplace and had to be defended to the death, and that clash of beliefs tore their side apart. Guiqing says that internal conflict left the 9 mystic realm on the edge of ruin, and everyone thought it was about to follow the myriad demon realm into destruction. Then a mysterious man and woman suddenly appeared and suppressed every Saint Realm expert from both sides with a single overwhelming move. Those two forced the saints of the 9 mystic realm and the immortal realm into an agreement, and forbade Saint Realm experts from fighting again. That gave the 9 mystic realm a little breathing room, but Guiqing says their heavenly Tao was already too damaged, so their chosen kept falling behind the immortal realms. To preserve at least one refuge, Baimoyu set up a great formation in the southern regions to block the immortals and raise a new generation of chosen there. But that move seems to have broken the agreement, and the immortal realm's saints soon came down, seized the formation, and turned protection into a seal. After the southern regions were sealed, Baimoyu used great power to carve out a corner of the eastern regions and hide away there, and Guiqing bitterly suspects his master had already lost hope by then. Jiang Yifeng pieces together why the immortal realm's saints usually stay out of direct battle, but the rule still feels wrong to him, because something about it seems tied to the southern regions and people like him. He starts connecting old clues from Mo Jingtian, Lu Wuya, his own immortal tribulation, and Little Peach's exception, but the pattern still refuses to fully line up. Unable to solve it alone, Jiang Yifeng directly asks Guiqing about Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya. Guiqing can only shake his head, because he died millions of years ago and those two had not even been born yet. Jiang Yifeng quickly changes direction and asks whether Guiqing left an inheritance in the southern regions. Guiqing is startled that Jiang Yifeng knows about it, then quickly decides that someone entrusted with the heavenly profound sword would naturally know such things. Guiqing confirms that before his defeat, he scattered sect techniques and manuals across the southern regions, and even founded a sect there as a legacy. He says all of that was arranged while Baimoyu was still building the southern region's formation, and everyone hoped future chosen there could rise up. But when Guiqing's broken primordial spirit finally escaped back after the war, the whole situation had already collapsed around him. The immortal realm had already taken the sealing formation, and the southern regions had been struck by a terrifying tribulation of heavenly thunder. Guiqing says he still had a chance to rebuild his body, but body reconstruction takes time, and that thunder ruined every new fleshly form before it could stabilize. In the end, his spirit only grew weaker, so he abandoned rebirth and merged himself into the heavenly profound sword as its sword spirit. Jiang Yifeng listens quietly and starts arranging the whole ancient timeline in his head, from the first realm invasions to Guiqing's fall in the southern regions. One detail still nags at him. If Baimoyu was that strong, why did he not help Guiqing rebuild his body and survive? That missing answer makes Jiang Yifeng suspect there are hidden truths even Guiqing never learned. He next rethinks Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya, wondering whether they were really just newly ascended immortals when they broke the southern region's seal. The more he thinks about it, the less he believes an ordinary mortal immortal could have shattered a saint-made formation at all. That pushes him toward a harsher conclusion. Maybe the southern regions never had a general ban on ascension, and the real restriction only targeted specific people. He tests that idea against Little Peach, and realizes her successful ascension no longer fits his old assumption that the Lady in Red had to be her. Now he starts wondering if the Lady in Red is someone else entirely, and worse, someone tied to him by blood. Once that thought appears, everything shifts, because Jiang Yifeng realizes the strange rule may not target the southern regions at all but only him and his family line. He even reinterprets the old case of the demonic dragon and his father's ascension, suspecting the immortal realm expert may actually have come for Jiang Fushan, not the dragon. That possibility sends him digging through old memories for any other blood relatives who might still be alive. After searching the original host's fading memories, he finally remembers that besides his father, he once had a mother and a sister too. He is shaken by how blurred they had become, as if he might never have remembered them at all without chasing this clue. Then the memory finally sharpens into one clear scene from long ago. In the recovered memory, his mother in purple cradles his baby sister, tears in her eyes, and gently reaches out to the infant Jiang Yifeng one last time. Then the memory ends with his mother walking out of the Jiang family mansion carrying his baby sister, leaving infant Jiang Yifeng behind as her final trace in his mind. The recovered memory hits Jiang Yifeng hard. The baby boy in that scene was himself, which finally explains why he had no real memory of his mother or sister. He quickly steadies himself and decides that whether they are alive or not, he has to find out what happened to his missing mother and sister. He also forms a test for Little Peach's identity. Once he leaves the southern regions, he will watch year 139 closely and see whether anyone there still ascends to immortality. That plan only works if Jiang Fushan does not break through to immortality first, so Jiang Yifeng quietly adds his father to the list of things he must control. After telling him everything he knows, Gu Qing returns to the heavenly profound sword because a sword spirit cannot stay away from its blade for too long. Jiang Yifeng goes straight to his father and asks about his mother and sister, and the question breaks Jiang Fushan on the spot. After a long silence, Jiang Fushan admits in grief that he never found them. He explains that Su Mushuang left suddenly for reasons he still does not understand, and he has spent years blaming himself for it. Jiang Fushan says he searched the entire Great Abyssal Kingdom, and even expanded the Jiang clan firm into neighboring countries just to keep looking for them. Hearing all that, Jiang Yifeng realizes his father's indulgence may have come partly from guilt, and he cannot help thinking Jiang Fushan has been carrying this pain alone for years. Instead of dwelling on blame, Jiang Yifeng pats his father on the shoulder and promises that they will find them. Jiang Fushan gives him a portrait of a woman in purple and a baby girl, and Jiang Yifeng finally learns their names, Su Mushuang and Jiang Rushuan. With the portraits memorized, Jiang Yifeng leaves Green Hill City and heads for Spine Mountain to recruit cultivators for a wider search. He chooses Spine Mountain because using ordinary people across the whole southern region would be too slow, while a network of cultivators could search far more effectively. The people of Spine Mountain agree almost immediately, partly because they admire what he did to the immortal arrival sect and partly because they are afraid to offend him. Jiang Yifeng does not care about their motives as long as they help, so once the search is arranged, he returns home to focus on getting stronger. Back at the mansion, he buries himself in training and keeps refining the silent destruction fist. By the third year, his fist art has improved, and Jiang Fushan comes to report that he is about to break through to the core formation stage. Since the immortal arrival sect's trapped immortals are no longer an immediate threat in this simulation, Jiang Yifeng tells his father to go ahead and only warn him before attempting immortality later. A few days later, strange breakthrough signs gather over Green Hill City, and Jiang Yifeng knows his father has begun forming his core. Seeing the phenomenon, Jiang Yifeng is impressed again by Jiang Fushan's talent, because his father has reached a 10th-grade golden core in only 3 years without using cultivation resources. The imprisoned immortal arrival sect slaves do not come, but many Spine Mountain cultivators still rush over to watch the breakthrough. Once they realize the man advancing is Jiang Yifeng's father, any thought of recruiting Jiang Fushan disappears on the spot. In the 4th year, Little Peach also steps into core formation, advancing much faster because Jiang Yifeng has been pouring resources into her growth. Years pass with Jiang Yifeng still centered on the silent destruction fist, only briefly leaving in the 10th year to reinforce the formations imprisoning the immortal arrival sect branch in the capital. By the 12th year, he senses that the immortal Dao inheritance is about to appear and carefully prepares, hoping this time to trace its origin. He wants answers because that inheritance has always appeared too suddenly and too intelligently, and he suspects it may be tied to the secrets around Jiang Fushan. But in the 13th year, all that preparation comes to nothing. The inheritance does not appear for his father or for him. Jiang Yifeng concludes that the inheritance likely ignores targets who have already begun cultivating, but for now he can only shelve the mystery and return to seclusion. In the 20th year, Spine Mountain finally sends word that they found a woman who resembles his mother, and Jiang Fushan breaks down with sudden hope. Father and son rush to verify it in person, chasing the first real lead they have had in years. When they arrive, Jiang Yifeng sees a woman in purple with a girl in green, but even from a distance Jiang Fushan knows they are not the ones. The lead collapses into disappointment, and the two of them are left with nothing but another false hope. More decades pass, and by the 33rd year Little Peach reaches the 5th layer of tribulation crossing while Jiang Fushan rises to the 9th, leaving even Jiang Yifeng a little embarrassed by their speed. That progress alarms Jiang Yifeng, because if his father crosses into immortality in the southern regions, the result could be fatal. He immediately tells Jiang Fushan to stop cultivating, and his father agrees without hesitation even though he does not understand the reason. In the same year, Jiang Yifeng brings Jiang Fushan and Little Peach to Spine Mountain because he wants to repair Lu Wuya's old formation and buy his father more years to live. Because Jiang Yifeng is already famous across the southern regions, Spine Mountain quickly approves his proposal to restore the formation left by senior Lu Wuya. He then leads a large group into the formation and starts draining the underground heavenly thunder with several reverse thunder guiding formations. For a moment he considers asking for outside help, but he gives up on the idea because the Taotai divine body already seems flawed and he does not want to risk deeper devouring now. 10 more years pass, and by the 43rd year their effort works. Lu Wuya's formation no longer collapses, and Jiang Yifeng judges it can survive 1 or 2 more heavenly tribulations. That same year, Little Peach reaches the peak of tribulation crossing and could break through to immortality at any moment. Little Peach's imminent breakthrough forces Jiang Yifeng to decide fast, because he still cannot rule out that she is the Lady in Red or that the southern regions cannot safely support an immortal ascension. He decides not to gamble with it, and plans to take Little Peach out of the southern regions so she can break through elsewhere and later shield his own advance. Their destination is the Forest of 10,000 Swords, where Jiang Yifeng hopes they might pass through the Sea of Killing Intent and leave the southern regions from the west. If that path works, Little Peach can attempt immortality there, and Jiang Yifeng can also begin a deep simulation to study the true meaning of the Killing Tao. As soon as they arrive, Jiang Yifeng activates the mortal domain and tries to strip away the forest's killing intent. The mortal domain fails almost immediately, and Jiang Yifeng realizes the forest's killing intent is not ordinary cultivator power. He understands that the true meaning of the killing Tao is special enough that even mortals can possess it, which is why the mortal domain cannot erase it here. That leaves him hesitating, because he is confident he can cross the forest himself but not sure he can safely bring Little Peach through with him. Before he can decide, Little Peach reads his concern and steps into the forest of 10,000 swords first so she will not become his burden. Seeing her move first, Jiang Yifeng stops hesitating, follows right behind, and decides they can always retreat if the sea of killing intent proves too much. Little Peach walks through the forest of 10,000 swords as calmly as ever, while Jiang Yifeng pushes after her under brutal pressure. 2 days later they finally leave the southern regions, but Jiang Yifeng's eyes still flash red because the killing intent got into him after all. He realizes he was too confident about resisting the forest, and now all he can do is grit his teeth and suppress the killing intent inside him. Months pass before Jiang Yifeng fully recovers, and the two settle in a relatively safe place to keep cultivating. In the 44th year, Little Peach survives her immortal tribulation without any disaster beyond a brief disturbance in the sea of killing intent. After Little Peach enters closed-door cultivation, Jiang Yifeng throws himself back into practicing the silent destruction fist. A killing intent hurricane slams through in the 50th year, but by now Jiang Yifeng can stand in it without flinching. By the 60th year, his silent destruction fist finally reaches the peak of minor achievement, and even he has to admit this technique is painfully hard to advance. 20 more years crawl by before he finally turns 100, triggering Late Bloomer and pushing the silent destruction fist into major achievement. The upgraded fist feels completely different, multiplying its power and carrying a chilling sense of annihilation that can shake a person's will. As he studies that new feeling, Jiang Yifeng realizes the fist may hide a trace of time itself, but reaching that level is far beyond a quick breakthrough. Once the fist reaches major achievement, he knows the real target is waiting, so in reality Jiang Yifeng spends Origin and starts a 30-year deep simulation. After entering the simulation, he first tells Little Peach to stay put, then heads south alone because the sea of killing intent is too dangerous to waste time on now. A few days later he returns to the central area of the forest of 10,000 swords and deliberately stops retreating, choosing to face the killing intent head-on. While enduring the invasion, he activates inevitable enlightenment and forces himself deeper instead of escaping. The enlightenment drags up scene after scene of his past simulated deaths, and the despair and fury boil over into a raw shout to kill. His own rebellious rage starts resonating with the forest, and the killing intent around him answers like it has finally found the right voice. Then he hears an ancient war song and sees the White Tiger clan's final tragedy unfold before him. The White Tigers know they cannot win, but they still raise their blades at the heavens and rush forward anyway. They are slaughtered in the sky's overwhelming power, and the blood of the whole clan condenses into pure killing intent shaped like a tiger. 20 years pass in that state before Jiang Yifeng slowly wakes up from enlightenment inside an eerily quiet forest. He sees that both the forest's killing intent and the old white tiger corpses are gone, as if the place has finally spent its last grudge. From what he learned, those white tigers were never ordinary corpses at all, but the White Tiger clan's blood, obsession, flesh, and killing intent made into a final legacy. He also connects the truth to Wu Yudeo's old reincarnation, guessing the clan's obsession lasted this long only because even reincarnation couldn't erase it completely. When Jiang Yifeng tests the power now under his control, he realizes with a smile that his killing Dao has reached perfected mastery. The jump is absurdly fast, but he knows the breakthrough came from Late Bloomer, inevitable enlightenment, and the White Tiger clan's own grief all hitting at once. That huge gain empties out more than a century of stored enlightenment, leaving him with only 10 years of deep simulation time to use. Not wanting to waste those last 10 years, he heads straight to the Valley of Flames to try his luck with the Phoenix Law there. Inside the valley he uses the Tao Tai divine body to devour Phoenix flames, while the demonic Phoenix stays curled up and does not dare interfere. 10 years vanish in a flash, and the deep simulation ends before he can fully grasp the law hidden in those flames. Back in reality, he can only admit the Valley of Flames contains a law even harder to touch than killing intent or thunder. He considers starting another deep simulation, but in the end decides to wait until inevitable enlightenment has built up again. To see what his simulated self discovered, Jiang Yifeng turns to the record and watches the version of himself leave the Valley of Flames and search his storage ring for clues. After a long search, he finally finds a note saying that in 1 more year the Lady in Red will cross tribulation to become immortal. That clue gives him exactly what he wanted, because in 1 year he can finally test whether Little Peach really is the Lady in Red. Instead of leaving right away, he turns towards Spine Mountain because he still wants news of his missing mother and baby sister. When he reaches Spine Mountain, Jiang Fushan gives the answer Jiang Yifeng expected: they still have not found them. Jiang Yifeng stays a few more days, torn over whether he should tell everyone that the Forest of 10,000 Swords can now be used as an exit. He cannot bring himself to say it, because if everyone leaves while Jiang Fushan is trapped behind, he would be abandoning his own father. He talks himself down by reminding himself this is only a simulation, and decides to stay silent. But 2 days later, a Spine Mountain cultivator rushes back with excited news that the killing intent in the forest is completely gone. Old Lee personally checks the forest of 10,000 swords, then confirms that the route out of the southern regions is finally open. Jiang Yifeng can only laugh bitterly as the thing he chose not to reveal is exposed anyway. Soon the people of Spine Mountain gather at the forest exit and break down in tears when they see the sword forest without a trace of killing intent. Standing among them, Jiang Yifeng looks only at Jiang Fushan, because he still has no idea how to tell his father that this open road is not meant for him. Jiang Fushan notices his son's worry and quietly pats his shoulder, trying to reassure him before hearing a word. In private, Jiang Yifeng finally tells him the truth. If Jiang Fushan leaves the southern regions, he will disappear immediately. He almost explains how he knows, but a sudden sense of dread stops him cold before he can mention the simulator. Jiang Fushan does not press him for a reason, and after a long silence he simply smiles and says he will stay. The people of Spine Mountain gradually leave through the forest of 10,000 swords, until only Jiang Yifeng and Jiang Fushan remain behind. After saying goodbye to his father, Jiang Yifeng finally leaves the southern regions alone. But the moment Jiang Yifeng is gone, Jiang Fushan walks toward the ceiling formation anyway, having already decided to chase the secret behind his own existence. He believes Jiang Yifeng completely, and that only makes the mystery worse, because if he cannot leave, then his mother's departure and his own identity must be tied to something hidden. In the end, Jiang Fushan admits his promise was only meant to stop Jiang Yifeng from worrying, and he steps forward to face whatever the southern regions have been hiding from him. After leaving the forest of 10,000 swords, Jiang Yifeng stays only a few hundred kilometers from the southern region's seal because he still wants to see what happens there a year later. At the same time inside the southern regions, Jiang Fushan suddenly hears Su Mushuang's voice while approaching the seal to leave. The next instant, Jiang Fushan is teleported away and appears in a plain little village, where a woman in purple is already waiting for him. Jiang Fushan breaks down in tears and hugs the woman in purple, making it clear his disappearance was never a simple death. Watching the simulation, Jiang Yifeng is stunned and realizes his missing mother is almost certainly tied to why his father could never leave the southern regions. Because he knows almost nothing about Su Mushuang, Jiang Yifeng quietly decides that future simulations need to uncover his mother's identity without slowing his own growth. In the 131st year, after waiting outside the seal for a full year, Jiang Yifeng suddenly sees a gigantic figure appear over the southern regions. Afraid of being noticed, he does not use Eye of Insight, but the giant still lifts one massive foot and stomps straight down. The southern regions shatter instantly, breaking into drifting land fragments, as if the whole region has been crushed out of existence. Jiang Yifeng then notices the giant is holding several captured figures, and when its gaze sweeps his way, a death warning slams into his chest. He panics, convinced he is about to die just for watching from afar. Then the danger vanishes because one captive suddenly fights back. The woman in purple bursts out with saint-level power she had been hiding. Her ambush badly wounds the giant, proving he captured someone stronger than himself without realizing it. Instead of pressing the attack, the woman in purple grabs the other two captives, glances toward Jiang Yifeng's direction, and vanishes with them. The injured giant gives up on Jiang Yifeng and hurriedly calls for help to chase the woman in purple instead. Jiang Yifeng is left shaken by two revelations at once. Someone from the southern regions could resist a saint, and that woman might really be his mother. The fact that she escaped with two people makes him suspect they were his father and baby sister, which only makes one question worse. Why was he left behind? Once he confirms Little Peach was never the lady in red, Jiang Yifeng stops chasing that mystery and returns to what matters most to him now, cultivation. Little Peach has already reached Heaven Immortal, but with Saint level still far away, Jiang Yifeng chooses not to push his own realm recklessly. So he pours his effort into one thing instead, grinding the silent destruction fist toward perfection. Years pass quietly, and by the 140th year his fist technique has improved, though he still keeps training without a breakthrough in realm. In the 150th year, Little Peach finally reaches true immortal, becoming an even stronger shield beside him. That peace lasts until the 170th year, when the sea of killing intent erupts and its violent outflow reaches their retreat. The killing intent cannot directly hurt them, but it makes peaceful cultivation impossible, so Jiang Yifeng decides they have to move. On the road out, they run into Spine Mountain survivors fleeing the southern regions and the spreading killing intent disaster. Jiang Yifeng sees their numbers have already been cut by more than half and does not need to ask why. The reason is simple and brutal. Waves of killing intent keep sweeping through, and anyone too weak in cultivation or mind is driven mad and put down by their own companions. Even so, Jiang Yifeng knows these people are still the lucky ones, because staying in the southern regions would have meant dying under the giant's stomp decades earlier. He chooses not to abandon them and lets the refugees travel under his and Little Peach's protection. With Little Peach now a true immortal, guiding the group safely around the worst of the killing intent is difficult but manageable. After half a year of hard travel, they finally pass beyond the sea of killing intent. But the new land waiting for them is somehow worse. The first thing that hits them is a thick, sickening smell of blood. When Jiang Yifeng looks closer, he sees black-red earth littered with white bones and corpse heaps, a place that feels like hell left behind. The scene is so grim that even the killing intent forest starts to look like paradise by comparison, though Jiang Yifeng knows this wasteland is only less dangerous because nothing seems alive here. By the 172nd year, Jiang Yifeng picks the least miserable spot he can find and builds a new secluded cultivation base there. The southern region's survivors settle nearby instead of leaving, because after everything they have seen, staying close to Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach feels far safer than wandering off alone. Life finally steadies down, with Little Peach focusing on her realm, and Jiang Yifeng spending the years hammering away at the Silent Destruction Fist. By the 300th year, Jiang Yifeng finally pushes the Silent Destruction Fist to its peak realm. He only reaches that level so quickly because Late Bloomer boosts his growth and inevitable enlightenment has been poured into this technique for over 100 years. He chose that on purpose, because after the southern regions were destroyed he no longer knew where to safely comprehend laws, and the sea of killing intent was still too risky for his current strength. At peak realm, the Silent Destruction Fist reveals something shocking to him. It carries real power of time. When he uses it, the strike feels like it speeds up time itself, forcing the target to age and collapse into annihilation. And when that fist is fused with killing intent, the time power turns even harsher, like a calamity meant to erase everything. Even so, he can feel the technique is still not truly complete, because he has touched time but not fully understood it. That partial mastery already changes his combat power so much that he starts doubting the origins of the war god art and the Silent Destruction Fist. If the White Tiger clan really owned techniques this terrifying, he cannot understand how they were wiped out so easily. In the end he reins himself in, admitting the gap above the immortal realm is still too far beyond what he understands. Since forcing more training will not help, he finally steps out of seclusion to relax after centuries of cultivation. What he finds outside is unexpected. Not far from his retreat, a small market has grown up on the wasteland. After asking around, Jiang Yifeng learns the Spine Mountain survivors built it because they never dared stray far from the protection he and Little Peach provide. Over 100 or 200 years, those survivors even started families, and the tiny refuge slowly turned into a real community. Watching children play where there was once only blood and bones, Jiang Yifeng suddenly feels a deep shift in his understanding. This time no talent triggers it for him. The realization comes naturally, and Jiang Yifeng falls straight into enlightenment. The same power of time he had only barely touched through the Silent Destruction Fist now rises from inside him on its own. As he murmurs that annihilation is not the end, Jiang Yifeng realizes time also carries rebirth after destruction. His body starts visibly changing with that insight, aging from youth to middle age to old age in front of everyone. Then the cycle turns and he grows young again, returning to his original appearance as the comprehension settles. At that moment, Jiang Yifeng grasps a trace of the supreme law of time. That insight instantly completes the Silent Destruction Fist, and he finally understands the technique was never pure calamity alone. The true meaning of the fist is both destruction and rebirth, because a great calamity is only half of the cycle. 2 months later, Jiang Yifeng slowly wakes from enlightenment and finds a crowd gathered around him. The Spine Mountain settlers never knew what happened to Jiang Yifeng, but they still kept watch around him until he woke up. Jiang Yifeng knows they also need his protection, but the care is still real enough to warm him. Being sincerely guarded, even by people who also rely on him, gives Jiang Yifeng a quiet lift in his state of mind. After a comfortable stretch of small gatherings around Spine Mountain, Jiang Yifeng returns alone to his old retreat with one goal: finally use his one-time talent, time reversal. He has already decided the timing does not matter much anymore, because this run is focused on cultivation instead of risky exploration. So the real question becomes what to reverse, and his mind first lands on Little Peach because her sudden saint-level burst in the last simulation clearly came from something far bigger than talent. But he hesitates, because if Little Peach once reached the saint realm, time reversal might simply fail on her. His second option is the war god art, the manual from Wu Yu Dao that still feels suspicious no matter how useful it has been. The third possibility is the demonic dragon egg from the Desert of Death, still untouched in his storage ring and tempting him with whatever secret it might hide. His fourth choice is the heavenly profound sword and Guiqin, because trust only goes so far and he wants proof about their past. The one history he wants most is the truth of the 9 mystic realm, but he knows anything touching heavenly Dao is almost certainly beyond this talent's limit. After all that weighing, Jiang Yifeng suddenly chooses a completely different target and uses time reversal on himself. He wants to know whether the strangest secret in this whole mess is actually himself. Instead of memories, he sees only empty void, and the result is creepy enough that even he freezes. The talent is not consumed, which tells him this was not a normal failure so much as an impossible target. That emptiness unsettles him more than any answer would, because an ordinary life should have shown something from birth until now. For the first time, he seriously doubts his own origin, wondering whether being a transmigrator or having the simulator somehow blocks any look into his past. Since he cannot investigate himself, he decides Little Peach is the safest dangerous option left and heads for her retreat. His logic is cold but practical. If a suspicious item triggers some saint-level backlash, he could be in real trouble, but Little Peach has already proved she would not harm him. The moment he arrives, Little Peach notices him immediately, which is no surprise now that she is already a mystic immortal powerhouse. So Jiang Yifeng tells a careful half-truth, saying he has learned an ability that can look into someone's past and wants to test it on her. Little Peach agrees so quickly that she even looks excited, which makes the next step easy. Jiang Yifeng activates time reversal on Little Peach, and floating scenes immediately appear above her head. At first he is thrilled that it worked, until he realizes the early memories are only Little Peach's ordinary time spent with him. That makes him wonder if she really had no hidden past at all, but he keeps watching instead of jumping to conclusions. Little Peach gets confused by the way he is staring at empty air, because only Jiang Yifeng can see the replay. Then the memories suddenly flicker, speed up, and stain themselves blood red, warning him that he has reached something far deeper. Inside that red vision, an armored woman with Little Peach's face is cutting down enemies one after another on a battlefield. After the killing stops, the armored woman looks around in confusion and slowly turns as if she has sensed someone beyond her own era. When she finally faces forward, Jiang Yifeng is shaken by the awful feeling that she is staring straight at him across time and space. He cannot hear her voice, but he reads her lips clearly enough. "Young master, keep going." She gives one sweet smile, and the entire vision collapses into a blood-red void. A few seconds later even that red void flickers out, leaving nothing above Little Peach's head and leaving Jiang Yifeng frustrated at the cutoff. Even so, he quickly pieces together 3 huge clues. Little Peach has an extraordinary past life, he probably does too, and that past self may have been someone she called young master. That only makes the contradiction worse, because if his past identity was really so grand, his weak talent in this life makes no sense at all. The part that unsettles him most is simpler. If Little Peach's past self could notice him through time reversal, other top experts might also sense anyone who digs into them. So he forces himself to treat this as a practical warning for reality, and decides future investigations into saint-level matters must be handled with extreme caution. What still nags at him most, though, is his own identity, because this new clue makes his supposedly ordinary transmigration story feel more and more fake. Then a new possibility hits him hard. Maybe the only hidden trump card his past self actually left behind is the simulator itself. He does not like that guess much, because if it is true, all his earlier suspicion toward the simulator starts to look embarrassingly off the mark. In the end he gives up on blind guessing and chooses the only path left to him: keep watching the simulation until his strength is high enough to understand the truth himself. Back in the simulation, he leaves Little Peach after a short chat, unaware that the time reversal contact has quietly changed her. After Jiang Yifeng leaves, a faint abnormal look passes over Little Peach's face, hinting that the time reversal has already brushed her current self with her terrifying past life. That hidden influence helps and harms at the same time. Her cultivation speed rises, but her future ceiling is now fixed by the level of her past life. Neither Jiang Yifeng nor Little Peach realizes it, and if they did, a saint-level upper limit would still sound absurdly good to most people. After leaving her retreat, Jiang Yifeng suddenly feels aimless because his earlier training plan has already reached its limit. He had focused on mastering Silent Destruction Fist because he expects to carry only 2 rewards out of the simulation, and one of those slots is already reserved for this excellent talent. That backup plan worked too well, because Silent Destruction Fist is now polished to the point where further improvement is hard to squeeze out. Practicing anything else feels wasteful, since he cannot bring endless side gains back to reality, and does not want to spend a reward slot carelessly. Breaking through to immortality is also off the table for now, because the last simulation already showed how deadly that move becomes without protection against saint-level threats. So his current answer is patience. Wait for Little Peach to reach the saint realm first, because after what he saw before, he never doubted she could get there. Only if everything goes bad would he force a breakthrough early and gamble on dragging that cultivation back into reality. But he knows this is not that moment yet. Even after pushing Silent Destruction Fist to its limit, Jiang Yifeng keeps training in seclusion, gambling that heaven rewards diligence can break the supposed ceiling. In the 350th year of the simulation, a violent crash from outside finally drags him out of closed-door training. When he steps outside, the cultivators of Spine Mountain are already waiting nervously at his door because strange disasters have been building for years. They tell him the sky has been raining blood again and again, and nobody can explain why. That omen instantly puts Jiang Yifeng on edge, because it feels like the war between the immortal realm and the 9 mystic realm may have spread here. Before he can think further, the earth jolts again as a body crashes down from the sky not far from his mountain home. Jiang Yifeng recognizes the fallen man at once. It is Wu Yudao. More than a dozen enemies appear overhead a heartbeat later and dive straight at Wu Yudao. Wu Yudao is badly hurt, but he still forces himself back into the air and keeps fighting. Jiang Yifeng does not charge in blindly. He first uses Eye of Insight to size up every attacker. After confirming they are only mortal immortals from the Immortal Clan, he decides he can handle them himself. Even so, he quietly sends Little Peach a warning first, because if this goes wrong, the mystic immortal in seclusion is his real insurance. With that safeguard in place, Jiang Yifeng launches himself skyward to test the true killing power of Silent Destruction Fist on living enemies. The Immortal Clan barely glances at him, because a peak tribulation crossing cultivator looks like free prey to them. Wu Yudao recognizes Jiang Yifeng too late, and immediately shouts for him to run. He even surges forward to intercept 2 attackers, still trying to protect the half-disciple he thinks is rushing to his death. Jiang Yifeng only smiles, because that reckless loyalty proves Wu Yudao is still exactly the man he remembered from the simulation. Instead of retreating, he lets his aura turn vicious and drives straight in with Silent Destruction Fist. The Immortal Clan still does not understand what he is using, but Wu Yudao feels that peak Silent Destruction Fist aura and realizes Jiang Yifeng can actually save them. Jiang Yifeng reaches the nearest mortal immortal and smashes him with Silent Destruction Fist, leaving the Immortal Clan cultivator gravely wounded instead of killing him outright. His first Silent Destruction punch leaves the enemy alive for a moment, but the time-eroding force starts aging the Immortal Clan cultivator to death in midair. Jiang Yifeng does not wait for the technique to finish the job and casually ends the man with a second punch. Only now do the rest of the Immortal Clan realize they have badly underestimated him. Jiang Yifeng is actually a little annoyed, because even at full power, one Silent Destruction punch still failed to erase a mortal immortal outright. His answer is simple: if one punch is not enough, he will just throw 2, and the whole Immortal Clan squad is wiped out in moments. When the last body drops, Jiang Yifeng looks over the aftermath, almost amused by how easy that fight felt. Wu Yudao can only stare, shaken by how the former wastrel from Green Hills City became strong enough in a few centuries to surpass him. While Wu Yudao swallows his questions, Jiang Yifeng goes straight for the secret that has bothered him the longest and asks whether the war god art truly came from the White Tiger clan. That question hits Wu Yudao hard, because almost nobody should know both his White Tiger identity and the deeper truth behind that technique. Jiang Yifeng does not explain himself at all and simply waits, letting Wu Yudao overthink the rest. After wrestling with it, Wu Yudao finally admits the war god art was never his clan's own inheritance, and was bestowed by a supreme existence billions of years ago. That answer finally confirms Jiang Yifeng's suspicion that the absurdly strong war god art came from someone far beyond the White Tiger clan itself. The revelation is satisfying, but not very useful, because even Wu Yudao has no idea who that supreme being really was. Jiang Yifeng presses on with practical questions next, asking how Wu Yudao ended up here and why the Immortal Clan was hunting him. Wu Yudao explains that the Immortal Clan has launched another large sweep through the western regions and is hunting down the last 9 Mystic Realm survivors. He reveals he had already fought off 2 Earth Immortals before this, and the effort left him so battered that even mortal Immortals nearly finished him off. That news makes Jiang Yifeng realize Spine Mountain will not stay hidden much longer if the Immortal Clan is cleansing the whole region. His mind goes straight to Little Peach, and he decides the Immortal Clan cannot be allowed to disrupt her breakthrough. He first settles Wu Yudao at Spine Mountain to recover from his injuries. Then he tells Little Peach to return to seclusion, even though she had already come out because of his earlier warning. Little Peach resists at first because she is worried about him, but a private talk leaves her staring at him in shock before she finally agrees to his plan. For a few days the mountain appears peaceful again, but Jiang Yifeng becomes strangely busy running out over and over to gather huge amounts of food. Everyone else is baffled, because a cultivator at his level should not need to eat at all. But since the strongest man around is doing it, the entire refuge starts copying him and frantically hoarding food too, leaving Jiang Yifeng half amused and half helpless. Jiang Yifeng stockpiles food in advance, because if he ever has to use mortal domain for real, everyone inside will be reduced to ordinary people who still need to eat. The other Spine Mountain cultivators start hoarding supplies too, and Jiang Yifeng lets them, since he already prepared enough and knows they may end up fighting for him later. 10 more years pass, and in the 360th year the Immortal Clan finally crashes into Spine Mountain without warning. The first wave kills many people before Jiang Yifeng reacts, showing just how dangerous a surprise strike is even with his preparations. He activates Mortal Domain in time, dragging the invading Immortal Clan into mortal bodies before they can finish overrunning the place. With the enemy forced down to mortal level, Jiang Yifeng commands the Spine Mountain survivors to counterattack and wipe them out in minutes. That one makes Jiang Yifeng look almost godlike to the Spine Mountain survivors, because after the first surprise losses he led them to crush mortal and mortal invaders without losing anyone else. Jiang Yifeng stays wary, because he knows Mortal Domain only works on enemies he can see or enemies whose attacks actually reach him. He realizes that if a stronger enemy hides beyond his sight and attacks from afar, his talent can keep him safe but cannot shield everyone around him. There is nowhere truly safe to send Spine Mountain's people anyway, so he can only hope the Immortal Clan does not figure out that flaw too quickly. For now he is not afraid for himself, because Eye of Insight already told him the earlier attackers only reached Earth Immortal level, and in a straight fight he could have handled them alone. The real reason he opened with Mortal Domain was to protect Spine Mountain, because after living with these people for years, he has grown attached to them. He also keeps one last safety net in mind. If things truly go bad, Little Peach is still in nearby seclusion and can be called out. Peace returns only briefly, and 3 months later the Immortal Clan attacks again. Jiang Yifeng uses the same trick again and wipes out the second assault too. After that, the attacks come every few months, turning Spine Mountain into a place of endless cleanup, preparation, and waiting for the next raid. 20 more years vanish in that grind, and by the 380th year the Immortal Clan has attacked over 100 times, losing at least tens of thousands here. Eventually the Immortal Clan finally figures out the bug in Mortal Domain and stops throwing themselves directly into it. Now they attack from afar and avoid hitting Jiang Yifeng, so they can keep their cultivation and start hunting Spine Mountain's people one by one. Jiang Yifeng considers waking Little Peach, but he forces himself to stop because her cultivation may decide whether he can safely break through later. He can only admit to himself that he can no longer keep the people of Spine Mountain completely safe. Even so, he does not abandon them, because the enemy's fear of touching him still gives him a narrow window to react. To squeeze out that last bit of protection, he stops keeping Mortal Domain active non-stop and starts cycling it on and off. He briefly restores his cultivation to scout the enemy, then activates Mortal Domain again, repeating the process over and over to buy his side a little more resistance. But time still runs out for Spine Mountain, and one by one its cultivators end up dead or broken until almost nobody is left. In the end, the only certain survivors are Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach in seclusion, while Wu Yudao's fate is still a mystery. Jiang Yifeng remembers that when the long-range attacks began, Wu Yudao charged out to hunt the distant enemies himself and never came back. Jiang Yifeng does not believe Wu Yudao ran away, but right now that question no longer matters. Hundreds of Immortal Clan members close in around him, and this time even Jiang Yifeng can see that sheer numbers have become a real problem. Eye of Insight shows a few Heaven Immortal experts among them, so Jiang Yifeng finally gives up on handling it alone and shouts, "Little Peach, help!" A terrifying aura erupts from the seclusion site the moment he calls her. Little Peach appears at Jiang Yifeng's side, calm and cold, and the whole battlefield changes the instant she arrives. She sweeps her gaze over the trapped Immortal Clan and casually turns every one of them to ash with a single wave. Jiang Yifeng thinks the crisis is over, until he notices Little Peach frown and stare into an empty-looking distance. Jiang Yifeng follows her gaze but sees nothing, because he is still trapped in his own Mortal Domain state. Realizing the problem, he cancels Mortal Domain and rises into the air to look farther out for the hidden enemy. Little Peach instantly shouts for him to activate his talent again, but her warning comes a heartbeat too late. An unseen attack drops onto Jiang Yifeng at terrifying speed, so fast that even he knows he cannot react in time. For the first time, Jiang Yifeng truly feels death close enough to ask himself if this is the end. Little Peach flashes in front of him and takes the hit instead, coughing up blood but stopping the killing blow. Only after she blocks it does Jiang Yifeng manage to throw Mortal Domain back up. Looking at Little Peach's weakened state, Jiang Yifeng is hit with guilt, because years of relying on Mortal Domain made him forget how badly raw power can still outclass him. The hidden assassin is actually a peak Supreme Unity Golden Immortal who spent years studying Jiang Yifeng's talent from far away before striking at the one opening he needed. He had already concluded that once Jiang Yifeng dropped Mortal Domain, a fast enough strike from outside his sight could kill him before the talent came back on. What the assassin did not account for was Little Peach, who saw through the ambush and blocked a higher realm attack head-on. Jiang Yifeng hurries to her side and confirms she is badly hurt but not in immediate danger. Then the hidden Supreme Unity Golden Immortal attacks again, this time aiming to kill Little Peach instead. Even injured, Little Peach dodges in advance, proving she still has enough strength left to fight back. She throws Jiang Yifeng one warning look, telling him without words not to drop Mortal Domain again, and then she flashes off to chase the hidden enemy. In his mortal state, Jiang Yifeng cannot even follow the battle and is forced to wait where he is. That helpless wait drives the lesson in hard power deep into him, because Mortal Domain cannot protect everyone and one mistake nearly got him killed. He even considers forcing a breakthrough by summoning Heavenly Thunder on the spot, but he gives up because that would only attract even worse danger. So in the end, all he can do is trust Little Peach and wait. 5 days later, Little Peach finally comes back into view. Jiang Yifeng rushes forward and sees she is pale and drenched in blood, barely holding herself together after the fight. Even in that condition, Little Peach still smiles at him and says, "Young master, it's safe now." She collapses the moment she finishes speaking, revealing just how hard that battle really was. Only now does the scale of it sink in. Little Peach, still just at Golden Immortal, really killed a peak Supreme Unity Golden Immortal. Jiang Yifeng carries the unconscious Little Peach back into the cultivation chamber, and keeps watch over her recovery. It takes 6 full months before Little Peach finally wakes up again, and thankfully no new Immortal Clan attackers arrive during that time. After that, Little Peach spends her days healing and cultivating, while Jiang Yifeng stays stuck in caution because he still does not know whether another ambush is coming. The last ambush scared him badly enough that he does not dare deactivate Mortal Domain, which means he cannot really cultivate at all. Only after 5 uneventful years does Jiang Yifeng finally dare to lower Mortal Domain and resume practicing the Silent Destruction Fist. Another 20 years pass, and by the 400th year Little Peach has fully healed and broken through into the early Supreme Unity Golden Immortal realm. Seeing that breakthrough, Jiang Yifeng feels real hope again, because if Little Peach climbs 2 more major realms, she may finally be able to cover him through his own dangerous breakthrough. While cultivating in the western regions, Jiang Yifeng suddenly sees blood rain pouring from the sky again, and at first he assumes it is just another distant war in the void. But the blood rain keeps getting heavier, and the terrifying energy inside it makes even Jiang Yifeng's heart pound with fear. Little Peach breaks out of seclusion and appears at his side, because even she can tell something is deeply wrong with the sky. Jiang Yifeng realizes this is not an ordinary clash at all but a Saint Realm battle, and that shocks him because saints were supposed to be bound by earlier rules. He briefly wonders if this chaos could be a chance to force his own breakthrough, but he still chooses the safer plan and keeps watching the simulation instead of changing it. 30 years later, the endless blood rain finally weakens after a massive distant blast, and Jiang Yifeng turns toward the source. What he sees is the purple-robed woman from the southern regions, badly struck down and hanging on by a thread. The woman in purple notices Jiang Yifeng watching, and her expression turns strangely complicated, as if she wants to speak but stops herself. Several Saint Realm experts descend around her in a tight killing formation, and Jiang Yifeng immediately realizes she is about to die. Then Jiang Yifeng feels those saints lock onto him too, and he freezes where he stands because running would only get him killed faster. Just as the saints move in for the final blow, a man in green with a spear crashes into the battlefield and roars, "Who dares bully my wife?" Jiang Yifeng recognizes him instantly as Jiang Fushan, and when his father secretly tells him Fenger, run, the shock breaks him into tears. Jiang Fushan has only just recovered to early Saint Realm, so once the fighting starts for real, he is quickly pushed into a losing battle against many enemies. Jiang Yifeng can only watch in agony as his father keeps coughing up blood in the middle of the siege. The purple-robed woman joins the fight again, and Jiang Yifeng finally understands that this wounded saint beside his father is his mother, Su Mushuang. Even with both of them together, the dozens of saints keep grinding them down until death feels unavoidable. 3 days later, both of Jiang Yifeng's parents are struck down again and look completely spent. Then a woman in red carrying a sword rushes straight toward the saint battlefield, even though she is only at golden immortal realm. Jiang Yifeng realizes the woman in red is his sister, and seeing her charge in for the family shatters his last excuse for standing still. He finally rejects that cold survival mindset and roars, "No, cultivation isn't like this." In that instant he activates a 3-day deep simulation and throws himself directly into the doomed timeline instead of just watching it. Once inside, he feels the saint battle's aftershocks with painful clarity, and understands why his earlier self had been too terrified to move. Even so, he does not come here to die blindly, because he already has a desperate plan to throw a new variable into the battle. He looks toward Jiang Fushan and mutters that he cannot keep hiding while his father fights like this. Jiang Yifeng then erupts with power and starts merging primordial energy with spiritual energy, choosing to trigger his tribulation right here. His gamble is simple. If his breakthrough exposes the heavenly Tao fragments on him, the saints may turn on each other or draw in even more enemies. He knows this is far less safe than waiting for Little Peach to reach Saint Realm and guard him, but he chooses this reckless path anyway to protect both his family and his own courage. For Jiang Yifeng, the real breaking point is that if he still runs in a simulation where death costs nothing, he will never have the nerve to stand firm in real life either. So instead of throwing his life away mindlessly, he commits to one last gamble and bets that chaos itself might open a path. The moment his aura fully breaks loose, tribulation clouds pour down from the chaos and heavenly lightning starts striking him in the western regions. That sudden tribulation instantly pulls every attacking saint's attention away, because to them Jiang Yifeng now looks like a walking treasure. For one tense instant, some of them even ease up on Jiang Yifeng's parents, as if they might chase the fragments of the heavenly Tao instead. But a white-haired saint barks at them to stay focused, warning that Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang must die first before anyone can safely seize the prize. The reminder works, and the siege on Jiang Yifeng's parents turns even more vicious despite the treasure standing in plain sight nearby. Watching all this through his own tribulation, Jiang Yifeng is left stunned that even the heavenly Tao fragments on him are not enough to make those saints stop hounding his parents first. In the middle of heavenly lightning and family tragedy, Jiang Yifeng can only think one absurd thing. I have the heavenly Tao fragments right here, so why is nobody dealing with me? As Jiang Yifeng endures more than 10 minutes of chaotic tribulation lightning, his body is already ripped open by repeated strikes and he can barely spare attention for the saint battle raging nearby. A new ripple opens in the void, and Immortal 13 arrives with several other saints from different regions to snatch the heavenly Tao fragments. Immortal 13 arrives pleased, but the second he recognizes Jiang Fushan and Su Mushuang on the battlefield, he panics and tries to flee. Jiang Fushan reacts instantly, throws a hand seal, and orders Immortal 13 to come help his master drive back the enemies. The order takes hold at once, and Immortal 13 along with the other numbered immortals are forced to turn around and attack the saints surrounding Jiang Fushan. With those new saints forced onto his side, Jiang Fushan suddenly gains the upper hand. Half-dazed from the tribulation, Jiang Yifeng can only stare in confusion as the immortal he feared turns out to be under his father's control, proving Jiang Fushan's background runs much deeper than he guessed. He starts to believe his gamble actually worked. With his parents now safer, he should finally be able to finish this breakthrough. That hope does not last, because more and more saints keep emerging from the void until the western regions turns into a war of hundreds of saint experts. The huge saint war disrupts the heavens themselves, and Jiang Yifeng's chaotic tribulation lightning starts scattering away instead of striking him. Only then does Jiang Yifeng realize the flaw he missed. Once hundreds of saints shake the whole realm, even his special tribulation can be driven off. Just as he thinks this breakthrough is about to fail again, Little Peach suddenly appears beside him. What shocks Jiang Yifeng even more is that Little Peach now carries saint-level power. Without wasting a second, Little Peach grabs Jiang Yifeng and rushes him straight into the void. She carries him out of the 9 mystic realm and into the chaos beyond, and the chaotic tribulation lightning follows them there instead of dispersing. With the tribulation safely redirected, it finally looks like Jiang Yifeng's breakthrough can continue. Then Little Peach smiles at him and says, "Young master, this is as far as I can help you." Before Jiang Yifeng can stop her, Little Peach turns transparent and crumbles away into ash. Jiang Yifeng is left grabbing at empty space, stunned by her sudden sacrifice, and trying to understand why she only had one chance to help him. Alone in the chaos, Jiang Yifeng pieces it together and suspects Little Peach was a one-time contingency left by his past self to protect this breakthrough. Another tribulation bolt crashes down and forces Jiang Yifeng to bury those questions and keep fighting for the breakthrough. More than 2 days pass in that brutal outer void before Jiang Yifeng finally completes the breakthrough. When it ends, Jiang Yifeng realizes he did not enter the mortal-immortal realm at all, but broke through into a one-star ancient god. He has no time to celebrate, because a wave of terror hits him as the chaos itself begins to tremble. From deep in the chaos, a strange voice laughs that after crossing countless spaces, it has finally found him. At the same instant, the simulator screams an even worse warning in his ear: "Danger, danger, self-destruct immediately." He has no idea what is coming, but the simulator sounds so desperate that Jiang Yifeng does not dare hesitate. So Jiang Yifeng detonates his nascent soul, Qi, and primordial spirit all at once, blowing himself into a cloud of blood mist. Only after he is gone does a blurry shadow finally emerge from the depths of chaos and begin tracing the place where he died. After a long search, the shadow can find no trace of Jiang Yifeng and mutters that maybe some hidden contingency or outside helper interfered. Jiang Yifeng knows none of that, because the next moment he is already back in reality with the finished simulation results in front of him. The reward list leaves him genuinely torn, because every option looks valuable: inevitable enlightenment, divine Tao cultivation, perfected silent destruction fist, and even beginner law of time. After weighing them, Jiang Yifeng decides talent and cultivation matter most, since he can relearn the fist later and reluctantly give up the law of time for now. He chooses inevitable enlightenment and divine Tao cultivation, then immediately orders the simulator to suppress any disturbance from the breakthrough no matter how many origin values it costs. The talent is extracted at once, but for the cultivation the simulator presents 2 hidden methods for handling the chaotic tribulation. One method would block the tribulation completely but leave him weaker, while the other would guide the tribulation inside his body for a stronger result at a much higher price. Jiang Yifeng sees through the simulator's attempt to drain his origin values, but he still picks the expensive internal tribulation without hesitation because only an idiot would choose the weaker path. The extraction begins, and thunder erupts inside Jiang Yifeng's body so violently that sweat pours down his face almost immediately. This time the pain is on another level, because the chaotic tribulation is tempering his organs from the inside instead of just striking the outside of his body. He ends up rolling on the ground for half an hour before the extraction finally finishes and he can force himself back to his feet. When he checks himself, Jiang Yifeng is stunned to find that his old spiritual energy and primordial energy are both gone, replaced entirely by golden chaotic energy. That discovery scares him, because if he cannot absorb the right energy anymore, his future cultivation could be completely cut off. He quickly tests external spiritual energy, and to his relief he can still absorb it. But the relief only lasts a moment, because that spiritual energy does not enter his Qi at all and is pulled straight into his nascent soul. He tests again and gets the same result every time, which makes him wonder if he is somehow unable to advance any further. Refusing to give up, he switches to martial Tao and creates a strand of primordial energy, only to watch that get absorbed by the nascent soul too. Then the real change appears. After swallowing both kinds of power, the nascent soul exhales golden chaotic energy back into his Qi. Jiang Yifeng finally understands that his divine Tao nascent soul is not just stronger for survival, it is the engine that fuses both paths and speeds up his cultivation as an ancient god. By the end, Jiang Yifeng starts to suspect there may not even be a separate pure divine Tao method at all, because his own nascent soul is already handling the fusion for him. After breaking through, Jiang Yifeng finally confirms the divine Tao can keep advancing, but only because his divine Tao nascent soul can fuse his own primordial energy with spiritual energy into chaotic energy. That realization makes him rethink Shen Wutian's obsession, and Jiang Yifeng suspects Shen Wutian wanted a true divine Tao cultivator's nascent soul because he never built this foundation himself. With the path confirmed, Jiang Yifeng finally relaxes and checks his new strength, only to feel that his pre-breakthrough self would be crushed instantly. The breakthrough was painful and the simulator charged him 10 million origin values, but this power boost is so huge that he decides it was worth it. Once he calms down, Jiang Yifeng reviews the simulation's biggest reveal. He still feels nothing for the mother and sister he learned about, but he can no longer ignore the mystery around his father Jiang Fushan. He remembers that Saint Realm experts were desperate to kill Jiang Fushan, yet in the end those same figures, even Immortal 13, seem to be under his father's control. Jiang Yifeng knows he is still too weak to touch that secret, so he can only record the clues and wait. Then he gives the order he has been saving for this moment, and tells the simulator to upgrade. The simulator upgrades to version 6.0, charging another 10 million origin values and unlocking several major changes at once. The first change instantly catches his eye. Future simulation rewards for cultivation, battle techniques, and laws will be merged instead of split apart. The second change is even bigger, because version 6.0 adds a 1% chance to draw a red talent, and the simulator hints that these terrifying talents come from outside this world. That clue excites him, because every one-time talent he has seen was strong, so a permanent red talent sounds like a game-changing prize. The third change unlocks cross-time-space simulation, but Jiang Yifeng quickly judges it as a truth-hunting tool for later, not something he wants to risk right now with a random identity. The last listed change says his personal panel was optimized, so Jiang Yifeng opens it to see what actually changed. His new panel neatly sorts his talents, divine Dao cultivation, techniques, laws, and combat rating, and it bluntly concludes that he is strong among normal cultivators but trash compared with true divine Dao experts of the same realm. The mockery annoys him for a second, but Jiang Yifeng admits the panel is not wrong yet and decides he can make up the gaps slowly. Seeing that there is still plenty of time left in the day, he chooses not to wait and immediately starts another simulation instead. He ignores the new cross-time-space option for now and uses a normal simulation, spending 1,000 origin values on the first version 6.0 talent draw. Against the 1% odds, he really pulls a red talent. But Jiang Yifeng's face turns complicated when Calamity Tribulation Body promises terrifying tribulations wherever he goes. A second reward follows right behind it, the one-time talent possession, and Jiang Yifeng reads in wary silence as the simulator says his soul can revive by taking over a new body after death. Jiang Yifeng's reaction is deeply awkward, because he hit the impossible 1% red pull, yet the talent itself feels more like a walking catastrophe than a reward. He remembers how the weaker Calamity physique already made him a source of trouble, so this upgraded version leaves him genuinely unable to imagine the damage it could cause. Even possession does not cheer him up much, because ordinary possession already exists at high levels, just with terrible karmic cost, and he has never survived death cleanly enough to try it. Still, he trusts one-time talents are never useless, so he guesses this one may bypass even primordial spirit destruction and decides to leave the details for the simulation to prove. Before the run starts, the simulator offers him a carrion talent choice between Thunderfire True Spiritual Root and Absolute Rationality. He seriously considers taking Absolute Rationality this time, because his last simulation proved it did not automatically turn him against Jiang Fushan. In the end he refuses it anyway, because Absolute Rationality would block him from cultivating the Sword of Killing Intent, and right now he wants every battle technique he can stack into one future extraction. With that settled, the 29th simulation begins, and Jiang Yifeng is instantly aware inside it thanks to all his accumulated experience. On the first day of the simulation, he immediately worries about what the Calamity Tribulation Body could do to the people around him. To protect his family, he leaves behind a letter and rushes out of the Jiang mansion before the disaster around him can spread there. The instant this simulation starts, the scale of the red talent becomes monstrous. The heavenly Tao of many realms, and even the chaos Tao itself, begin trembling as they sense a coming world-ending calamity. Those higher laws cannot identify Jiang Yifeng himself, but they start throwing out opportunities everywhere in a desperate attempt to raise someone strong enough to face the disaster they foresee. Watching from reality, Jiang Yifeng is stunned by how absurd this red talent is, then realizes the hidden upside. If even heaven only senses the calamity and not the source, stronger enemies may also struggle to trace it back to him. On the second simulated day, he reaches the Valley of Flames, because he has already decided the safest place for a walking disaster like himself is the great wilderness battlefield near the Immortal Clan. His logic is cold but practical. If disasters must follow him, he would rather drag them toward the Immortal Clan than let the 9 mystic realms suffer nearby. He also knows the route well enough from an earlier deep simulation, so he is confident he can get there without being stranded in the wilderness. But after arriving at the Valley of Flames, he changes pace and decides not to leave the southern regions immediately, because the Phoenix fire here is too valuable for law comprehension to ignore. He convinces himself that staying here for a few years should not hurt the southern regions too badly, though he grimly admits the unlucky demonic Phoenix will probably suffer with him again. After a silent apology, Jiang Yifeng settles down in the Valley of Flames and begins devouring Phoenix fire day after day with his Taotai divine body. By the third month, his repeated devouring finally reveals the truth inside the flames. This power is not just fire law, but carries the living spirit of Phoenix Nirvana. He quickly understands that what he is touching is the Phoenix's Nirvana power hidden inside the flames. This time his progress is much smoother, because after reaching the ancient god realm he is no longer trying to comprehend laws from below his level. 2 years pass in the Valley of Flames, and although Jiang Yifeng still has not fully mastered Nirvana, he finally grasps its structure. It is not one law at all, but a fusion of multiple laws with the Phoenix's own spirit. In the Valley of Flames, Jiang Yifeng gives up chasing the Phoenix's nirvana power and settles for what he can truly grasp from the flames. A few quiet years pay off fast, and he first draws out a trace of the law of fire from the fading Phoenix flames. By the 5th year, his law of fire finally reaches entry level, and the flames around him answer more clearly. He keeps pressing deeper until, in the 10th year, he finally touches a trace of the law of life hidden inside the Phoenix flames. 7 more years later, his law of life also reaches entry level, but the valley has already given him all it can. Just as he decides to leave, one detail suddenly bothers him. The demonic Phoenix has been silent for more than 10 years. That silence makes no sense to him, because the weaker Calamity physique used to torment the Phoenix nonstop, and this body should be even worse. He sweeps the whole valley with divine sense and finally spots something phoenix-shaped in the distance, except its feathers look black. Jiang Yifeng assumes the Calamity still affected the demonic Phoenix somehow, just not as brutally as before, and he decides not to linger on it. With that uneasy answer, he leaves the Valley of Flames and heads south toward the Great Wilderness. Watching the simulation, the real Jiang Yifeng grows suspicious, because the Calamity Tribulation body was supposed to alarm even heaven itself, not barely disturb one Phoenix. He briefly considers warning his simulated self through a deeper run, but in the end he drops the idea because the talent cannot be controlled anyway. Back in the simulation, Jiang Yifeng enters the Great Wilderness and follows the route he memorized from the deep simulation straight toward the battlefield. He is not going there to hide either. He wants to throw his calamity at the immortal realm and sharpen himself in real killing. By the 19th year, he arrives at the Great Wilderness battlefield after passing through repeated teleportation arrays. The moment Jiang Yifeng steps onto the battlefield, Xiao Siyuan and a ring of 9 Mystic Realm experts surround him and seal off any easy move. Jiang Yifeng quickly steadies himself and tries to explain why he came, but Xiao Siyuan stays unmoved. Xiao Siyuan puts him under restriction and says only Commander Lu Xianqing can decide what to do with him. So Jiang Yifeng spends the next year under house arrest inside the 9 Mystic Realm camp, still without ever seeing Lu Xianqing. He is not very worried for himself, because past simulations make him think Lu Xianqing is reasonable and likely to send him to the front at worst. What truly worries him is the camp around him, because he does not want his calamity talent poisoning soldiers who are already fighting for their homeland. 2 more years crawl by before he is suddenly released, still without Lu Xianqing ever appearing in person. Once outside, he scans the camp and sees nothing obviously wrong, which only makes the red talent feel even more baffling to him. He does not realize the damage is already there, because the camp soldiers have been growing violent enough to explode at the slightest provocation, even against allies. In the 22nd year, Jiang Yifeng finally leaves the camp on several kill missions and starts hunting Immortal Clan targets for real. That same year, he runs into a 5-man Immortal Clan team at the Mortal Immortal Realm, and his eyes light up instead of retreating. Rather than relying on the Silent Destruction Fist, he deliberately uses this fight to start training the Sword of Killing Intent and the War God Body. 3 minutes later, all 5 enemies are dead around him, and Jiang Yifeng barely glances at the bodies. What catches his full attention is the sword in his hand, because in that instant his Sword of Killing Intent breaks into the entry level. The technique clicks so fast because it feeds on pent-up emotion, and Jiang Yifeng has more than enough frustration from dying through simulation after simulation. From there, Jiang Yifeng and his sword begin a long lone wolf killing spree across the Great Wilderness battlefield. In year 23, he cuts down dozens of mortal immortals from the Immortal Clan without slowing down. Year 24 turns up almost nothing, and he realizes he has drifted into the wrong direction and lost his prey. So in year 25 he changes course, and this time the hunt pays off with several Immortal Clan teams and hundreds more kills. In year 26, he finally meets an Earth Immortal for the first time, and the difference in pressure is immediate. That fight drags on for 2 full days before Jiang Yifeng finally kills the Earth Immortal, but the result leaves him dissatisfied instead of proud. He remembers a past simulation where weaker cultivation was enough to kill Earth Immortals, and that comparison makes his current limits impossible to ignore. That is when he decides to stop leaning on cultivation alone, and rapidly raise his battle techniques to cover the gap in his strength. From then on, his days collapse into one rhythm only: fight, move, and fight again. By year 50, that endless bloodshed pushes his Sword of Killing Intent to minor accomplishment, and his War God Body to entry level. During those years, he also notices something about the enemy. Even mortal immortals who know they will lose still rush him with their blades raised. Jiang Yifeng cannot help respecting that resolve, even while cutting them down as enemies. His name starts spreading through the battlefield after that, as people on both sides hear about a low-cultivation lone wolf from the 9 Mystic Realm who kills far above his level. That growing fame has a clear consequence too, because more and more Earth Immortal hunters from the Immortal Clan start actively seeking him out. Instead of worrying, Jiang Yifeng is secretly pleased, because mortal immortals have stopped being useful training stones for him. By year 60, his War God Body reaches minor accomplishment, and ordinary Earth Immortals can no longer survive even a single move from him. Then in year 63, while he is already slaughtering another group of weaker enemies, one more Earth Immortal comes straight for him. Jiang Yifeng assumes this will be easy too, but this time he has misread the target completely. The newcomer is an immortal clan chosen who can also fight across realms, and the battle explodes into a nightmare that lasts half a month. He wins in the end, but only by barely killing the chosen while carrying serious injuries himself. That brutal fight teaches him a hard truth: being strong against ordinary enemies does not mean cross-realm victories are guaranteed against true geniuses. He also spots exactly what made that enemy so dangerous, because the chosen used more laws and fused them into his techniques far more cleanly than ordinary Earth immortals. Jiang Yifeng realizes his own cross-realm power leans on the divine Tao and raw battle techniques, not on refined law application, so he decides to learn from what he just saw. He keeps roaming the battlefield after that, but over the years the immortal clan becomes strangely harder and harder to find. Sometimes an entire year passes without him seeing a single target, and that drought starts choking off his progress. By year 70, he drops the chase completely, finds a cave on the battlefield, and begins closed-door cultivation instead. Inside that cave, he focuses on two things at once: raising his cultivation and learning to fuse laws into his combat the way the immortal clan chosen did. Then his late bloomer talent starts stacking, first boosting his cultivation speed at year 80 and doubling again at year 90. By year 180, late bloomer has fully stacked, and Jiang Yifeng immediately cashes in all 30 stored inevitable enlightenment chances at once. That pile of stored insight throws him straight into a deep enlightenment state, and he loses all awareness of the outside world. While he sits in seclusion, the great wilderness battlefield outside quietly falls into chaos under the influence of his calamity tribulation body. The missing enemies had a grimly simple cause: patrols and mission teams from both sides were already wiping each other and themselves out before Jiang Yifeng could ever find them. Jiang Yifeng knows none of this, and he keeps cultivating in total isolation, while year after year slips away inside the cave. 50 years later, he finally wakes from that enormous enlightenment, and the sheer length of it tells him the gains should be huge. Inside the simulation, Jiang Yifeng finally merges the true meaning of the killing Tao into his sword of killing intent, and pushes that sword art straight to major achievement. He gets bolder and fuses Thunder Law, Fire Law, and Killing Intent into one unstable move, then smugly gives it the simple name Thunderfire Strike. The move is rough, but the experiment makes his law control much smoother, so he can chain different powers together far more freely in battle. By year 140, he comes out of seclusion itching to test his strength, only to find the great wilderness battlefield eerily empty. As his calamity tribulation body keeps spreading, the battlefield has already become a graveyard where even powerful immortals were driven into mindless slaughter. The disaster is no longer local either, because entire realms are starting to go bad from the bottom up. At the same time, a black demonic phoenix rises from the southern regions and starts tearing through realm after realm with black flames even saints struggle to put out. Worse, every time the demonic phoenix is killed, it revives and comes back stronger, turning it into a nightmare the saints cannot finish. The truth is viciously simple. This monster is the same phoenix from the Valley of Flames, twisted by years of feeding on Jiang Yifeng's calamity aura while he cultivated. Without realizing it, Jiang Yifeng has become the source that keeps the demonic phoenix alive, resurrecting, and growing stronger. Jiang Yifeng spends 2 more years wandering through nothing but corpses, stays confused, and finally gives up on finding a fight. Since there is no battle left to sharpen himself on, he simply goes back into seclusion again like the cultivation addict he is. By year 200, the outside world has fallen into total war, with cultivators, mortals, and even saints all dragged into the same apocalypse. The saints investigate the cause again and again, but Jiang Yifeng's red talent is completely foreign to this world, so they never identify what is poisoning everything. By year 300, even the saints lose control and the world starts breaking apart everywhere under the pressure of endless slaughter. In year 400, experts above the saint realm try to stop the catastrophe, but they are swarmed by hundreds of crazed saints instead. Once they realize the apocalypse cannot be fixed, those higher experts abandon the world and flee into chaos to save themselves. By year 500, even those experts are finally touched by the calamity too, so they join forces and break out of this world entirely. In year 600, almost every living thing is gone, yet Jiang Yifeng is still peacefully cultivating because a black demonic phoenix has been guarding his seclusion all this time. The mutated phoenix protects him for a selfish reason too, because it knows its own resurrection power is tied to Jiang Yifeng staying alive. Then year 700 arrives, the chaos Tao collapses, and the whole world starts crumbling apart around Jiang Yifeng's closed-door cultivation. He finally senses that something is terribly wrong, but by the time he reacts, there is nowhere left to run. In the last instant, the black demonic phoenix throws its huge body around Jiang Yifeng as if it can shield him from the end. It does not matter, because Jiang Yifeng and the phoenix both die together in the world's annihilation. But death does not end it, because their souls stay intact and drift through endless time and space stuck together. The reason is Jiang Yifeng's one-time possession talent, which activates at the moment of death and accidentally drags the phoenix soul along with him. As the drift goes on, Jiang Yifeng's sense of self starts fading until he can barely remember who he is. Then a beam of light appears in the void, and instinctively he moves toward it. 300 million years in the past, Jiang Yifeng successfully possesses an ordinary Xuanda sect disciple on the true spirit continent, and wakes up with the new name Jiang Wucai. The phoenix soul lands in the past with him too, but now it has shrunk into his black pet spirit chicken. He rubs his head and realizes huge parts of his memory are gone, but no matter how hard he thinks, he cannot recover them. Even without his lost memories, he feels an odd closeness to the black spirit chicken and decides to keep it as a pet instead of food. With Jiang Wucai's memories filling in the basics, Jiang Yifeng quietly starts a new life in the ancient Xuanda sect under that borrowed identity. His days become plain and steady, sect chores, raising chickens, tending fields, and practicing the Xuanda sect's low-grade techniques. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng snaps out of the simulation half-stunned by one impossible fact. His possession really sent him 300 million years into the past. He briefly spirals over what that means for history and timelines, then forces himself to stop overthinking because the jump has already happened. What matters now is fixing his amnesiac past self's weak start, so Jiang Yifeng decides to use deep simulation to pass cultivation methods back to that life in the past. He boldly asks for 100 years of deep simulation, hoping a full run will let him control the situation properly. The simulator immediately warns that the time gap is too extreme, and if he forces a 100-year deep simulation, his soul will not make it back to reality. Jiang Yifeng snaps at the simulator over the limit, and it reminds him that his past self only survived that jump because possession locked him into living on in that ancient body. After backing down, he asks for the safe limit and learns he should not exceed 10 days. He agrees on the spot and starts a 10-day deep simulation anyway, paying the origin cost without hesitation. This descent takes much longer than normal, and when his consciousness finally arrives, he finds himself in the weak body of a mere chi-refining disciple. He hurriedly checks his situation and confirms that the talents he brought into the simulation are still there. That reassurance turns into panic fast, because a memoryless version of himself may not know how to use those talents after he leaves. The biggest problem is still the Calamity Tribulation body, since that passive talent survived too and might doom this ancient world just like the last one. For a moment he even thinks about abandoning the whole simulation, because this weak borrowed body may never grow enough before another catastrophe starts. In the end he refuses to waste the chance, and uses the 10 days to write down everything vital for his future self. He carefully transcribes the Devouring Spirit art, War God art, the Path into Divine Tao, and rough notes on how to use active talents. He deliberately leaves out the Calamity Tribulation body, afraid that a more righteous memoryless self might read the truth and kill himself to save the world. The 10 days vanish in a flash, and the deep simulation forcibly ends. Back in reality, he is hit by a brutal splitting headache and finally understands why the simulator refused a longer deep dive across 300 million years. Even while enduring that soul-deep pain, he immediately checks what happened after his consciousness left the ancient body. In the past, the ordinary Jiang Wucai suddenly finds himself back in his room holding several thick books, and has no idea how they got there. When he notices the ink is still wet, his confusion only deepens and he starts reading at once. Several days later, he finishes all the books and unconsciously starts using the talents described inside. One of those instincts is the Eye of Insight, which lets him casually see the origins of the sect's spirit chickens. But when his gaze lands on his favorite black spirit chicken, the Eye of Insight returns only a question mark, quietly proving that little pet is anything but ordinary. In the simulation, Jiang Yifeng finally realizes the records left behind are real, and the talents written in those books truly belong to him. He guesses these were backup plans arranged before the possession, and that mistake finally explains why he misunderstood everything earlier. Once he accepts that the talents are real, he immediately abandons the Xuanda sect's weak beginner methods and switches to the War God art and Devouring Spirit art. But as a menial disciple with almost no resources, he cannot rocket upward just by changing techniques, especially on the martial Dao side. A year slips by, and even with no support, his 5 elements Heavenly Spiritual Root and Devouring Spirit art still carry him from the 2nd level of Qi refining to the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment. His martial Dao lags badly at only the 3rd level of Body Tempering, so he understands one thing very clearly now: he needs resources. When he hears the Xuanda sect's disciple competition is coming in a month, he signs up at once because promotion is the fastest path to better treatment. 1 month later, he steps into the menial disciple matches already at the 4th level of Foundation Establishment, far above opponents, who are mostly still in low Qi refining. He crushes the competition without suspense, takes first place, and rises from menial disciple to outer sect disciple. Even after winning, he is not satisfied, because outer sect status still is not enough for the speed he wants. He has to wait until next year for the inner sect assessment, but outer sect status finally brings a monthly allowance of 2 spirit stones and some body tempering pills. With steady resources for the first time, his cultivation surges over the next year until his immortal Dao reaches perfect 9th level Foundation Establishment, and his martial Dao reaches the 9th level of body tempering. By the time the intersect assessment arrives, he has already started carving his golden core, so the test is another easy win. A senior brother soon tells him he now has his own intersect courtyard, number 9444, and no longer needs to waste time on chores. Jiang Yifeng heads into the intersect with his spirit chicken, Little Black, and finally steps into the better life he has been fighting for. When he arrives at courtyard 9444 and feels the denser spiritual energy, he knows this place alone will at least double his cultivation efficiency. He throws himself back into cultivation, driven not just by ambition but by a nagging pressure that feels like obsession left behind before the possession. He also never dares relax, because if this body was worth possessing, then hidden enemies may already exist somewhere outside his sight. His absurd rise from useless menial disciple to intersect talent in just 2 years quietly catches the attention of Xuanda's sect's upper ranks. Fortunately for him, Xuanda's sect is not the kind of place that tears secrets out of disciples just because they rose too fast. A third year passes, and he enters the true disciple assessment for the first time, aiming even higher. This time he fails hard, finishing only 88th because the true disciple field is packed with core formation opponents far above him. The problem is simple. He spent the whole year carving his golden core, so even with perfect foundation establishment and first-level condensing yuan and martial Dao, he still cannot jump that gap. After that loss, he changes strategy and stops relying on pure closed-door training. Instead, he starts taking sect missions, because real fights sharpen him and rewards bring the resources he still lacks. Over the next year, those missions pay off, and one lucky detour leads him into a small secret realm full of spirit stones and rare treasures. With that haul, his golden core engraving speeds up sharply, and body-refining treasures push his martial Dao straight into the third level of the Qi motion realm. Now strong enough, he enters the true disciple selection again, and this time wins his place. His performance is finally too striking to ignore, so the sect's top brass puts him through a 5-court inquiry. To explain his rise, Jiang Yifeng says his talent was probably judged wrong from the beginning. The elders doubt him at first, but they still agree to test him again. The second test exposes the truth. Jiang Yifeng has the 5 elements heavenly spiritual root, so his terrifying growth suddenly makes sense. Once that talent is confirmed, Xuanda's sect accepts him as the final disciple of sect master Lu Xuanda himself. The elder who misjudged his talent pays for it badly, and is stripped of office before being sent to face the wall at Thundercliff for 800 years. After becoming Lu Xuanda's final disciple, Jiang Yifeng's status jumps again, and so do his resources and access to the sect's deeper secrets. He learns the Xuanda sect hides far better training grounds than ordinary disciples ever see, including energy-rich realms, beast-fighting realms, and even places where time moves faster. With permission to enter these secret realms every month, his cultivation speed becomes downright frightening. In just over a year, he drives his golden core from 4 lines to 10 and reaches the threshold of something much bigger. He realizes secluded training alone will not carry him any further, because the leap from 10 lines to the next stage needs a special opportunity. The notes make the path clear. He must first raise the golden core to 11 lines, then fuse it with martial Dao to create the 12-line foundation of the divine Dao. So he leaves the Xuanda sect behind and goes roaming for chances strong enough to break that final bottleneck. 5 hard years pass in a blur of danger and opportunity, but none of them can refine that missing 11th line. Then, inside another secret realm, he runs into a terrifying enemy and is beaten to the brink of death. At the last moment, Little Black forces out its own essence blood for him, sacrificing itself to keep him alive. That desperate rescue triggers the change he has chased for years, and the 11th line finally starts forming on his golden core. Soon after, he merges martial Dao with that 11-line core, forms the 12-line foundation, and finally breaks into core formation through the divine Dao. But this breakthrough is wrong in a chilling way, because the moment he succeeds, the entire true spirit continent is covered by a mourning, apocalyptic omen. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng frowns because past divine Dao breakthroughs caused huge signs, but never anything this ominous. His first suspicion is the calamity tribulation body, and his first real fear is even simpler. This kind of negative commotion might get him killed immediately. Worried but too curious to stop, he keeps reading to see what that disaster-like breakthrough actually caused. In the simulation, the omen draws the attention of countless true spirit continent experts, and some of the kinder ones even decide they should kill him before he becomes a greater disaster. He survives only because a hidden Dao-level powerhouse steps in and stops them. That supreme being does not save Jiang Yifeng out of kindness, but because killing him outright might trigger the calamity aura on him and cause even greater damage. Even at that level, the powerhouse cannot fully read Jiang Yifeng and only feels a dangerous unknown wrapped around him. What makes Jiang Yifeng even stranger in that being's eyes is that he is cultivating the divine Dao, a path ordinary people do not dare touch because of its terrifying karma. Because he cannot see through Jiang Yifeng, cannot read his past or future, and does not want to tangle with divine Dao karma lightly, the Dao-level powerhouse decides to keep watching instead of killing him. Reading this in reality, Jiang Yifeng is stunned to learn that even a Dao-level existence wants nothing to do with the karma behind the divine Dao. That reveal finally answers a question that had bothered him for a long time. If the divine Dao is stronger and not impossible to cultivate, why do so few top forces walk that path? As he thinks it through, he realizes the answer is not lack of ability but fear, because major powers could gather the needed opportunities if they truly wanted to. The truth lands in one blunt thought: and Jiang Yifeng laughs in exasperation because the divine Tao is not impossible, everyone else is just too afraid of its karma. Oddly, that makes him less afraid, because with so many dangers already hanging over him, one more threat barely changes the picture. He still has no idea when the karma of the divine Tao will come due, but he knows worrying in circles will not help. So he makes the only choice that matters now: simulate harder, grow stronger faster, and try to outrun the crisis before divine Tao karma finally falls on him. With that decision made, he keeps reading the simulation, hoping the next part will finally show what danger the divine Tao truly brings. In the simulation, 200 years fly by, and Jiang Yifeng reaches the one-star ancient god realm after spending all that time fighting and refining himself instead of hiding in seclusion. Because he cultivates the divine Tao, Jiang Yifeng becomes famous as an unmatched genius in his realm, and the whole continent around him slowly turns more eager to fight. The Tao-level expert secretly watching him realizes that this spreading aggressiveness is leaking from Jiang Yifeng, but he still lets it continue because the conflict is helping the continent's prodigies grow stronger. The simulation stresses that this is the world from 300 million years ago, when Jiang Yifeng's calamity aura was still mild enough to look almost useful instead of apocalyptic. Another 500 years pass, and Jiang Yifeng breaks into the 2-star ancient god realm, a speed so absurd that even at this level he still counts as a monster among geniuses. This breakthrough finally alarms the Tao-level observer, because for the first time he clearly feels the calamity aura on Jiang Yifeng getting stronger with his realm. He tries to peer into Jiang Yifeng's future again, hoping for an easy fix, but the answer is still useless and gives him no clean way out. Then he calculates what happens if Jiang Yifeng is killed, and the result is even worse. His death would drive 99% of the true spirit realm into madness. Since killing him is off the table, the expert switches plans and pulls out a map marked with 3 ancient continents: True Spirit, Divine Marshal, and Demonic God. He appears right in front of Jiang Yifeng, grabs him without explanation, and rushes straight toward the boundary wall of the Demonic God continent. When they reach the boundary wall, the world's Tao opens the barrier on its own before the expert even acts, making it painfully obvious that even heaven wants Jiang Yifeng gone. Irritated but practical, the expert snorts at the void and throws Jiang Yifeng out, deciding the simplest solution is to dump this disaster on the Demonic God continent instead. His logic is cold but effective. As long as Jiang Yifeng leaves the True Spirit continent, and its Tao behind, most of the coming crisis leaves with him. But one hidden danger stays behind on the True Spirit continent. Little Black, still in her small black spirit chicken form, has followed Jiang Yifeng for over 1,000 years and quietly built up terrifying calamity aura too. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng comes out of his thoughts and gets stuck on one detail from the simulation: the Divine Marshal continent has appeared again. That bothers him because this name almost never shows up in his simulations, even though he once reached it with the Death Substitute doll and came back with only vague memories. He starts to wonder if the Divine Marshal continent really exists in the current world at all, because unlike the 9 Mystic Realm or Immortal Realm, its name does not fit the normal pattern of known realms. He cannot prove anything yet, but he decides that in future simulations he has to leave the 9 Mystic Realm and investigate what worlds still exist outside it. The simulation resumes with Jiang Yifeng confused in a sea of chaos, unable to understand who just threw him here or why he has not landed on the Demonic God continent yet. He knows chaos itself can kill him if something powerful appears, so he stays tense the whole way, not realizing the local Tao has already scared the chaotic creatures into hiding. After more than a year of travel, he finally lands safely on a completely unfamiliar continent. Since he still assumes this is just some remote part of the True Spirit continent, Jiang Yifeng heads out to find a human city and get directions back to Xuanda sect. 5 years pass, and the search turns unsettling because he never finds a single human, only demonic beasts everywhere he goes. That is when he finally realizes something is seriously wrong and begins to suspect he is no longer on the True Spirit continent at all. Instead of wasting more time searching, he builds a small wooden house in a scenic place and settles into secluded cultivation. Much later, a violent clash erupts in the distance, and Jiang Yifeng uses the Eye of Insight to identify 2 golden immortal demonic beasts tearing into each other. He knows their strength could threaten even him, but greed wins out, so he stays to watch in case both sides end up badly wounded. Before settling in to watch, he quietly reinforces his little house so the shockwaves from the battle will not flatten it. As the fight drags on and beasts flee the area, a tiny white tiger suddenly dashes into Jiang Yifeng's safe little house to hide. Jiang Yifeng notices the cub and briefly treats it like meat that walked in on its own, wondering whether it would be better braised or steamed. But the little tiger does not sense the danger at all and instead wags its tail at him with obvious affection. The cub's clinginess comes from a rough past. Born into the White Tiger clan, it failed to inherit the clan's gifts, was abandoned, and grew up under the care of an elderly human pet. When that human caretaker died, the orphaned cub started wandering alone, so the moment it saw another human, it instinctively treated Jiang Yifeng like family. Jiang Yifeng does not know any of that, but the cub's clingy behavior softens him and makes him think of Little Black, whom he has not seen since she gave him essence blood and stayed behind in the sect to recover. That thought gives him a simple idea. He can keep this one as a new pet for now, and if it never behaves, he can still cook it later. He officially takes the cub in and gives it a name, Little White. 2 months later, the long golden immortal fight finally ends with one beast dead and the other heavily injured. Jiang Yifeng waits for that exact moment and strikes from the shadows, cleanly harvesting both golden immortal beast bodies for himself. After that, life settles back into peace, except now Jiang Yifeng's lonely retreat includes one very diligent little white tiger at his side. 3 more quiet years pass, and Jiang Yifeng watches little white tiger train hard every day without gaining any real cultivation. Thinking the cub just lacks a proper method, Jiang Yifeng puts the devouring spirit art in front of it and tells it to learn. Little White understands immediately and starts cultivating, but even after 2 more years the human technique still does almost nothing for it. Jiang Yifeng starts to suspect that human immortal techniques simply do not suit demonic beasts, but he still tries one more path. He hands Little White the war god art almost as a test, and this time the fit is shockingly perfect. Once Little White switches to martial Dao, its cultivation surges, proving that this path suits it far better than immortal cultivation ever did. Watching that breakthrough, Jiang Yifeng is hit with a wild thought. Did he accidentally become the one who passed the White Tiger Clan's war god art down in the first place? He remembers Wu Yudao saying even the White Tiger Clan did not know who that peerless expert was, which only makes the possibility feel stranger. So Jiang Yifeng keeps watching closely, waiting to see whether Little White's future really connects his teaching to the White Tiger Clan. A century flies by in the simulation, and Jiang Yifeng reaches the mid-stage of the 2-star Ancient God realm while Little White climbs all the way to 1-star Martial Saint. The simulator spells out that Martial Saints no longer just temper the body, they devour and refine laws directly, which is why the realm has almost no upper limit. Jiang Yifeng quickly notes the difference in his mind, realizing Martial Dao devours laws, Immortal Dao borrows them, and his Divine Dao can do both. After reaching Martial Saint, Little White can finally speak, but Jiang Yifeng soon notices the tiger has grown unusually quiet. When Jiang Yifeng asks, Little White hesitates and finally admits it wants to go back to its clan and prove it was never a useless outcast. Knowing the cub was driven out when it was barely more than a year old, Jiang Yifeng understands exactly why that old resentment still burns. He does not stop it, and simply tells Little White that this place will always be its home. Little White leaves with a grin and promises that Jiang Yifeng will always be family. Decades pass after that, and Jiang Yifeng keeps cultivating alone while quietly asking captured demonic beasts for news of Little White. The reports say Little White returned to the White Tiger Clan, defeated its top genius, and rose straight to Holy Sun status. He also hears that Little White's rise is being credited to a made-up peerless expert, and Jiang Yifeng can only smile at the cover story. But the demonic god continent is no longer quiet, because battles between great demons have become frequent enough to feel wrong. Once even Saint Realm demon saints start fighting, the Dao-level powers of the continent can no longer ignore the danger. The truth is that the demonic god continent's Dao-level ruler noticed Jiang Yifeng the moment he was thrown there, but arrogantly chose to let him stay. That ruler turns out to be a Dao-level gluttonous beast, a divine beast so proud of its devouring power that it thinks Jiang Yifeng's calamity can be eaten and cleaned up later. Then, while Jiang Yifeng is quietly cultivating, the gluttonous beast appears in front of him without warning. The beast takes one casual look, opens its mouth, and swallows him whole in a single gulp. Jiang Yifeng does not die immediately, and inside the beast he finds himself trapped in a huge stomach space, stunned that peaceful cultivation ended with him being eaten alive. He tries to break his way out, but against a Dao-level demon god his struggle changes nothing. With no way to escape, Jiang Yifeng can only wait for death inside the gluttonous beast. Years later, that desperate confinement gives him an unexpected gain as he starts to comprehend a trace of the law of devouring. Outside, the gluttonous beast is slowly infected by Jiang Yifeng's calamity tribulation body and grows more and more crazed with hunger. After 100 years of that corruption, the gluttonous beast has already devoured huge numbers of demonic beasts across the continent. Even that stops being enough, and the beast begins swallowing the continent's chaos and Dao laws themselves. At the edge of the world, it goes even further and starts chewing through the barriers between the demonic god continent, the true spirit continent, and the divine martial continent. That disaster finally draws the attention of the other Dao-level experts, including the one from the true spirit continent who originally threw Jiang Yifeng here. The true spirit continent's Dao expert grimly realizes his old plan failed, because even the gluttonous beast could not erase the calamity tied to Jiang Yifeng's physique. So he invites the Dao expert of the divine martial continent to help suppress the gluttonous beast and deal with Jiang Yifeng's calamity together. The gluttonous beast senses the danger before any Dao-level war starts and opens its mouth, as if it might spit Jiang Yifeng back out to save itself. But the other two experts persuade it that Jiang Yifeng can only be safely destroyed from inside its body, and the beast smugly agrees because the plan flatters its pride. That decision cuts off Jiang Yifeng's last chance to escape, as all 3 Dao-level powers begin suppressing his calamity tribulation body from outside. Even Jiang Yifeng's terrifying physique starts to give under that combined pressure, proving just how strong Dao-level experts really are. Another 100 years pass under that deadlock, and while the Dao experts focus on Jiang Yifeng, The true spirit continent and demonic god continent spiral into full chaos. The calamity Jiang Yifeng left behind drives both continents into madness, and the true spirit continent turns even more chaotic because Little Black is there too. Then the Tao barriers between the continents are quietly opened so the calamity can spill into the still unaffected divine martial continent and spread itself thinner. With the channels fully open, a chaotic war sweeps across all three continents, and neither Jiang Yifeng nor the Tao experts even realize it while they stay locked in suppression. As the suppression drags on, the gluttonous beast feels its strength draining and its body hurting, but its pride only hardens into one bitter lesson: never eat recklessly again, especially not humans. The simulation ends brutally as Jiang Yifeng, trapped inside the gluttonous beast for 100 years, finally loses consciousness and dies when calamity energy erupts from inside it. The simulator offers only two rewards: the dangerous calamity tribulation body and a huge bundle of cultivation, laws, and battle experience. He immediately takes both rewards, but he carefully orders the calamity tribulation body to be thrown straight into the talent pool instead of using it on himself. Even while choosing it, Jiang Yifeng thinks the calamity tribulation body is basically a desperate last resort talent that might create as many problems as it solves. As soon as the reward exchange finishes, his cultivation surges upward and a flood of law insights and combat understanding pours into him. What surprises him most is that the simulator does not just dump information into his head, it gives him the lived memory of practicing those techniques and laws as if he had really trained them himself. After the long enhancement ends, Jiang Yifeng can feel a clear leap in strength, but he still wants a concrete measure. He opens his personal panel and confirms the upgrade: Peak 2-star Ancient God Cultivation, 9th grade Formation Mastery, stronger techniques, several laws, and a same realm combat rating of 6 stars. That number finally feels like real progress to him, and he quietly enjoys the fact that he has climbed from rookie level into a proper divine Dao cultivator. With his strength checked, he turns back to the bigger problem from the simulation: what exactly happened when his possession sent him 300 million years into the past. At first he tries to explain it as a parallel world, but Little White Tiger and the White Tiger clan's war god art make that idea feel increasingly wrong. If he taught the war god art to Little White Tiger in the distant past and the White Tiger clan inherited it from there, then the technique's origin loops back to him. That realization hits him hard, because by the normal sequence, he only learned the war god art from the simulator after meeting Wu Yu Dao in a simulation. He comes up with a bolder theory next: maybe the simulator already had the war god art all along and merely handed it to him through a believable chain of events. Under that theory, the timeline could start with him redeeming the technique first, teaching it in the far past, and only later receiving it from Wu Yu Dao inside the loop. But the more he chases the idea, the more it feels like a nasty time paradox his brain cannot cleanly solve. He even considers an even stranger possibility: that the simulator is not inventing futures at all, and he might be re-experiencing events that truly happened before. Then he pulls himself back and admits the ugly truth: outside a few clues like the Immortal Arrival sect and Wu Yu Dao's opening technique, almost none of this can be verified in reality. After running himself in circles, he finally gives up and decides the truth can wait, because trying to verify it in reality could get him killed. He leaves it at one practical conclusion: if he ever wants real answers, he will have to wait until he is much stronger and can protect himself first. Since digging into ancient mysteries is pointless right now, Jiang Yifeng turns back to the simulator and uses his last remaining simulation chance. He spends origin values on a new talent draw and gets a purple talent called Meek Person, which makes him seem unusually honest and easy to trust. The simulator adds a one-time bonus called Reward +1, giving him one extra reward slot after the simulation ends. Even with that bonus, he finds the draw underwhelming, because the upgraded simulator already bundles most valuable gains into a small number of reward choices. Then a better idea clicks: instead of chasing brute force again, he can use this run to finally raise his neglected alchemy and formation skills. The simulator asks him to carry one talent from the pool, and he weighs Thunderfire True Spiritual Root, Calamity Tribulation Body, and Absolute Rationality. He dismisses the spiritual root as inferior to what he already has, and the Calamity Tribulation Body as too dangerous to carry into a normal simulation. Absolute Rationality has a real downside: it suppresses the emotions and flashes of insight he needs for law comprehension and killing-oriented cultivation, but it may still be ideal for alchemy and formations. So he chooses Absolute Rationality anyway, hoping its cold precision will help with alchemy and formations this time without causing another disaster. The 30th simulation begins, and inside it Jiang Yifeng quickly reaches the same conclusion as his real self: auxiliary paths are the best use of this run, but he needs to test the exact approach. On the first day, he first visits Jiang Fushan and Little Peach and repeats his warning that they must not try to cultivate into immortality. Once he gets the answer he wants from them, Jiang Yifeng heads straight to Spring Blossom Pavilion to begin a very different plan. He finds Qiu Jishuan there and, using Meek Person, calmly tells her that he is a high-ranking member of the Immortal Arrival sect. Qiu Jishuan is suspicious at first, because she remembers the sect's higher-ups and does not remember him among them. Then the talent does its work, and she talks herself out of the contradiction because Jiang Yifeng simply does not look like someone who would lie. Without asking for any proof, Qiu Jishuan bows deeply to him, and Jiang Yifeng instantly understands just how abusable this talent really is against weaker targets. After that, he carries the same trick through the immortal arrival sex branches, steadily spreading the lie until the whole organization accepts him as a new high-ranking figure. The deception scales so well that even Shinwuyo, a fifth-layer tribulation expert, ends up believing it. In just 1 year, Jiang Yifeng turns that trust scam into total control and becomes sect master of the immortal arrival sect, forcing Shinwuyo down into the deputy position. With the sect under his control, Jiang Yifeng's first order is to have its members search for Su Mushuang and Jiang Rushuan. He wants them found because the outside world keeps collapsing into war while the southern regions stay relatively peaceful, making them a possible refuge if Jiang Rushuan can be stopped from becoming immortal. He also wants Su Mushuang found because she may explain the ugly mystery of why his Saint Realm mother saved the rest of the family in past outcomes, but left him to die. Still, he knows finding a hidden Saint Realm expert is a long shot, so he treats the search as a chance rather than a certainty. At the same time, Jiang Yifeng starts exploiting his new authority for practical gain by ordering every sect branch to send large amounts of resources directly to him. After arranging everything at the immortal arrival sect branch, Jiang Yifeng shut himself in and lived a brutal routine of cultivation and pill refining with almost no rest. By the second year, his cultivation had barely moved, but his alchemy shot upward fast and he reached the level of a 7th grade alchemist. He knew exactly why he was improving so quickly: past simulation experience, the pill Dao Saint hand talent, and his stronger cultivation all let him skip the usual dead ends. When he calculated the timing, Jiang Yifeng realized Bai Ruoxue should soon appear again, which meant the heavenly profound sword was within reach if he moved now. But after weighing it carefully, he gave up on going for the sword because it was not worth provoking Bai Ruoxue or risking his own plans. He also dismissed the idea of fooling Bai Ruoxue with the meek person talent, because if she recovered her full strength in the eastern regions, the trick might fall apart instantly. So he stayed put, and by the 10th year his pill refining had broken into the immortal grade. That was where his progress slowed, because he had no higher pill inheritances or recipes, and even the sect's stock of precious herbs could not support blind experiments forever. Instead of wasting time, he switched targets and decided to break through in formation Dao next. The place he chose was Spine Mountain, because Lu Wuya's immortal grade formation there was the best stepping stone before touching the even harsher ceiling formation of the southern regions. In the 11th year, Jiang Yifeng arrived alone at Spine Mountain and immediately used the meek person talent to present himself as Lu Wuya's descendant. He claimed he had come to retrace his ancestors' path and prove his Dao through formations, and the story landed exactly as he wanted. Old Li and the others believed him, so without any fighting at all they brought him straight to Lu Wuya's hidden formation. Now standing inside the formation, Jiang Yifeng began studying it every day, and with his current cultivation the strain was far lighter than in earlier simulations. In the 15th year, his formation Dao finally broke into the immortal grade. Even after that breakthrough, Jiang Yifeng could only fully see through a little more than half of Lu Wuya's grand formation, which told him how far above ordinary immortal grade it really was. That made him even more certain that Lu Wuya and Mo Jingtian had never been mere immortals. Unlike alchemy, formations did not burn through rare ingredients the same way, so Jiang Yifeng stayed at Spine Mountain and kept drilling deeper. By the 40th year, he had climbed all the way to a 3rd grade immortal formation master and finally unraveled the whole formation. After reading the whole composite formation, Jiang Yifeng judged that Lu Wuya had most likely been a 3rd grade, or even 4th grade immortal formation master. He leaned toward 4th grade, because a formation this huge and composite would have taken a 3rd grade master far too long to build. He also realized Lu Wuya may have built it under the pressure of southern region heavenly thunder, which made the feat feel even more monstrous. This was already beyond his original plan, because in just 40 years he had pushed both alchemy and formations past immortal grade and hit a new wall in both. In the 41st year, he tested the Taotai divine body again by devouring the killing intent of the Forest of 10,000 Swords and the flames of the Valley of Flames, but neither helped much anymore. That made the problem plain. Without higher level resources, secluded cultivation alone would trap him for thousands of years. He even considered leaving the southern regions, but before making that move he returned to Spine Mountain for one more dangerous idea. His first attempt was cautious: use formations to draw out the underground heavenly thunder and turn it into a cultivation resource. That plan immediately ran into a hard limit, because if he pulled too much thunder, Lu Wuya's already damaged formation would break first. He thought about repairing the array, but after calculating it out, he realized a patched version could never draw the level of thunder his current body actually needed. So an even crazier thought took hold: if controlled thunder was too weak, maybe he should face the full underground eruption head-on. The risk was insane, but he reasoned that this thunder had mostly been meant for cultivators below the immortal realm, so his current strength might just survive it. He also rejected the safer-looking option of using future heavenly thunder from the immortal realm, because that would be like deliberately exposing himself to whoever controlled it. With the Valley of Flames and Forest of 10,000 Swords already exhausted as resources, the buried thunder under Spine Mountain became his only fast option left in the southern regions. Even Jiang Yifeng himself found the plan reckless for a moment, but he quickly steadied his mind and decided the risk was acceptable now that his real goals for this run were already complete. So he stayed at Spine Mountain and waited for the ancient underground thunder to erupt. In the 42nd year, the eruption finally came, and a sea of heavenly thunder swallowed him whole in an instant. His body started cracking under the blast, and even the Imu divine body could not fully keep up with the damage. Then the golden chaotic energy in his divine Tao cultivation surged out on its own and repaired him even faster than the Imu divine body. With both healing powers working together, Jiang Yifeng endured the worst opening wave and knew the rest of the storm was finally survivable. After that, he fully unleashed the Tao Tai divine body and began devouring the heavenly thunder to strengthen himself. 2 years passed in that storm, and by the end half the underground thunder had been swallowed by him, while the rest faded back into the world. When the lightning finally cleared, faint blue thunder started flickering naturally from Jiang Yifeng's body. His law of thunder had surged all the way from minor success to the peak of major success, though it still stopped short of what those millions of years of thunder might have offered in a better state. He understood the reason too. Devouring power could force growth, but true law comprehension still depended on personal insight, and absolute rationality was not ideal for that kind of understanding. Once he finished there, he left the charred Spine Mountain behind and went back to the Immortal Arrival sect. Back at the sect, he spent more than a year aggressively packing up its resources for the road ahead. By the 46th year, Jiang Yifeng returned to Green Hills City carrying a huge haul, and he found that his father Jiang Fushan had already reached the 8th level of Tribulation Crossing. Jiang Fushan had not been hunted during his earlier breakthrough either, because Jiang Yifeng now controlled the Immortal Arrival sect and could suppress that threat. He also learned that Little Peach had already cultivated to the 3rd level of Tribulation Crossing. The moment he got back, Jiang Yifeng did not stay to rest at all and immediately took Jiang Fushan and Little Peach with him. Jiang Yifeng brings Jiang Fushan and Little Peach to the Endless Sea, planning to leave the southern regions and head for the eastern regions to find Bai Moyu. He brings Little Peach on purpose, because her strange bursts of Saint Realm power might save him either during immortal tribulation or in a deadly clash with the Saint. He also brought his father as bait, hoping this trip might finally draw out his mother Su Mushuang or at least leave some trace he can catch. But when the three arrive, the mystic turtle never appears, and that sudden silence immediately throws Jiang Yifeng off. Jiang Yifeng had wanted to question the mystic turtle and compare its answers to earlier lies, so its absence feels like an answer by itself. He quickly guesses the truth. Now that his strength is finally high enough, the Guardian has stopped blocking him from passing through the Endless Sea. With that in mind, he stops hesitating and leads Jiang Fushan and Little Peach into the depths of the Endless Sea toward the crack in the ceiling formation. At the crack, Jiang Yifeng makes Jiang Fushan step through first so he can watch closely for any sign of his mother's hidden intervention. Just before he vanishes, Jiang Fushan's ear twitches, he turns back with a smile, and says only, "Good luck." Then Jiang Fushan disappears outright, and even with all his focus locked on him, Jiang Yifeng catches nothing except that tiny twitch. That failure hits hard, because he realizes a saint can move right in front of him without leaving even a hint he can follow. He pieces it together and decides the terrifying part is simple. Before, he only saw saints fight crudely because they were facing equals, but against him they can act on a level he cannot even perceive. After that wake-up call, Jiang Yifeng quietly accepts one thing: he had badly underestimated Saint Realm experts, and he needs to grow even stronger. Little Peach is startled by Jiang Fushan vanishing out of nowhere, but when Jiang Yifeng stays calm and explains nothing, she assumes this was all part of his plan. Several days later, Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach successfully cross into the eastern regions. As soon as they arrive, Jiang Yifeng buys a map and sets their course straight for the Celestial Verdant sect, where Bai Ruoxue and the Saint Bai Moyu are based. His goal is blunt: squeeze information, higher-level techniques, immortal-grade formation knowledge, and advanced alchemy from the only low-risk saint he can reliably find. Even if Bai Moyu refuses, Jiang Yifeng still thinks the risk is acceptable, because his current level has already outgrown ordinary inheritances. On the way, he turns the trip into a massive shopping raid and sweeps through auction houses across the eastern regions. Anything useful goes into his hands, from alchemy materials to cultivation treasures, and he keeps paying several times the normal price without blinking. Before long, auction houses across the region start treating him like a walking mountain of spirit stones and push out their hidden stock at inflated prices. Jiang Yifeng is delighted by that reaction, because before leaving the southern regions he had already emptied the Immortal Arrival sect's accumulated reserves. He is so rich that spirit stones have stopped mattering, so he keeps buying aggressively as long as the item can actually strengthen him. A full year passes like that, and by the end he has packed away 3 storage rings full of rare treasures without slowing his journey. At last, Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach arrive outside the grand gates of the Celestial Verdant sect. Jiang Yifeng is just about to submit a visiting card when a middle-aged man flies out from inside the sect and stops right in front of him. Jiang Yifeng almost uses the Eye of Insight on him, But the gate disciples immediately bow and call the newcomer sect master, confirming he is Bai Moyu. That instant welcome convinces Jiang Yifeng even more that Bai Moyu has been monitoring the southern regions all along and already knew he was coming. He links it back to the missing mystic turtle and decides the endless sea test and Bai Moyu's arrangements are probably connected. From there, Jiang Yifeng pushes the idea even further and starts treating Bai Moyu as a likely backup plan left behind for him by some hidden hand. His logic is simple. Of all the saints he has run into across repeated simulations, Bai Moyu is the only one who has never shown obvious hostility. So even if he is wrong, Jiang Yifeng still sees this visit as worth the gamble, because the worst outcome is just getting forced back south and trying another route later. At the same time, Bai Moyu is studying Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach just as closely, because the mystic turtle already told him the man from the southern regions has surpassed the mortal-immortal realm. Since Little Peach also fits the pattern and the pair arrive as one man and one woman from the southern regions, Bai Moyu becomes convinced these are the people he has been waiting for. Acting on that belief, Bai Moyu bows respectfully and asks to bring the two of them to a special place. That humble attitude pushes Jiang Yifeng's confidence sky high, and he now feels almost certain his guess about Bai Moyu is right. And because Jiang Yifeng accepts that bow without panic, Bai Moyu grows even more convinced that he has identified the right people. So with both sides confidently misunderstanding each other, the meeting becomes unusually smooth from the very first step. Bai Moyu leads Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach deeper into the celestial verdant sect toward the place where he can restore his sealed memories and strength before speaking plainly. Jiang Yifeng goes along willingly, because only the complete Bai Moyu can tell him what is really going on. A short time later, the three reach the underground bronze gate hidden beneath the sect. Bai Moyu activates the bronze gate, and the moment it opens, a violent suction drags all three of them inside. Even at his current level, Jiang Yifeng still finds that pull hard to resist, which makes the place feel even more dangerous. Inside the gate, they appear before a crystal coffin containing the body made from Bai Moyu's sealed memories and power. Jiang Yifeng is not surprised by the coffin at all, because earlier simulations already warned him this was how Bai Moyu stored his true self. In the next instant, Bai Moyu completes the fusion and restores the version of himself that had been sealed away. But the restored Bai Moyu takes one good look at Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach, frowns, and quietly drops the bomb. You are not them. Bai Moyu studies Jiang Yifeng in confusion and mutters that if he is not one of them, he should never have reached the immortal realm in the southern regions. Still suspicious, Bai Moyu reaches toward Jiang Yifeng to probe his memories, but Jiang Yifeng stays strangely calm because he thinks this misunderstanding might even help him test the simulator. Before Bai Moyu can touch him, Little Peach's expression turns razor sharp and a mysterious aura starts pouring out of her. Bai Moyu jerks his hand back at once, because what he senses from Little Peach looks less like raw power and more like someone trying to reverse time and space itself. The Saint Realm expert instantly drops all pride and begs Little Peach to stop, babbling that he was reckless and not worth such terrifying karmic backlash. When pleading to Little Peach fails, Bai Moyu realizes the real trigger was his move against Jiang Yifeng, so he turns and desperately asks Jiang Yifeng to calm her down. Jiang Yifeng immediately understands the simulator test is over, and with Bai Moyu terrified in front of him, he decides to press his advantage instead. He does not rush to stop Little Peach, because if he fails to control her now, his leverage over Bai Moyu will vanish. Then Jiang Yifeng makes an outrageous demand. If Bai Moyu wants Little Peach stopped, he has to hand over all of his memories. Jiang Yifeng knows a saint's memories could crush his mind, but with absolute rationality active, and this being only a simulation, he is still willing to gamble on it. Bai Moyu flatly refuses, because a saint's memories carry his law insights and Tao understanding, and losing them would wreck his realm. He also understands something Jiang Yifeng does not. If those saint memories really flood into a weaker cultivator, Jiang Yifeng would likely lose himself before he could stop Little Peach. By now Little Peach's eruption has already climbed to the true immortal level, and both Jiang Yifeng and Bai Moyu can see it is getting out of hand. If Little Peach fully burns herself out, she may die, and whether Bai Moyu lives or dies after that, Jiang Yifeng would lose his only real bargaining chip. So the moment Bai Moyu refuses, Jiang Yifeng gives up on the memory deal and calls out for Little Peach to stop. His voice reaches her, and for the first time the raging aura hesitates and begins to withdraw. Jiang Yifeng keeps calling to her gently, and Little Peach slowly turns to him with a softened gaze. Then Little Peach quietly says, "Young master, long time no see," as if someone from another age has surfaced through her. She turns that same terrifying presence on Bai Moyu and coldly warns that if he ever disrespects Jiang Yifeng again, she will cross endless time and space to kill him. The threat barely leaves her lips before Little Peach's borrowed cultivation starts collapsing in free fall. Her power crashes all the way down past the tribulation stage until nothing is left, and she becomes an ordinary mortal again. A second later, Little Peach collapses unconscious to the ground. Jiang Yifeng worries that Bai Moyu might try something now, but he hides that concern and acts as if he still has everything under control. He walks over, lifts Little Peach up himself, and makes a point of looking completely unshaken in front of the terrified saint. Then Jiang Yifeng asks one clean question: does Bai Moyu still stand by his promise to answer him? After a brief pause, Bai Moyu nods and agrees to tell Jiang Yifeng everything he knows. Inwardly, Bai Moyu has already decided Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach must have terrifying backgrounds, so making friends is far safer than digging deeper. He even thinks that if Jiang Yifeng recovers his true status one day, that connection might help the Nine Mystic Realm itself. Jiang Yifeng quickly narrows his choices, because questions about the simulator or his far older simulation are beyond Bai Moyu, so he focuses on the Nine Mystic Realm and the southern regions instead. Rather than ask one direct question, Jiang Yifeng has Bai Moyu recount the major events linking the Immortal Realm, the Nine Mystic Realm, and the southern regions so he can compare the story against his own earlier guesses. Bai Moyu starts with what matches earlier information. The Immortal Realm invaded other worlds, including the Nine Mystic Realm, to plunder their heavenly Tao. But when Jiang Yifeng presses deeper, Bai Moyu admits even he does not know where the Immortal Realm got the method to grow stronger by stealing heavenly Tao. Then Bai Moyu mentions a crucial twist. A mysterious man and woman once blocked the saint experts of both realms from joining the war. This time the story diverges from what Jiang Yifeng knew before, because those two were already injured when they intervened and went into seclusion afterward. Bai Moyu suddenly hesitates there, and that pause is enough for Jiang Yifeng to spot that he is hiding something important. Jiang Yifeng connects the pieces and directly asks if those two injured experts actually hid in the southern regions. His guess comes from the way Bai Moyu treated them earlier, because now it finally makes sense that Bai Moyu may have mistaken Jiang Yifeng and Little Peach for those hidden figures, or their people. Jiang Yifeng even pushes the theory further in his mind. Those two may not have been merely injured, but so badly damaged that they needed reincarnation and rebuilding from scratch. If that is true, it also explains why the Immortal Realm's saint experts later dared to ignore those two and attack the southern regions anyway. Bai Moyu finally stops hiding it, nods, and admits the two injured seniors really did go into seclusion in the southern regions. He explains that very few people knew the truth, because those two used seclusion as a cover while recovering there. Then Bai Moyu reveals the real reason behind the southern region's formation. He built it to seal the area off and protect those two hidden seniors. That answer stuns Jiang Yifeng, because in the previous simulation Bai Moyu lied and claimed the formation existed to protect the people of the southern regions. Bai Moyu goes on to say the secret leaked almost as soon as the formation was finished, because saint experts from the Immortal Realm showed up right away. Those outsiders claimed they were stronger and better suited to protect the hidden seniors, and just like that, they took control of Bai Moyu's formation. At first they only watched and probed, because even they were not sure whether the two hidden seniors had truly fallen into trouble. Once no response came, the Immortal Realm grew bolder and began dropping heavenly thunder into the southern regions every few decades as a deliberate test. In the early years they held back and avoided real casualties, so they could still pretend the strikes were only tempering the younger generation. Bai Moyu can only sneer at that excuse, because to him the Immortal Clan was simply hiding cruelty behind righteous words. As the hidden seniors still never appeared, those tests turned vicious, and the heavenly thunder was finally used to kill southern regions' cultivators for real. Many cultivators died under that pressure, until several hundred years later two chosen finally rose from the southern regions, Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya. Bai Moyu reveals that Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya were never sudden newcomers at all. They had already been hiding in the southern regions and had quietly grown very strong before the heavenly thunder started falling. He says the heavenly thunder was only a probe from Immortal Clan enforcers at the Supreme Unity Golden Immortal level, and those two actually endured several rounds of it. After watching countless cultivators die, Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya stopped enduring in place and began planning a way out of the southern regions. Bai Moyu says that 5 million years ago, after many attempts, the two finally broke through the formation and escaped the southern regions. That answer hits Jiang Yifeng hard, because it means the southern region's heavenly thunder is not automatically fatal after all. He also realizes the thunder's controllers were weaker than he feared, which means he may one day be able to endure it too, even if exposing himself would still be far too dangerous now. Still bothered by one key detail, Jiang Yifeng cuts in and asks what level the southern region's formation was, and how those two ever managed to break it. Bai Moyu casually drops an even bigger shock and says the formation he set up there was saint level. Jiang Yifeng frowns, because Lu Wuya's old formation at Spine Mountain never looked remotely strong enough to break a saint level seal. Then he catches himself and realizes that formation at Spine Mountain may have just been something Lu Wuya threw together quickly, so it proves nothing about his true skill. Bai Moyu explains that Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya had already reached Great Principal Golden Immortal, and Lu Wuya was even an 8th grade Immortal Formation Master. That level of power surprises Jiang Yifeng, because he had only guessed they were elite geniuses fighting above their realm, not monsters already that close to the top. But Bai Moyu says raw strength was still not enough. Even at that level, they could not simply smash through a saint-level formation head-on. The real trick was timing. They attacked the barrier exactly when the Immortal Clan weakened it to channel heavenly thunder into the southern regions. Once that puzzle is solved, Jiang Yifeng moves to the next danger and asks whether the Immortal Realm did anything after seeing that some people had survived the thunder. Bai Moyu tells him Mo Jingtian and Lu Wuya were not the only ones to endure the heavenly thunder. They were just the only famous survivors who later escaped. Because the Immortal Realm still feared the two hidden seniors behind the southern regions, its real heavyweights did not dare rush in just to deal with a few thunder survivors. That finally clears Jiang Yifeng's mental block, and for a moment he sees a tempting idea. Maybe the southern region's heavenly thunder could be used for cultivation. Bai Moyu immediately shuts that thought down and says that option no longer exists now. He explains that once Mo Jingtian and Lu Weiyao broke the formation and escaped, the immortal realm basically confirmed that the two hidden seniors behind the southern regions had already encountered trouble. Not long after that, radical Saint Realm figures in the immortal realm wanted to wipe out the southern regions outright. But at the critical moment, other Saint Realm experts stepped in and opposed them, arguing that forcing the issue was too risky. That deadlock is the reason the southern regions still exists at all. Bai Moyu says the radical side later guessed those two hidden powers had already reincarnated, so they created the immortal arrival sect to slaughter southern regions' cultivators before those people could grow again. Meanwhile, the conservative side captured fierce beasts and used them to plug the cracks in the southern region's formation, though even Bai Moyu does not know what their deeper plan is. His warning is blunt: now, if anyone in the southern regions exposes power above the immortal realm, the radicals will absolutely strike. Then Bai Moyu notices Little Peach beside Jiang Yifeng and awkwardly realizes he may have warned the wrong person, because an existence like her could make ordinary exposure rules meaningless. By the end of the talk, Jiang Yifeng finally feels the southern region's hidden truths snap into place, even if a few core mysteries still remain. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng strokes his chin and reorders everything he just learned, realizing the forces that kept appearing in simulation were not enemies fighting each other at all, but different immortal realm factions with overlapping agendas. He concludes the radicals wanted to erase the southern regions to snuff out the hidden man and woman before they could recover. The so-called conservatives feel less innocent to him, and he starts suspecting they may actually be backup forces left behind by those same two hidden powers. He is now about 80% convinced that the mysterious man and woman are his parents, especially after remembering that his father once forced saint-level figures like Immortal 13 to move. But that creates another complication, because Immortal 13 never seemed like a true ally in the simulation, more like a bound puppet acting under restraint. So Jiang Yifeng pieces together a three-way split in the immortal realm: radicals, conservatives, and a separate group of controlled pawns tied to his father. That also explains why the mighty immortal realm still has not conquered the nine mystic realm outright. Its own internal power struggle keeps choking off any united push. His thoughts drift next to the Saint Realm experts from the nine mystic realm who were said to have betrayed it, and he realizes they could now be invaders, defectors, hidden survivors, or even quiet resistors. After sorting through that in reality, the story returns to the simulation, where Jiang Yifeng keeps pressing Bai Moyu with more questions. Bai Moyu confirms that the mystic turtle really was working with him, not against him. More precisely, Bai Moyu says he had bought the mystic turtle over for two reasons. The first reason was surveillance and passage. The mystic turtle watched the southern regions for Bai Moyu and left a route through the endless sea for celestial verdant sect members to come and go. Bai Moyu wanted that route because he still hoped to bring Guiqing back from the heavenly profound sword, but Guiqing stubbornly refused to hide and live in obscurity. The second reason was even more important. The mystic turtle quietly helped any southern region's cultivator who reached immortal realm cross the endless sea. Bai Moyu admits he was gambling that anyone who could quietly become immortal in the southern regions might actually be one of those two hidden powers returning through recultivation. If that gamble paid off, he believed the nine mystic realms crisis could finally be overturned, and he would no longer need to hide. When Jiang Yifeng asks what benefit won over the mystic turtle, Bai Moyu awkwardly admits it was little more than a hint towards Saint Realm power. The answer is so blunt that Jiang Yifeng can only give Bai Moyu a flat look, and the tense talk finally loosens for a moment. Jiang Yifeng also asks where the nine mystic realms' own saint-level experts ended up, because he never believed they had all simply died. Bai Moyu says he does not know the current situation, because he dares not use his saint-level cultivation casually and risk being forced to choose a side by the immortal realm. What Bai Moyu can say is grim. Most former saints from the nine mystic realm joined immortal realm factions, a few vanished into hiding or fled, and only a scattered handful kept resisting. Half a day later, Jiang Yifeng finally leaves through the bronze gate with Little Peach in his arms. After Jiang Yifeng leaves, Bai Moyu seals himself away again and suppresses his aura back to the old peak tribulation crossing disguise. For Jiang Yifeng, the mission is basically complete now, because the southern regions, the nine mystic realm, and the immortal realm finally fit into one rough map in his mind. But once the bigger picture settles, Jiang Yifeng is left with the most personal doubt of all: whether that mysterious man and woman are really his parents. He is also still haunted by who taught the immortal clan to devour the heavenly Tao, who Little Peach really is, why she can erupt like that, and even what his own origin truly is. In the end, he feels those answers all point back to one place: the simulator itself. So instead of chasing outsiders for answers, Jiang Yifeng settles down in the celestial verdant sect and prepares to grow stronger the direct way. Thanks to Little Peach's earlier outbursts, he is given the rank of Supreme Elder there and suddenly has authority over the whole sect. He wastes no time and starts using the celestial verdant sect's resources to cultivate on a large scale. Years pass, and by the 60th year his pill refining improves enough for him to become a second-grade immortal pill master. That same year, Little Peach fully recovers. By the 80th year, Jiang Yifeng pushes his pill refining up again and reaches 3rd grade Immortal Pill Master. In that same year, his orange late bloomer talent finally activates and his cultivation speed surges upward. The payoff arrives in the 150th year, when Jiang Yifeng breaks through into the early stage of the 3-star Ancient God realm. At the same milestone, his pill refining leaps all the way to 6th grade Immortal Pill Master. He soon realizes that this is about as far as he can push pill refining for now, because his current cultivation still cannot support making 7th grade Immortal Pills. Even so, becoming a 6th grade Immortal Pill Master lets him see just how terrifying a true pill master can be. The biggest proof is the Enlightenment Pill, because he can now refine a pill that directly speeds up an Immortal Realm expert's understanding of laws. When Jiang Yifeng tests one on himself, he drops straight into half a year of enlightenment, and his grasp of laws rises sharply. To him, the effect feels comparable to burning through stored uses of his inevitable comprehension talent, which makes the pill's value even more obvious. He can also refine several other immortal pills that boost strength above Immortal Realm, but when he tests them, they barely help him at all. Jiang Yifeng suspects the problem is his divine Dao path, which makes ordinary enhancement pills a poor fit for his body and cultivation. Still, the Enlightenment Pill alone proves how frightening pill refining really is, because unlike many treasures, it has no special usage limit beyond the resources needed to keep making more. 100 more years slip by, and Jiang Yifeng spends almost all of them hoarding rare materials and forcefully refining Enlightenment pills instead of chasing fast cultivation gains. By the end of that long effort, he has scraped together 30 Enlightenment pills, a huge stockpile for something this powerful and this hard to make. He knows the eastern regions are nearly tapped out for these ingredients, so instead of wasting the pills now, he seals them away for later. With pill refining paused, Jiang Yifeng turns to formations and seeks out Bai Moyu, the one person around him who truly knows this path. Bai Moyu cannot teach everything with his current cultivation alone, so Jiang Yifeng is brought deeper into the Bronze Gate and starts learning under stricter guidance. Years of study finally pay off, and by year 300 Jiang Yifeng breaks into the rank of 4th grade Immortal Formation Master. 50 years later, Bai Moyu suddenly turns absent and mutters that everything is in chaos, making Jiang Yifeng realize this is not about training at all. Jiang Yifeng quickly pieces it together, and remembers the blood rain from the western regions, which means the saint-level war has already begun. That thought also changes his fear of the future, because the world's destruction may not have been caused by his calamity alone, but by the saints tearing the world apart anyway. Unable to change anything at that level, he buries the worry and throws himself back into cultivation before the end comes. By year 400, his formation skill climbs again, and he reaches 5th grade Immortal Formation Master. Then in year 430, Bai Moyu's aura suddenly turns murderous, and his quiet old master mask finally slips. Bai Moyu reveals he was never hiding out of fear, only waiting for the right moment to move. With a laugh and a final farewell to Jiang Yifeng, Bai Moyu vanishes to join the war outside. Jiang Yifeng instantly understands the truth behind it. Bai Moyu was one of the hidden pieces left by his parents, and the full battle they foresaw has begun. Since he still cannot intervene in a saint war, he chooses the same hard answer again and keeps cultivating. Several more decades pass, and by year 500 his formation Dao finally reaches 6th grade Immortal Formation Master. At that point his formation skill is no longer the bottleneck, so Jiang Yifeng turns all his effort back to raising his cultivation. 30 years later, a wave of dread hits him just before the entire eastern region starts collapsing with a world-breaking roar. Even the formations left inside the Bronze Gate cannot hold, and the hidden refuge starts splitting apart around him. Little Peach's aura flares again, and for one hopeful instant Jiang Yifeng thinks her impossible power will carry them through this disaster. But the surge immediately turns unstable, and the panic in Little Peach's eyes tells him something has gone terribly wrong. Before he can do anything, the Bronze Gate collapses completely, and the ruined outside world is exposed in front of them. Out in the void, Jiang Yifeng sees Bai Moyu and several saints already fighting above a world with no intact land left. A stray saint-level attack suddenly sweeps toward him, and Jiang Yifeng realizes this time he cannot block it or outrun it. Little Peach steps in front of him without hesitation, even though she has only reached Great Principal Golden Immortal and still is not a saint. In her final move, Little Peach gently shoves Jiang Yifeng away from the battlefield and takes the Saint Battle's aftermath head on herself. Little Peach is completely destroyed in the blast, and Jiang Yifeng barely escapes alive into the void she forced him toward. Still in danger, Jiang Yifeng races through the void and desperately tries to get away from the Saint's battlefield before another stray attack catches him. He makes it to the edge of the eastern regions, only to find the situation even worse than he feared because there is no intact space anywhere beyond it. Every direction is filled with chaotic space currents, and at his current strength crossing them would be close to suicide. As Jiang Yifeng hesitates between two lethal choices, Bai Ruoxue suddenly appears beside him with her cultivation fully restored. When Jiang Yifeng looks at her with the eye of insight, he only sees question marks and realizes Bai Ruoxue's true peak strength is at least quasi-saint. He wants her help but knows she has every reason to despise him after centuries of draining the celestial verdant sect dry. Before he can even ask, Bai Ruoxue grabs him and strides straight into the chaotic space currents herself. The truth is that Bairuoxue never wanted to save him, because in her eyes he wasted the sex resources and even sent disciples to die for his pill refining. She came only because Bai Moyu sent a firm message saying Jiang Yifeng might be the last hope for the Nine Mystic Realm, or even for the whole world. Bai Moyu's reason is even stranger. Little Peach was able to cross time and space for Jiang Yifeng, so his origins must be extraordinary enough to matter when the stronger seniors have already failed. Bairuoxue still doubts him, especially after seeing him survive while Little Peach died, but she obeys because she knows her father would not say this lightly. After 3 brutal days moving through chaotic space, Bairuoxue finally brings Jiang Yifeng to one of the last safe lands left in the world. There, Jiang Yifeng learns the collapse is not just a war between realms, but a worldwide catastrophe so severe that even the immortal realm's heavenly Tao is nearly shattered. Bairuoxue cannot explain the root cause clearly, but she does know the conflict has escalated into saints hunting each other and stealing Tao fruits. Once Jiang Yifeng is safe, Bairuoxue does not linger at all and turns around to head back toward the battlefield. She is only a quasi-saint, but she still goes to help Bai Moyu in a fight that is likely a one-way trip. Back in reality, Jiang Yifeng frowns because the simulator's last line feels less like narration and more like an accusation aimed straight at him. The discomfort turns inward when he realizes he has been leaning on absolute rationality so often that his own personality is starting to bend toward it. He sees the real problem clearly now. Outside a few people he personally values, he has started treating other lives with chilling indifference. That thought hits even harder when he admits a simulation may not be fake at all, but another real timeline the simulator is actually reaching. That moral breakthrough becomes a cultivation breakthrough too, and Jiang Yifeng's realm rises on the spot to early 3-star ancient god. Jiang Yifeng is stunned that a realm needing centuries in simulation just opened in a few seconds, and he finally understands that higher cultivation also demands the right state of mind. He immediately draws a new lesson from it, and decides he should rely on absolute rationality less while using deep simulation to sharpen his state of mind instead. With that realization settled, Jiang Yifeng turns his attention back to the simulator's ongoing development. After Bairuoxue leaves, Jiang Yifeng searches the strange land she brought him to, hoping it might at least be a safe place to regroup. He finishes exploring the whole area in less than a day and finds the bad news fast. No people, no useful resources, and barely any spiritual energy. The place is safe, but that safety is almost useless because he cannot properly cultivate here. Still, Jiang Yifeng refuses to panic and settles down to wait, betting that the spatial turbulence outside might weaken someday. Centuries slip by in that dead refuge, and by the 700th year he realizes the turbulence is not calming down at all, it is getting worse. By the 800th year, most of the land has already been eaten away, leaving only a few shrinking fragments under his feet. In the 900th year, the last safe ground disappears and Jiang Yifeng is dragged straight into the spatial turbulence. He does not die immediately, so he forces himself to stay calm and starts searching for any way to survive inside the storm. A year later, he sees a grim warning in the void itself. Even Saint Realm corpses are drifting through the turbulence. The turbulence grows even fiercer in the next year, turning his desperate survival into a losing battle.